Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into part 2 of our brand new What If story. What if Bella was hunted for a secret no one knew? Here's a quick summary. For months, Bella has been hunted by two deadly vampires. Just when hope seems lost, she stumbles into the home of someone who has been waiting for her all along, Alice Cullen. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Let's start the story. Edward, the one Cullen I had yet to meet. He stood silently in the doorway, his dark ochre eyes taking in the sights in front of him with surprise and confusion. He cocked his head to the side, narrowing his eyes and clenching his jaw rather tightly, obviously having a difficult time understanding what was going on. It was simple, really. He was intruding upon my time with Alice. Bastard. His eyes suddenly snapped to meet mine, the ochre orbs darkening even more so than before. Oh, shit. I forgot he could read minds. Edward's jaw unclenched as his mouth opened slightly, just enough to let out a slight hiss. Alice, who had yet to move from her position, was suddenly on top of me completely, letting out a low, rumbling growl that came all the way from her chest. Her eyes had darkened slightly as well as she stared down her sibling, who had yet to move from where he stood. "Don't you dare, Edward," Alice growled. "You stay away from her." Edward's eyes moved to hers, his face becoming strained. His eyes were now jet black. I watched as the muscles on his face tightened, his hands curling into fists. It was then that I understood what the problem was. Edward seemed to struggle with controlling himself for a moment before closing his eyes, furrowing his brows as he concentrated on something. When he reopened them, I was surprised to see that his eyes were much lighter in color. They were still dark, however, and I could see the thirst in them. Just like Alice's from before. I didn't want to think about that. Edward's brow slanted even more as he frowned at me, then at Alice. He was about to speak when Jasper and Amara were suddenly in the room, Jasper grabbing his right arm, Amara the left. "Edward, you need to hunt," Jasper stated in a firm voice. Edward scowled and attempted to resist, but neither of them released their holds. "Now," Amara growled. Edward stared at her for a moment. I could see the agony in his face as he surrendered to their grasps. He turned towards me, a sorrowful look on his face. "I'm sorry," he grunted. With that said, the three of them vanished into the woods. I let out the breath I had been holding in as Alice relaxed on top of me. She slowly moved off of me, allowing me to sit upright. Of course, she quickly grabbed me and pulled me into her lip, cradling me in her arms. I didn't say anything, I merely rested my head on her as she laid her chin on top of it. We held each other for a while, neither speaking. We didn't need to, though. I silently enjoyed the feeling of her arms around me and the smell of her body, allowing me to relax further into her. She sighed once and nuzzled the top of my head lovingly. It was a peaceful moment. "So that was Edward?" I asked quietly. I didn't want to ruin the moment, but my curiosity always got the better of me. Alice tensed for only a few seconds before relaxing again, gently stroking my shoulder with one hand and wrapping around me with the other. "Yes," she replied. "I'm sorry about that. I didn't see him coming, otherwise I would have been more prepared. And I didn't realize he hadn't hunted. It was a stupid mistake on my part. I'm sorry, Bella." "It's fine, Alice," I said. He kept himself from hurting me. No harm done. I think I may have dropped the ball, though. My face fell as I finished, remembering how stupidly I had let slip the accident from earlier. "What do you mean?" I thought about how his eyes reminded me of yours," I murmured ashamedly. "Oh." I looked up at her. "I'm sorry, Alice. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. I forgot he could read minds and..." She cut me off with a finger to my lips. "Shish. It's okay, Bella. I'm not mad. I do imagine Edward won't be pleased with me, though." "Sorry," I murmured. She sighed again and gently kissed my forehead. "Don't apologize. It's okay. I just don't like remembering what happened." I didn't respond, I just nuzzled into her. I liked the feeling. I didn't want to think about anything else other than Alice. That was all I cared about right now. Another minute passed before the others returned from hunting. Jasper walked in first, followed by Amara, then Edward. Jasper and Amara both seated themselves on the couch. Edward, on the other hand, remained standing near the doorway, staring down at the floor. Now things were awkward. No one spoke. Alice was staring rather sternly at Edward, who looked rather sheepish and disgruntled in the same. Jasper was looking between the two of them, clearly waiting for a moment to intervene with his gift if necessary. And Amara, well, Amara was staring off into space, clearly not concerned about the situation unless she needed to be. I didn't know what to say, really. What do I say? So instead I waited for whoever decided to speak first. A minute passed. Still nothing. Edward and Alice hadn't budged an inch. Or even a half an inch. Shit, they just looked like King statues the way they were. I guess it didn't bother them standing still like that. So Edward, how was your trip? Amara asked, suddenly breaking the silence. I couldn't help but give her a grateful look, since the awkward silence was beginning to get on my nerves. I could tell she was feeling the same way. At least I wasn't alone in that sense. Edward looked up finally and sighed. It was fine, I suppose. Uneventful, mostly. You were gone a lot longer than usual, Edward, noted Jasper. What were you up to? Edward frowned. I was mostly doing some traveling and light sightseeing. I also visited the Denali's for a while, since I hadn't seen them in a few years. They're actually planning to come and visit us in a few months. Who are the Denali's? I asked quietly. Again, my damn curiosity talking. They're the coven of vegetarians that live in Alaska, Alice answered. Her eyes never left Edward, though. Edward glanced over at me, a frown on his face. I believe I owe you an apology. And an introduction, it seems. He slowly yet casually walked over to where I was seated. Alice tensed up and let out a very soft growl. Edward stopped immediately and flashed her a scowl. Alice, you know better than that. I'm in control now. Relax. She didn't respond, instead growling louder when he took another step towards me. Alice, he's not going to hurt her, he just wants to introduce himself, Jasper stated calmly. She clutched me tightly into her arms. It was almost protective. Why was she trying to protect me? Edward was obviously in control of himself. What the hell? No. He's going to try to take her from me. Alice hissed, baring her teeth. Edward took a step back and shook his head. Alice, you know I would never do that. You lie. You have no mate for yourself, so you'll try to take mine. I won't let you. She's mine. Alice snarled. Her grip was starting to get a little too tight. Alice, I wheezed. Can't breathe, too tight. Her grip softened as her head snapped down to face me. Bella, oh, Bella, I'm sorry. She pulled me into a very gentle, tender hug. You stay away. She growled at Edward. A wave of calm suddenly enveloped us. Alice glared at Jasper for a moment before her face softened. Edward ran a hand through his messy hair and sighed. Well then, he turned towards me. In light of what's happened, I'd like to take this time to apologize for my earlier actions. And, as you already know, I'm Edward. You must Bella. I nodded. Yeah, it's nice to meet you at last, Edward. He chuckled at that. Indeed. I'm assuming my siblings have been feeding you all sorts of lies about me, correct? Only that you're good at playing the piano, you read minds, and that you're a bit on the broody side most of the time, I replied. But of course they'd tell you that, he said, rolling his eyes. It's true, stated Amara, grinning evilly at her brother. Edward scowled at her, which only made her grin wider. Edward turned towards Alice, who seemed to come out of her Jasper-induced stupor. Alice, may I have a word with you? He asked. We're speaking now, aren't we? She retorted. She was still upset, it seemed, though I was still uncertain as to why. Alice, I'd like to speak with you alone, if I may. No, she growled. I am not in the mood for AF. King lecture, Edward. So don't start with me. Alice, Jasper warned. For God's sakes, woman, I have no interest in your mate and she has zero interest in me. Now stop acting like this. I just want to talk with you about a few things, nothing more, Edward growled, growing irritated by his sister's behavior. Alice, what's wrong? I asked, looking at her concernedly. Her steely gaze softened immediately when she turned towards me. You are my mate, Bella. Edward has no mate, therefore he might try and take you from me. I won't allow that. You are mine and no one else's. She gave Edward a threatening grimace. I don't want you near her, Edward. Alice, stop. He's not trying to take me away from you, I reasoned. She shook her head furiously. No, he will. What the F? Kay was getting into her. First she was all sweet, now she's angry and possessive. Seriously now. I cupped her cheeks and forced her to look me in the eyes. Alice. Alice. I shouted when she refused to look at me. Alice, stop this, please. You're not acting like yourself. It's scaring me. Please, stop this. She didn't respond, though I could see the turmoil in her eyes. Suddenly Amara was standing front of us and in one brisk movement her left hand smacked Alice in the back of the head. Alice blinked several times, then looked back at me. Sorry, she said softly, dotting me on the cheek. Her eyes then darted to Edward. I'm sorry, Edward. I don't know what came over me. His face softened as he nodded. It's fine. I understand. Would you come and speak with me, please? Sure, she replied. She ed my cheek again, letting her cool lips linger for a moment longer, before gently moving me off of her lap and going out the door. Edward turned to follow her, but glanced over his shoulder. It was a pleasure meeting you, Bella. I hope we can become friends after this is settled. He gave me a rather crooked-looking smile before departing after his sister. I stared after them for a moment, a tad confused, but otherwise satisfied that Alice was all right. Thanks, Amara, I said, turning to the redhead as she seated herself. She smirked at me. No problem. What was that, by the way? I asked. Jasper and Amara glanced at one another before bursting into laughter. I frowned, lost beyond all recognition. Jasper was the first to stop laughing, giving me an apologetic look. Sorry, Bella. He nudged Amara to stop laughing, which she did after a moment. Oh my God, did you see the look on his face? Priceless. She laughed. Jasper cleared his throat, signaling her to stop altogether. She snickered once more before closing her eyes and calming herself fully, though her eyes were still full of mirth. Ahem. To answer your question, Bella, you first have to understand that vampires are very territorial. What you witnessed was Alice's, shall we say, animalistic nature taking over. She was being protective of you because Edward, like she said, has no one of his own. She felt threatened and as such was protecting you from him. In a way, she's claimed you as hers and hers only. That is similar to how you reacted when I touched Alice outside, if you recall. The only difference is it's much worse for her. Does that make sense? I guess so. What made her become that way, though? Amara was the one to answer. You told her your feelings, yes. I nodded. Well, then you sealed the deal on your relationship with her. Basically that made a part of her brain click and now her maternal instincts are pushing through. It's a new sensation for her, so she's got no control over herself, though. So what? I can't have anyone near me for a while. I don't get it, I muttered, still pretty confused. She won't like it when you're approached by someone, especially if they're single. If they already have a mate, she'll still be protective of you, but on a lesser scale. You see, when the urge to protect your mate is your main concern, you don't see others as friend or foe. You see them as threats to your mate, plain and simple. I know it's hard for you to understand, but you'll come to understand it in the future, Jasper explained. I'm her first mate. I asked. Yes, Jasper replied. You are her first true mate. That's why everything is strange to her and why she has such poor control over her instincts. Don't worry, she'll gain control soon enough and learn to cope with it. I see, I replied. Okay, I didn't see fully. This was all new to me, after all. Then again, I guess it made sense. In fact, I was actually flattered by her protectiveness. As long as she wasn't too overprotective or anything like that, I think I'll be fine. I just hope Edward doesn't yell at her or anything. That would piss me off. Nobody yells at my Alice. Nobody. There I go again with that my stuff. What's up with that? And then there was the fact that King snarled at a vampire earlier on. Is all of this because I've been around vampires for so damn long? Oh, whoops. Human moment. I quietly excused myself from the couch and ran up the stairs into the bathroom. Once I finished, I noticed that there was a toothbrush and a tube of toothpaste with my name on it. Remembering that I had not brushed my teeth in quite some time, I brushed away, using half of the damn tube in one sitting. I knew my breath probably didn't smell bad to them, but it stunk to me. Once I was finished, I walked back downstairs, enjoying the minty taste left over in my mouth. I was surprised to find only Edward in the house, sitting quietly on the couch. Bella, he greeted in an even voice. Where'd the others go? Where's Alice? I asked. I was getting worried now. Edward stood slowly and gave me a gentle look. Relax, Bella. Alice is fine. She went hunting with the others. Nothing more, nothing less. Besides, I requested that I have a chance to speak to you in person. I frowned. What could he possibly want to talk about? Everything that's transpired in the time that I've been gone, he replied. King hell, I keep forgetting he could read minds. Sorry, he said. I know it's irritating at first, but you get used to it after a while. Can't you shut it off? I asked. He shook his head. Unfortunately, no, I cannot. I'm always hearing the thoughts of those around me within a mile radius. However, I can tone down the volume of their thoughts. I still hear them, but they're distant and not too much of an annoyance. Why don't you come and sit down? He offered, waving his arm at the spot near him. I have no intention of harming you or anything of the sort. I'd just like to talk is all. I shrugged and sat where he had indicated. We sat there silently for a moment, Edward lost in thought. He then gently turned to look at me, curiosity in his eyes. So you've come a long way. What do you mean? I asked. He rested his chin on the palm of his left hand. I mean in terms of your life. You started off being poorly raised by your parents, and then transitioned to a foster family. Now here you are, being hunted by and surrounded by vampires. It's strange to see that you're better off with the vampires surrounding you than you were with the people who were meant to raise you. I guess so, I murmured. I haven't really soaked it all in, yet. There's been so much in such a short amount of time. It's weird, really. He nodded in understanding. I get your point. I'm amazed at how strong-willed you are, actually. Most normal humans wouldn't have taken everything as well as you have considering everything you've been through. I was kind of thinking that myself. I mean, it's all insane yet I feel comfortable with it all. Does that have anything to do with the whole, Alice is my soulmate, stuff? I asked. Edward pursed his lips and thought for a moment. I honestly don't know. I don't fully understand it myself. I sighed. So what did you talk with Alice about? I asked. We talked mostly about what's happened. She told me about you and what happened to you, actually. I'm truly sorry that you had to suffer the way you did. It angers me to no end that those beasts would do such a thing to an innocent human, he growled, gritting his teeth angrily. I mean, I oftentimes see myself as a monster, but people like them truly define the word in every way possible. Why do you see yourself as a monster? I asked, confused. Alice had thought the same thing and it annoyed the hell out of me. Was it some disease that they thought they were all monsters or something? I was reminded of earlier today and the words I had used to relay how I didn't think she was a monster. I still didn't. I couldn't see how vampires that fed on animals could consider themselves monster despite the fact that there were vampires like James and Victoria out there that tortured humans for fun instead of surviving. Edward sighed. As meaningful and kind as your words are, you forget that we aren't perfect either. We still slip up from time to time, as Alice did earlier today. That was a serious issue that Alice and I talked about as well. I snapped my head to face him. You'd better not have made her feel bad, I growled. I suddenly stopped and realized that I had yet again growled at someone, another vampire no less. Edward's eyes studied me with concern and astonishment for a moment before taking on an air of intrigue and gentleness. No, I may overreact at times, but I would never intentionally do something to upset her. You have my word, I was gentle in my approach and merely played the part of the brother that I am. I asked that she speak to Carlyle and Esme as well, since it is only fair that they know what went on. I assure you that Alice won't be yelled at or ridiculed for her actions. Carlyle and Esme are far too loving and far too kind to ever do such a thing. They would merely want her and you to be okay. That's their main concern, as it is mine. Sorry, I murmured, feeling abashed. What was getting into me lately? Was it some side effect to the territorial mate thing? I don't believe it is, Edward stated. Appraising me. I can't be sure, though. Perhaps you should speak to Carlyle when he returns. I'd imagine he may have an answer, given the fact that he's been around the longest out of any of us. You sound like you're pretty close to him, I mused. He smiled. Yes. I was the first one he changed, actually. Really? I asked. I was intrigued. I had yet to find out much about any of the Cullens' backstories, despite being here for a few days. I was curious about them all. Edward chuckled. Indeed I was. You see, Carlyle had spent much of his lifetime as a vampire alone. If you'd like the full story, you'd have to ask him yourself, of course. He has quite a few tales I'm certain you'll find interesting. Anyways, he found me in a hospital in Chicago. I was dying from Spanish influenza at the time. Carlyle had been working at the hospital and decided to change me. My parents were both dead, you see, and Carlyle had been desperately searching for a traveling companion. I was his first and I ultimately became his son. However, I didn't stay with him at first. I was confused and uncertain about my new life, but most of all I feel angry at Carlyle for turning me into a monster without my knowledge. So I left him for a few years, traveling around on my own. I discovered a lot about myself and about the new life I had, including the bloodlust. I remember one day that I accidentally killed a human. I was mortified with myself over what happened. I ended up returning to Carlyle, telling him what I'd done and begging his forgiveness. He accepted me back with open arms and didn't ridicule me in the slightest, despite the fact that I felt I deserved it. Carlyle has always been the most compassionate man in existence, Esme his female counterpart. I remember that she accepted me as her son not too long after her transformation, though she, like I, made a few mistakes. That isn't my story to tell, however. I nodded, absorbing the new information in eagerly. Edward chuckled again. Can I ask you something? Certainly, he responded. Why did you really leave? I asked. Edward's face fell slightly. What were you told? That you and Alice had gotten into an argument about me. He frowned and shook his head. That's not quite the full story. Carlyle and Esme are the only ones who know my real reason, really. He paused for a moment and sighed. To be brutally honest, I'll admit I flew off the handle when I discovered that Alice had been hiding her visions from us. Not only that, but I saw other things that disconcerted me. I acted rashly and I felt guilt-ridden over it, most definitely. We did indeed argue about you, I'll admit. It wasn't one of my best moments and I do apologize for it, even though you weren't even here at the time. You see, Bella, my family and I have always been hesitant around humans. One slip-up could cause a series of problems for us, including the threat of our exposure. And that would be one of the worst repercussions, alongside the fact that someone could be hurt or die. So when I found out about all of this, I was upset. Not just because she had been keeping secrets, but because of how dangerous it was for you. You know that not all of us have the best of control, yes. That was one of my biggest concerns. Carlyle has the best control out of all of us. It's perfect. The scent of humans doesn't faze him and you could be bleeding like mad and he wouldn't flinch. The rest of us, however, don't have that same level of control. I'd say that Emmett and Esme have the second best control, then myself, then Rosalie, then Alice, then Jasper and lastly Amara. However, as you've seen, both Jasper and Amara have been doing what they can to make sure their level of control isn't a problem. I wasn't aware of that at the time, though. I screwed up. I know I did. I apologized profusely for what happened and am thankful that she forgave me, though she did make me promise to be on my best behavior when I met you, which, aside from my earlier mistake, I feel like I have been. That brings me to your question of why I was gone. Truth be told, it was several things. He paused for a moment, seemingly reflecting upon something. I left number one because I wanted to take some time to train myself. I wanted to train my strength around humans to make sure I would be prepared for when you came. I was concerned that I wouldn't be able to handle being around a human for prolonged periods of time, hence one reason why I left. I also left because I did indeed wish to visit the Denali Coven. They are close friends of ours, but we rarely see them. The main reason I left, however, was the training. His face grew somber as he stared at the table in front of us. Alice told you about Amanda, correct? I nodded. I had a similar situation. Mine was slightly different, however. Whereas Alice had merely been friends with the human, in my case, my feelings had been a bit more developed. What happened? I asked. He smiled sadly at me. I realized then, we've all made mistakes in the past, Bella. Everyone does, I understand that, but mistakes like the ones that Alice and I made are hard to correct. She's beaten herself up over it for years now. But now she has you. And you make her happy in ways I've never seen. You may not have noticed given recent events, but I can assure you that in no time you will witness the real Alice, the one that everyone loves. As far as myself, I've never been the optimistic type, even as a human. I'll admit, I do suffer from depression. I suffered from depression as a human and I suppose it carried over when I changed. I fight it, though. I don't enjoy being brooding as much as the others may think. I try to find things I enjoy doing, like playing the piano or spending time with my family. It's those little things that help clear away the haze of depression that oftentimes clouds my mind. I'm quite pleased with how things are, but I can't help wish I could go back and change some things. Fix mistakes I've made. Save lives that I've taken. I can't, though. I want Alice to be happy. If being with you makes her happy, then I'll be happy. I know I'll find my soulmate eventually. It just takes time. And don't worry, I won't interfere with your relationship with one another anymore, I promise. I swear my first intrusion was an accident, he chuckled. Your thoughts were mildly entertaining, I must admit. I blushed furiously upon remembering what I had been thinking. Wait, what had I been thinking? Was it that bad? Heavens no. Your thoughts were surprisingly rather clean, unlike the beat things I'm often forced to hear in my head each day. Usually from Emmett. It's even worse at school when every girl ogles me from afar, some with far worse minds than Emmett's even. And that scares me. What grade are you guys in? I asked. I remembered Alice mentioning school before, but I had never asked about it. Alice and myself are juniors this year. Rose, Jazz and Amara are all seniors. Oh, so high school girls aren't your thing? I inquired jokingly. He smiled crookedly at me. Not really, no. Most of them are far too hormonal for my taste. There are a few decent ones here and there, I suppose, but I tend to steer clear from them altogether. I'm waiting for the right woman, you know. I feel that I'll know her when I see her, be her human or vampire. So it must stink redoing high school over and over again, huh? He chuckled again. Not too bad, actually. I've always enjoyed the experience, though there's always a few minor annoyances here and there. We've discovered that the younger we portray ourselves, the longer we can stay in a designated area. We've been here for 2.5 years now and I imagine we'll be staying for another 5 or so, give or take. Wouldn't you still look the same, though? I asked. Yes, but in today's world, many humans often look younger than they really are. That's the excuse I've used in the past, others being that I have a disease that causes me to age slowly. Or I let Alice use her makeup skills on me, which is a traumatizing event, let me tell you. I hear you still have some shopping to do. You have my condolences. I really don't mind shopping that much, though, I defended. Edward shook his head. Shopping with Alice isn't just a casual thing. You're there for hours on end, roaming through stores and trying on different clothing apparel. Alice takes her shopping very seriously and will not be pleased if you try to escape. And an angry Alice is a very, very frightening thing, let me tell you. Fashion is a passion of hers, so I'd advise you not to critique her on it too badly. Then again, I doubt she'd say anything drastic to you given that you are her mate and all, so maybe she'll be more lenient with you. Who knows? I shrugged. Alice, Jasper and Amara all came in through the door then. I grinned excitedly. Alice. I shouted happily, flinging myself at her. She caught me with ease and snuggled me, giggling into my shoulder. My, so happy to see me, yet I've only been gone for a few minutes. She sang cheerily, happily embracing me. As we hugged, I thought about that for a moment. She was right. She had been gone for only a few minutes, yet it felt like she had been gone an eternity. Strange. Then I was reminded of my earlier actions, the growling and snarling I had done. I was confused by that. Maybe I should speak to Carlisle regarding it. He might know. Did you guys call Carlisle and the others? Edward asked. Yes, replied Jasper. Carlisle will be here in 4 minutes and 42 seconds. Then Esme, and lastly Emmett and Rosalie, Alice stated. Edward nodded. Good. We need to start discussing what we're going to do about our current problem. I say we just kill them, Amara snorted. Better yet, let me handle them. They'd be dead in seconds and our problem would be solved. It's not that simple, Amara. For one thing, we don't know where they are. And another thing, you might injure a human. We can't have that and I know you don't want that, Edward sighed. I agree. Besides, Carlisle and Esme wouldn't want you to do that anyways, Jasper added. Amara huffed. Bah. Alice, what do you think? Alice tensed slightly as she sat down, me in her lap once again. They deserve to die, she growled in a deceptively calm voice. There's no other option other than killing them. I for one would be more than happy to rip their heads off and torch them myself. They'll pay for what they did to my Bella. Neither Jasper nor Edward chose to argue with that statement. Amara merely smirked. We all waited the remaining few minutes silently, sitting on the couch. I sat cozily in Alice's lap. Edward sat on one end while Jasper and Amara sat on the other. Just as Alice had predicted, I heard cars driving up outside. In seconds Carlisle, Esme, Emmett and Rosalie were all inside the house, a variety of emotions on their faces. Carlisle and Esme were naturally glad to see their son, but were both concerned. The minute her eyes fell on me, Esme moved over and wrapped me into a warm hug. Alice tensed slightly, but relaxed shortly afterwards, which I was happy for. I didn't want her snapping at Esme the way she had at Edward. Besides, I love the Esme hugs. Emmett looked relatively upset. And Rosalie, well, Rosalie looked upset, annoyed and bored in the same. She nodded in Edward's direction, but shot me an irritated glare. Alice let out a slight hiss and glared daggers at Rosalie, who rolled her eyes and seated herself near Emmett. Carlisle was the first to speak, looking at me gently and apologetically. I'm terribly sorry we weren't here to protect you, Bella. I do hope you were unharmed. It's okay. Alice protected me, I said, looking at her endearingly. She returned the look with a loving smile and kissed me on the cheek. Damn, still no lips yet. I guess she had given up on that for now since someone had to interrupt us. Edward let out a quiet snicker as Carlisle and Esme appraised us. Their eyes both lit up delightedly, Esme beaming with joy. You two are together now? She asked. Alice and I nodded in unison. Oh, how wonderful. Dude, that's hot, Emmett chortled. Seconds later he was met with a smack to the back of the head from Rosalie. No, it is not, Rosalie grumbled. Carlisle and Esme both shot her disapproving looks. What? How can you all pretend that this is normal? How can you act like this is a good thing? The human has been nothing but trouble since before she even got here. And now not only do we have to worry about being exposed, but she's brought 2 rogue vampires here as well. Do you not see how disastrous this is for our family? Carlisle was about to speak, but I cut him off. Excuse me, Rosalie, but I didn't ask for them to follow me, nor did I know any of you existed. So why don't you keep your damn thoughts to yourself because I don't remember asking for your opinion, I snarled. I immediately gasped and clasped my hand over my mouth. OFK. Now I was in for it. Rosalie was stunned. She stared at me with wide eyes, apparently not believing what she had just heard. Carlisle and Esme were surprised as well, though I could see a form of curiosity in Carlisle's eyes. Edward looked thoroughly amused, while Jasper was puzzled. Amara, to my surprise, was appraising me thoughtfully. Emmett, to my surprise, looked oddly proud, though he quickly discarded the look when Rosalie glanced at him. The room was silent for a moment. Thankfully, Jasper took this as his cue to send an air of calmness throughout, easing the awkward tension. I didn't look back up towards any of the Cullens and I didn't dare look in Rosalie's direction. I kept my eyes sheepishly trained on Alice's angelic face, which seemed about at the halfway point from bursting into laughter. She held it in, though. Carlisle decided to break the silence. Well then, as I was saying before, I'm thankful that you were unharmed, Bella. Alice, I heard that you were injured. How are you faring? He asked, taking on a fatherly tone. Alice smiled at him. I'm fine. It's no big deal, really. Jasper and Amara came at the right time to help out. Indeed. However, I believe it best that we begin discussing what we intend to do about them. I say we fight. Emmett boomed. I agree, Amara stated. It might be best to make a plan of some kind, Jasper stated calmly. I let out a quiet yawn. All of a sudden, I felt tired. Like, super tired. And I knew it wasn't Jasper's doing either. Alice frowned at me. Tired? She asked softly. I nodded. She smiled and scooped me into her arms. Ah, yes, it is quite late. Good night, Bella. We can speak tomorrow if you'd like, Carlisle said, giving me a warm smile. Good night, dear, Esme added, the same warm smile on her face. Night, I murmured, nestling into Alice. Edward, can you tell Jasper, Amara and Emmett I say good night? Will do, he chuckled quietly. Their voices became quieter as Alice carried me up the stairs and into her room. She gently laid me onto her bed and helped me remove my socks and shoes before pulling the covers over me. "Today's been a long day," she mused. "It sure has," I replied. "I think you still owe me, though." She grinned cheerily and slowly moved on top of me. Her arms wrapped around the back of my head and without any hesitation her lips pressed against mine. "Holy shit. That was all I could think as her cold, soft lips moved tenderly against mine. My God, it felt amazing. It tasted amazing too. I moaned softly as I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her closer to me. She slowly and lovingly kissed me, rubbing my back with one hand and the back of my head with the other. My hands ran through her silky hair that I had been dying to touch since I'd first met her, enjoying the soft texture. Alice's lips were ice cold and hard, yes, but they were unnaturally soft. It was, to put it simply, like dotting a statue. Well, a statue that moved and smelled like both chocolate, strawberry and vanilla at once. Her movements were slow, gentle and rhythmical, which I quickly fell in sync with. As cliché as it was like magic. I had dreamed that our first kiss would be great, but never before had I experienced euphoria like this. Never. The best part was that there was no lust involved. It was passion, love and tenderness. We weren't thrusting our tongues into each other's mouths or groping each other furiously. There wasn't a heated attempt at getting an orgasm or any clothing being torn off. No, that's not what I wanted, and I knew that wasn't what she wanted. What she was doing now was more than enough. Bliss. That's what it was. Pure bliss soaked with passion. I moaned once more as she slowly removed her lips, though I quickly recaptured them for one more loving kiss. She smiled as she rested her cool forehead against my heated one, gazing lovingly into my eyes. Such warmth. Such love. I felt a tear trickle down my cheek as I smiled up at her. She smiled back and kissed my cheek as she wrapped her arms around me. So this was what love felt like. I could definitely get used to it. As slumber slowly took hold of me, I heard her angelic voice whisper the words I had waited my whole life to hear from someone. I love you. Waking up to Alice's soft lips dotting me was perhaps the greatest experience of my life. My eyes fluttered open as I felt her smooth lips merge with mine, tasting the delicious scent that always hovered around her body. I moaned slightly at the sensation, feeling incredibly giddy when she pulled away. "Good morning, sleepyhead," she giggled, her face radiating with joy. I was distinctively aware that her arms were still around me, which made things even more peaceful. I really did enjoy the feeling of being in her arms. "Morning," I mumbled, still half asleep. "Did you sleep well?" she asked. I nodded lazily before yawning and rubbing my eyes. "So what's on the agenda for today?" I asked. Alice frowned for a moment, but it disappeared shortly after. "Well, for starters, Carlyle would like to speak with you on a few things. Nothing bad, I promise, though I know that he was curious about what happened last night." I grimaced, remembering that I had actually snarled at Rosalie of all people. "I'm dead, aren't I?" I asked. Alice giggled. No, you're fine. In fact, I forgot to mention how proud of you I was for standing up to Rosalie. Few people have ever done that before, fewer still have actually come out of it unscathed. But Rosalie knows that if she touches you I'll rip her arms off, so no worries there. She sounded so cheery despite making a threat towards her sister. Damn. Okay, I murmured. So aside from talking to Carlyle, she beamed at me joyously. Shopping, she sang. I shrugged. All right, that sounds fine. Excellent. Now get up, Esme's making you a big breakfast. I was up in seconds, my mouth watering already. Esme's cooking. Best food ever. Alice happily linked arms with me as we made our way downstairs, where I was instantly hit by the smell of Esme's wondrous cooking. Eggs, bacon and toast. Dear Lord, this woman was a saint. Esme smiled warmly at me as she placed the plate of steaming goodness down on the kitchen table before sauntering over and wrapping me up in a hug. Good morning, dear, she chirped happily. Morning, I mumbled, gaping wide-eyed at the food that would soon be inside of me. Esme chuckled melodiously. I do hope you like what I've made. I nodded briskly before practically jumping into the chair and attacking the meal with my fork. I piled bite after bite into my mouth, savoring the flavor of each. I didn't forget to chew, of course, since a choking Bella was a safety hazard to anyone, before swallowing, taking breaks occasionally to wipe myself or guzzle down some of the milk next to me. She acts like she hasn't eaten in days, I heard Edward snicker. She didn't eat much yesterday, Alice replied. I'm so glad she likes my cooking, Esme squealed. Oh, how I love being able to do this. I finished my last bite of egg and washed it down with the remainder of my glass of milk before leaning back into the chair and letting out a satisfied sigh. Esme was there seconds later, removing the dishes from the table and quickly washing them in the sink. Alice sat near me, appraising me with an amused smile. You do have quite the appetite, she said, grinning ear to ear. I swear you're acting more and more like one of us each day. You attack your food like I do mine. I blinked and stared at her confusedly. Her statement made something click in the back of my mind, recalling my previous actions the other day. She was right. I was becoming more like one of them. Should I be worried? I mean, it is a little weird looking back on it. But at the same time, I find it oddly thrilling. Shit, I hope I don't start craving blood or anything. That'd be a bit too weird. Or would it? I furrowed my brow as I thought more on the subject, only to have my thoughts interrupted by a cold hand on my shoulder. I blinked and saw that Alice was looking at me concernedly. Are you all right? She asked. Oh, yeah, I'm fine, I said. Sorry, I got a little lost in thought is all. I noticed Edward giving me a curious look, obviously thinking about what I had thought. You should see Carlyle, he stated. He may be able to give you some answers. Alice glanced between the two of us confusedly, but shrugged it off. She stood up and pulled me to my feet, grinning excitedly. Ooh, I can't wait to go shopping. It'll be so much fun. She chirped. I heard someone snort and turned to see Amara with her arms crossed, clearly unamused. I couldn't help snickering at her facial expression, which Alice noticed as well. Alice grinned devilishly at her. I wouldn't do that, Amara, because you're coming too. Amara's eyes practically bulged out of her sockets as she snapped her head to look at Alice. Alice's evil grin, and damn did it look cutie, widened even more. Yup, you're coming too, even if I have to drag you there. Amara's wide eyes became a fierce glare. You can key my ass, midget. I am not going shopping with you and your girlfriend. No offense, Bella. None taken, I said, smiling. Alice's sinister sneer had yet to drop. You're going. No, Amara growled. And nothing you do can make me. Alice cocked her head to the side. Oh, is that a challenge? She asked. Emmett, Jasper and Edward, who had been sitting on the couch playing a video game, paused and looked between the two. Girls, smirks forming on their faces. I bet Amara caves, Emmett chuckled. Amara glared at him, which only made him laugh harder. Ditto, agreed Edward, earning him a glare as well. Jasper was trying hard not to burst into laughter, his lips twitching like mad as he tried to keep a straight face. Amara gave him a pleading look, practically begging him to help her out in her horrid situation. I sighed and remembered Carlyle. I'm gonna go talk with Carlyle, okay? I asked. Alice turned and smiled at me, dotting me on the cheek before walking towards Amara. Amara stood, towering over the shorter girl, and the two began having a stare down, Amara scowling while Alice sneered. I rolled my eyes and walked up the stairs. It felt so weird doing this. I remember that before it felt awkward. Now all of a sudden it felt natural, like I had lived here for years. I walked over to where Carlyle's office was, remembering rather well which door led to which room, especially since each door was unique in its own way. Alice's, for instance, was yellow, while Esme's was sky blue. Carlyle's was old-fashioned in appearance, but I noticed that the wood was much thicker. His door was cracked open ever so slightly. I stopped at it, uncertain how to continue. Come in, Bella, Carlyle called from inside. I quietly made my way inside, gently closing the door once I was inside. Then I gasped. Carlyle's office was far larger than I had thought it would be. But it also looked much different than I originally imagined. Half of the room was shelves filled with books, ranging from medical books to classical literature, even a few newer-aged books. The rest was beautifully made paintings and pictures of him and the family, likely spanning across the various years they'd been alive. Everything was neat and refined, much like Carlyle himself. Do you like? He asked. I blinked and noticed that he was sitting comfortably behind his desk, which was huge. It was black in color and had a variety of different items on it, including several books, a stack of notes and a picture of both him and Esme. Again, it was neat. He smiled warmly at me and in a flash was scooting a chair over to the other side of his desk. He gestured towards it. "Please, sit down, make yourself comfortable," he said. I smiled back at him. "Thank you," I replied before doing as he had suggested. That was one of the many things I really liked about Carlisle. He never made me do anything I didn't want to. He never forced anyone to do anything. He was so kind and generous, a gentleman in every sense of the word. "So, Bella, how are you doing?" he asked. Yet another thing I liked about him, his thoughtfulness. He seemed like the type of person who always cared about you and was always interested in what you had to say. I felt good around him, but beyond anything I felt amazingly comfortable. Nothing was awkward around Carlisle. "I'm doing all right. It's been a rough few days, but things have gotten a bit better," I replied. Carlisle nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, I can imagine so. I do apologize for you being hurt yesterday." His eyes reflected pain and I realized that he hated seeing me get hurt. I felt touched and almost started crying from the genuine concern flowing from him. I held it in, though. He continued on. "I heard about what happened between you and Alice, as well." I bit my lip and hung my head slightly. I don't like thinking about it. It was an accident and I really don't want her to have to think about it either. I felt a cool hand gently touch my shoulder and looked up to see Carlisle smiling again. "I know that, Bella. And I appreciate that you hold no ill will towards my daughter. I appreciate even more so that you have decided to give her a chance. It has been years since I've seen Alice as happy as she is with you around and I'm truly pleased that you two have come together. I only wish that you could have done so under better circumstances." I thought about it for a moment before shaking my head. "I disagree. I mean, I've had it rough for a while, yeah, but I really think that things played out rather well. If I hadn't run into those two, I wouldn't have met Alice the way I did. I wouldn't have known about vampires, which would have caused a lot more issues for your family." Carlisle seemed to reflect upon my words, nodding his head silently. "I see. But," my face fell slightly as I remembered Rosalie's words from last night. I kind of have to agree with what Rosalie said last night. I did sort of bring a lot of problems in. He cut me off by lifting a gentle hand. "Bella, please stop. I assure you that what Rosalie said was out of line and untrue. You are no burden on us and it is certainly not your fault concerning the events that have transpired for the last few days. She was out of line and both Esme and I made sure that she was aware of it. So I apologize for her behavior. I should apologize for mine, too," I murmured. "Ah, yes. I admit I was rather curious regarding that," Carlisle mused. I didn't mean to snap at her, I swear. I just felt so angry and, like I was compelled to or something," I said. "It's quite all right, Bella. You don't have to apologize. As Alice said, it is rather rare for someone to stand up to Rosalie. And considering the way you did it, Rosalie was quite astonished. I dare so you may be slowly winning over her respect, though because of her mood, I doubt she'll admit to that any time soon." He chuckled at the last part before his face grew thoughtful. "I understand that you've been experiencing some odd changes in your behavior." I nodded. "Would you care to explain?" he inquired. "Well, the whole snarling for one thing. I did it to Rosalie and I did it to James when they attacked. Not only that, but I got this overwhelming fury when Victoria was talking about touching Alice. My brain was screaming that she was mine over and over again and I sort of acted out on that too." He nodded, taking my words in with intrigue. I frowned and remembered something else. "You know, lately I've been noticing a lot of differences. For one thing, I can hear a lot better than I could before. Yesterday, when I was looking for Alice, I could hear running water like a mile away. It was there for a few seconds, then it disappeared, but it helped me figure out where she was. Then there was my first day here. I heard you guys talking about me and what you wanted to do. I even heard the door slamming shut when the others left. It's really weird." Carlisle's eyes lit up with astonishment at my words. I could imagine the variety of thoughts going on in his head as he appraised me curiously. "How interesting," he mused, rubbing his chin, clearly lost in thought. "How long have you been experiencing this?" I thought about it for a moment. "For like a month or so." "Have you had any other experiences that were strange to you?" he asked. "Well, I noticed a while back that I was able to run a lot longer than I used to be able to. Before, whenever I ran, the first couldn't get very far without falling. Recently, though, I've been able to run a lot more without falling, though I still do most of the time. And then there was what happened in the forest with James. I stopped, thinking back on that. James being flung through the air. It was so sudden and so strange. It was like an invisible force careened into him and sent him backwards. It was weak, though. I knew it wasn't me. There was no way in hell it could have been. What was it, then? Would you care to explain? Carlyle asked, clearly interested. I reiterated my thoughts to him without hesitation. I watched as his eyes widened with surprise, then narrowed with confusion before taking on a neutral look. Fascinating, he mused. I've never seen anything like it, that much if for certain. If you'll allow it, I'd like for you to inform me of any other changes in your actions or thoughts. Until then, I assure you there's nothing wrong with you. In fact, there may be something rather special going on inside you. There's no need to worry, though, I assure you. I frowned, but sighed and nodded. All right, if you think that's what's best. He nodded. Actually, there is one more thing I'd like to speak with you about. It's of a different matter entirely, I assure you. It's concerning your adoption, you see. I gasped. I had completely forgotten about that. Shit. How stupid of me. Carlyle noticed my expression and chuckled softly. Please, Bella, there's no need for panic. I'm merely curious as to whether or not you have made a decision yet. Oh. I blushed slightly. Well, I don't know yet. His face became gentle. Is there something holding you back from choosing? I don't know, really. I don't think so. I mean, I haven't thought too much on it. I paused, reflecting the idea of living here with the Cullens as a member of their family. Do you really want me here? Carlyle seemed surprised by my question, but it quickly faded into a warm smile. Of course we do, Bella. We already see you as a part of our family and Alice would love it if you stayed here with us. Wouldn't it be weird though? Having a human living with vampires. Carlyle chuckled. It might feel odd to you, yes, but it makes no difference to us whether you're human or vampire. I guess so, I really don't know, though. It feels like I already do live here, honestly. I understand, and I'm in no way trying to rush you into deciding, Bella. You can take as much time as you'd like, he reassured me. How would this work, exactly? I asked curiously. Well, first we would fill out an adoption form. You could choose to alter your name in some way or leave it as is. Usually in cases such as this, a birth certificate is required for the person being adopted. In that case, we'll most likely have it forged. It might sound wrong, but I assure you it will work the same regardless. Then we wait a short period of time and when the form returns, you are thus a part of our family. I soaked his words in. Did I want this? Did I want to have a family again? Yes. I wanted it. I wanted it more than anything. I didn't care how strange or new it was to me, I wanted it. I wanted to belong. I wanted to be loved. I wanted to have a mother and father that loved me and supported me always, to have siblings to spend time with and become close to. And there was Alice. Alice loved me. She was destined for me. I felt that love and I returned it, despite how odd it was. I didn't care. I wanted this. Yes. One word, full of meaning, of longing and determination. Carlyle smiled lovingly at me. Fantastic. The others will be pleased, Esme and Alice especially. I'll begin taking care of things immediately. Actually. He paused and waited for me to continue. I bit my lip. Before you do, I think I'd like to speak to Charlie. Not because I want to go live with him, but because I want to be able to start a clean slate. I feel that, if you adopt me. When we adopt you, Carlyle interjected gently. I smiled warmly at him. When you adopt me, I see it as a new beginning for me. A new life. And I want to take care of everything from my past life. I owe Renee nothing and I sincerely doubt I'll ever see her again. Charlie, though, I know I'll run into at some point. I guess if anything I want to give him a small chance to see if maybe he can redeem himself. It's either that or I sever my relationship with him for good. If that's okay with you, of course. Of course it is. In fact, I'm happy you've decided to do that, Bella. I spoke to Charlie a few years back and he truly was remorseful for what happened to you. Truth be told, I believe it would mean a lot to him if he saw you again. I'm not saying you should outright forgive him, but giving him a second chance in some form would be a good choice. However, you deal with it whatever way you see fit. I will support your choice regardless. Thank you, Carlisle, I said, standing up. He stood up as well and walked over to give me a gentle hug. You're quite welcome, Bella. I smiled at him before turning to walk out. As I did, I took note of the various portraits and pictures on his wall again. My curiosity got the better of me and I ended up walking around, looking at each one. One of the largest pictures was of Carlisle and Esme on their wedding day. Esme was wearing a beautiful gown while Carlisle was decked out in a spiffy suit. I saw Edward was in the picture, obviously acting as best man at the time. It was older in appearance, obviously symbolizing the year the two of them had gotten married to each other, but it was nice. The one next to it was Emmett and Rosalie's wedding. I was surprised by the genuine smile on Rosalie's face, since I was so used to seeing her frown or glare. She has a beautiful smile, I'll give her that. Emmett, of course, had his usual big grin. Carlisle, Esme and Edward were all present in the picture as well. It must have been before Jasper, Alice and Amara. Then there was one of Jasper and Amara's wedding. I was amused to see Amara wearing a dress, since she seemed to flat out hate them judging by the clothes she wore. Of course, her dress was crimson red and had cutouts on the waist and back. Definitely her style. Jasper looked rather dashing with long hair, to my surprise. Everyone was in the picture, Alice including, wearing a slim black dress and holding flowers in her hands. Other pictures included the family together and separate. One in particular that caught my eye was of Alice looking undeniably gorgeous in an aqua blue dress. I stared at it for a moment longer than the others before moving on. I noticed Carlisle was standing next to me, gazing at the pictures fondly. Many memories, he said. I hope to add your picture up there someday. I smiled at that as I took in each and every painting and picture. One in particular caught my interest. It was a painting, yet it appeared to be much older than most of the others in the room. Not only that, but there was just something odd about it in general. In the picture were 7 people. I recognized Carlisle among them sporting a much different hairstyle and wearing a very fancy suit. The other 6 people, 3 men and 3 women, I did not recognize. Carlisle noticed my curiosity as he eyed the painting in question. That was many years ago, he stated. The 6 people you see there are a part of an ancient group of vampires. They are considered royalty to many and embody our law in some ways. They're called the Volturi. A part of me cringed upon hearing that word, for reasons I didn't understand. Carlisle made it sound so ominous, despite the fact that I knew he probably hadn't done so intentionally. Or had he? Either way, I felt a chill run up my spine as I took in the appearance of the 6 people aside from Carlisle. I noticed right away that all 6 of them had blood-red eyes. That meant that they fed on humans. Carlisle, however, did not. He had the same compassionate ochre eyes then that he did now, which actually delighted me. They all wore similar black attires, a strange necklace around each and every neck, including Carlisle's. The women were all beautiful, I could say that without a doubt. They had an ethereal quality to them that struck me as odd. Their skin was chalky white, different in tone to the alabaster skin that the Cullens had. Whereas the Cullens, especially the 4 women, had smooth, flawless skin, these women had rougher-looking skin. Yet they were still beautiful in a way I couldn't describe. One of them had dark blonde hair, one had long black hair and the last had dark mahogany-colored hair. Each of them looked fearsome, the raven-haired woman in particular. The blonde-haired woman had the gentlest face of the 3 while the mahogany-haired woman seemed to have a mixture of the 2. Her face was fierce, but her eyes were gentle. The men were very different and the same at once. 2 of them had black hair, though one looked far older than the other. The younger male's long black hair was slicked back in a way similar to how Carlisle's hair was, while the other one's hair was a bit more unkempt. The last male, by far the most fearsome one, had white hair. There was nothing gentle about the look on his face, his eyes screaming cruelty miles away. I shuddered when I looked at the younger black-haired male. Something about him scared me, caused chills to run up my spine. The other male, however, had a rather placid look on his face, one that didn't distress me as much as the other 2. Of the 6 of them, he had the least threatening look on his face. His eyes seemed to relay something I couldn't put my finger on, while his posture seemed to say that he was bored. How confusing. Perhaps in the future I will tell you more about them. But I do believe Alice is waiting for you," he chuckled. "A word of warning, though. Try not to deny her too much. When she shops, she gets a little into it. It's very difficult to rein her in." He laughed a bit as he finished that last part. I rolled my eyes playfully at him. "So I've been told," I said, shaking my head. "Thank you for your time, again." He nodded at me before returning to his desk. I opened and shut his door and made my way downstairs, eager to tell Alice the good news. When I got downstairs I noticed Alice and Amara were deadlocked in an arm wrestling contest, the boys cheering the two of them on. I noticed Rosalie was there as well, but she didn't even acknowledge me, for which I was eternally grateful. "Go Shorty. Get her," Emmett boomed. Neither Alice nor Amara seemed to be winning their bout, their right arms battling furiously for dominance over one another. I noticed a slip of paper with their names written on it and several lines representing the victor of each previous bout. It looked like Amara was winning. I seated myself on the couch, noticing the knowing look that Edward was giving me. "Shall I be the first to congratulate you or would you rather I wait?" he asked curiously. I noticed Alice and Amara turned their heads slightly incredulously. Emmett and Jasper did as well. I shrugged. "It's not official yet, so there's no need." He nodded. "As you wish." "What's going on, now?" Emmett asked. Edward smirked while I fidgeted with my fingers. "Shall I inform them?" he asked. I shrugged. "Tell us what?" Alice piped from where she was seated, still trying to force her sister's arm down. "Bella's decided to join the family," Edward stated. Rosalie scowled, Jasper and Emmett smiled and Alice looked like she was about to cry tears of joy. Amara, of course, used the distraction to her advantage and slammed her sister's arm down, smirking at me after the fact. Alice glared at Amara for a moment before ricocheting herself at me, wrapping me into a tight, loving hug. "That's terrific," she squealed excitedly. She pulled back a little and kissed me full on the lips. I was startled at first, but I happily kissed back, enjoying that amazing sensation once again. We kissed for a minute or so until I remembered that we weren't alone. We broke the kiss at the same time and glanced around at the others. Rosalie looked disgusted, Edward looked amused, Emmett was wearing a large grin, Amara licked her lips and Jasper merely snickered. "That is hot," Emmett crooned, earning a smack on the back of the head from Rosalie. He grimaced for a few seconds, but the grin returned, naturally. Alice rolled her eyes while I blushed embarrassedly. Within seconds I was wrapped into another hug, this one from Esme who was brimming with love and joy. I hadn't even seen her come into the room, but I relaxed quickly into the hug and hugged her back. "I'm so glad you decided to become a part of the family, Bella," she stated happily. I couldn't help smiling back, feeling the love radiating off of her. "Thanks, Esme," I replied. "It's wonderful to have another member of the family," Esme said softly, looking like she was about to cry. I heard Rosalie snort to my side and noticed Alice was glaring in her direction. "Do you have a problem, Rosalie?" Alice asked. Rosalie ignored her sister and continued staring off into space. I saw the worried look on Emmett, Jasper and Edward's faces, the reproving look on Esme's and the annoyed look on Amara's. Alice looked thoroughly irritated herself. I placed my hands on Alice's shoulders. She glanced at me, her eyes dark with anger. I gave her a pleading look, hoping she would get the point and calm down. Alice frowned for a moment before she sighed and the anger faded away. I smiled and pulled her into my arms, rubbing her back as I hugged her tightly. Well, as tightly as I could, which I doubt she even felt. "Hey Alice, can I talk to you for a moment?" I asked. She sheepishly nodded. We both stood up and walked outside, though I noticed Alice shooting another glare at Rosalie, who didn't even look up at her. We walked at a human pace for about 2 minutes until we reached the trees, at which point I turned to face her. Alice was looking down at her feet, an incredibly adorable expression on her face. "I'm sorry, I cut her off by pulling her lips to mine. She seemed surprised, but happily kissed back. After a good minute we broke apart again, grinning at each other. "So you just brought me out here to kiss me?" she asked, quirking an eyebrow. I giggled. "Yes and no. I also wanted to talk to you about the whole adoption thing." "You're not changing your mind because of Rosalie, are you?" she asked, clearly worried. No, not at all, Alice. I just wanted to make sure that You know, this is what you want and all. She stared at me, dumbstruck. Bella, are you insane? Why wouldn't I want you? Have we not had this discussion before? She asked, taking a step towards me. I just wanted to. Isabella, I don't give a damn what that voice in the back of your head tells you. I love you. Okay. I love you. And I want you to be a part of my life, and yes, that means being a part of my family. Do you understand that? You've been through a lot in your life, Bella. You deserve some happiness and I want to be the one to give you that happiness. I promise you I will love you and care for you and my family will do that same. You're a part of me now, Bella. Do you understand? She asked. She was right in front of me, pressing our foreheads together and burning into me with her honey-colored eyes. I pursed my lips momentarily before nodding. Yes. She smiled and keyed me softly. Good. Because I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure you're treated the right way. I don't care if it's just us holding hands, or me buying you gifts or just staring into your eyes, I want to show you how much you mean to me. I want our love to grow, our friendship to become stronger. I'll do whatever it takes. And you Rosalie or anyone else has a problem with it, they can go to hell. She pulled me into another loving hug, which I happily accepted. We stayed that way for a few minutes, holding one another and enjoying each other's presence. I breathed in her lovely scent as she did mine, though I noticed she was more hesitant and slower than I was. Now, was there anything else you wanted to talk about? Yeah, there is. I was wondering if you would take me to see Charlie. She pulled away, surprised by my words. You want to see him? Why? I sighed. I want to see if what Carlyle said was right. I want to see if he's remorseful for the way he treated me. That doesn't mean I'm going to forgive him, of course. It's too little too late for forgiveness. But I am willing to, maybe, start over with him. If he's open to accepting the fact that I am no longer his child, that is. If he's not, then I'll sever my ties to him for good. Alice's forehead creased as she frowned, obviously not liking my idea. I could see the disdain in her eyes. She really must hate Charlie. As if reading my mind, she nodded her head. Yes, I do. Charlie doesn't deserve you, Bella. He doesn't deserve to see you, let alone speak to you. If you decide to go, then I'm going with you too. And no, it's not open for discussion. If that's what you want. Yes, it is, she replied. Can you just promise me you won't go vampire ballistic on him? I asked. She smirked at me. Now why would I do that? I rolled my eyes. You know why, Alice. It's not that I care too much, but I don't want anyone getting hurt and I sure as hell don't want anything affecting your conscience. She giggled and keyed me on the cheek. I had forgotten how beautiful her wind chime laughter had sounded until now. Don't worry, silly. I'll behave, I promise. But we're going shopping afterwards, deal? Deal, I said. We both started back towards the house. So I'm guessing Amara isn't coming with us. Oh, she is. We're going to come back and grab her and Rosalie. I flinched. Rosalie. Don't worry, Bella. She'll be on her best behavior. Alice's face darkened for a moment. She better damn well be, that's for sure. I gulped and started wondering if my days were numbered as we neared the door. You go on and stay here, I'll go grab the car. Wait, what? She turned towards me, cocking her head to the side. You wanted to do this now, right? Oh, yes, of course. Well, then wait right here and I'll be back. She danced off into the house without another word. I sighed to myself and started walking slowly to the garage. This was it. After all these years, I was going to speak to Charlie. My father. The man who didn't bother to stop my uncaring mother from taking me away. The coward. I still hated him. I still regretted ever being born as his child. However, there was one saving grace. I had met Alice in part due to him. Had he not been a coward, I would have never ended up being abandoned by Renee. That meant that I would have never been thrown into a foster family, which I wouldn't have run away from and ended up being chased by Victoria and James. So, in some way, I was grateful for how things turned out. I had Alice. I had the Cullens. I had a real family, now. A family of vampires, yes, but a family no less. And that was what mattered most to me right now. The garage doors opened abruptly and Alice slowly moved her car out, allowing me to get inside. In a flash she was opening my door for me, which I smiled. Well, aren't you the fine gentleman, I teased. She crinkled her nose and stuck her tongue out at me. That's gentlewoman to you, punk. I snickered as I sat down and buckled up. Alice is in the driver's seat seconds later, tapping the wheel until I was done. Are you ready? She asked. Her voice was gentle and I could tell that she was giving me a chance to back out if I wanted to. I thought about it for a moment, and then nodded. I want to get this out of the way. I want to start my new life. She smiled at that and leaned over to me, adding a bit of extra oomph that made me feel tingly all over. I smiled giddily afterwards and leaned into my seat as she revved the engine and sped off. I knew this was what I wanted. Deep down, I knew. There was a part of me, though, that hoped I was making the right decision. I suddenly remembered that they had probably discussed what they intended to do regarding James and Victoria. A part of me wanted badly to know, but I held my tongue. One hurdle at a time. The drive to Charlie's house, my old house, was a silent one. Alice asked me several times if I was okay and if I was still up to this, which I answered to the affirmative. I was, but at the same time, I wasn't. I was scared. I wasn't scared of Charlie, per se. I was just scared of how I was going to go about doing this. Somehow I didn't think going up to him and saying something like, "Hi Charlie, it's me, Bella, the daughter that you let get taken away by your ex-wife. Remember me?" to him didn't sound like a good idea. Then again, I wasn't sure if this in itself was a good idea. I was having some doubts. I sighed quietly and leaned back into the seat, letting the wind blow against my face. Alice glanced at me concernedly, but I gave her a reassuring smile. I didn't want her worrying about me, after all. If anything, there was one moment when Charlie had shown me any kind of love. I was 4 years old at the time, I remember. He actually complimented me when I drew him a picture, smiling and hanging it on the fridge. It ended up getting thrown away a few months later, but it was still the kindest thing he'd ever done for me. The more I thought about it, the more I started questioning how this was going to work. What would I say? How would he react? What will end up happening? Bella. Alice's harmonic voice interrupted my thoughts. I glanced over to see her ochre eyes staring back at me, smoldering with gentleness. Please stop worrying about what's going to happen. I may not have seen the outcome, but I can say that it will be fine. I'll be there too, don't forget that. I promise I won't let anything bad happen. I knew she was sincere. I could see it in her eyes and hear it in her voice. It comforted me that she was going to be there. I only hoped she could control herself. As if reading my mind, she let out a soft sigh. I'll be on my best behavior, yes. But that doesn't mean I won't have a few words for him, no matter how sincere he is. I nodded. That's fine. I will too. There is one thing, though. She raised an eyebrow incredulously. What is it? I blushed slightly and looked down at my hands. I want to introduce you as my girlfriend. If it's okay with you and all. I felt her lips lightly press against my cheek, letting loose the butterflies in my stomach. I'd love that, she said, smiling wide at me. Okay, I replied, grinning like a fool. It was hard not to around Alice. Her cheerfulness was contagious, for crying out loud. Not that I minded or anything. We're here, she stated, abruptly causing my grin to fall. I shifted uncomfortably and glanced out the window to look at the house. My old house. It hadn't changed a bit. It was decent sized for a normal house. I say normal considering how humongous the Cullen's house is, and white in color with a dark brown roof. The house itself was relatively old, at least it looked old on the outside. The inside was a slightly different story, though I wasn't aware if it had changed since I had left. In the driveway was a police cruiser, most likely his. It was strange knowing that he was the chief of police now. The Charlie I knew had been a deadbeat. What the hell happened? I felt my heart pounding against my chest when she stopped. Are you ready? Alice asked. I gulped. No. Let's get this over with. In a flash she was opening my door for me. Thanks, I murmured. She smiled and nodded, offering me her hand to take. I gratefully took it as she closed my door. And then we slowly started walking up the driveway, heading towards the door. My heart was pounding madly in my chest. I could feel sweat starting to drip from my forehead too. I felt Alice tense up slightly and looked to see that her eyes were darker. She clenched her jaw and pursed her lips, obviously trying not to inhale my scent. Shit. Sorry, I mumbled, trying hard to calm myself down. It wasn't working well. I bit my lip and released her hand, hoping that would make it easier for her. She froze where she was, not moving or breathing, giving me the time I needed to calm myself. I took in several deep breaths and rubbed my temples. After a minute or so, my heartbeat finally wound down. I wiped the sweat from my brow with my arm and snuck a glance at Alice. Her eyes were closed as she pinched the bridge of her nose, obviously trying to do the same. When she reopened her eyes, they were a dark butterscotch color, but I saw no thirst or hunger in them, merely mild pain. "I'm sorry," I said, feeling ashamed. Alice moved towards me and stroked my cheek with her hand. "It's not your fault, Bella. I'm still not used to your smell yet. But God, you have no idea how good you smell." She stopped for a moment and bit her lip. "Sorry. I'm in control, though, I swear. If I start to feel overwhelmed, I'll leave to get some air. I won't be gone long, if that's the case." "Okay," I replied. We were at the door now. I took another deep breath, looking at Alice for support. Her eyes were brimming with love and confidence, which seemed to help alleviate some of my fears. I swallowed my fear and extended my left hand to knock on the door. Once, twice, 3 times. I heard movement from inside, a groan and a chair creaking followed by footsteps. This was it. I was going to be seeing Charlie again. I braced myself and squeezed Alice's hand, which had wrapped around mine once more. Then the door opened. I was a little surprised, honestly, when I saw Charlie. He looked completely different. It was like he was a different person altogether. Was this Charlie, even? "Hello there," he greeted. His voice was gruff, but by no means unfriendly. "There's something I can do for you ladies." I crinkled my brows as I studied the man. It was Charlie all right, but older looking. He had black hair that was both short and matted, the sheen that it had years ago long gone. I even noticed a few gray hairs, though I doubted he was aware of them. Then there were his large eyebrows, which had always sort of looked like small caterpillars to me, and the small mustache that he had grown out. His face was slightly wrinkled, probably from the stress and drinking he had done over the years. But then there were his eyes. His eyes were dark and weathered, showing that this man had indeed been through a lot over the years. Too bad none of that mattered. "Hello, Chief Swan. I believe you know my father," Alice chirped. She may have looked happy, but something about her voice made her sound deceptively cheery. He narrowed his eyes and looked her over. Part of me wanted to beat the living shit out of him right then and there. No one King looks at my Alice like that. I felt Alice squeeze my hand softly. I sighed and pushed the thoughts aside. Maybe later. "Ah, you're one of Dr. Cullen's kids." "Alice, right. Yes sir, that's me." I watched her eyes as she spoke. While her tone was cheery, I could hear the underlying anger in it. I could see it in her eyes, too, though she shielded it well. Charlie, on the other hand, seemed utterly oblivious. He smiled a bit. "Well, it's nice to see you, Alice. Been a while. How's your dad?" "Oh, he's okay. Same as usual. Always busy with work," she replied. "And who might this be?" he asked, glancing at me. "This is my girlfriend," she answered, smiling warmly and proudly at me. I smiled back, taking in the love flowing from her eyes. His brows furrowed as he struggled with the word. He may not have been smart enough to catch the deception in Alice's voice, but he was able to catch the different meaning to the word, girlfriend. How typical. Girlfriend. He repeated the word like a question that he didn't get. What, was it that much of a puzzle? Alice frowned at his questioning tone and I narrowed my eyes in irritation. "Yes, girlfriend. Is it so hard to believe that two people of the same say, can like each other?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. I felt Alice tense up next to me, much to my confusion. I looked at her to see her staring at her feet awkwardly. The F.K. Charlie was startled by my tone at first, but after a moment he frowned before shaking his head. No, I've seen it before. No big deal to me. Is there something I can help you with?" he questioned, turning his eyes back towards Alice. I could tell that he still didn't get it. No, he did, but he refused to accept it. Bastard. Alice looked up and nodded. "Yes, actually. I was wondering if we may speak to you inside," she asked, coating her voice with that sugary sweetness that I had witnessed before. Charlie's eyes bulged a little, clearly unaccustomed to Alice's persuasive abilities. I admit, I was a little wowed myself. I hadn't heard her do that in a while. Sure. Come on in, he said, still in a daze. Alice gave my hand a soft squeeze and pulled me along inside the house. I let go of her hand then and let out a quiet gasp as I surveyed the inside. It looked the same. All of it. The walls were the same color, the couch was the same, he even had the same King television he had all those years ago. It was all the same. And yet, it was slightly different. Foreign, I guess, since I hadn't been in here for so long. I looked around, remembering things. My eyes first fell on the rusty brown colored couch, the slightly dusty television in front of it. There's a bulky chair to the right of the couch, the one that Charlie usually sits in whenever there's another person on the couch. He never did like to share too much space. Charlie sitting in his damn chair, sipping a can of beer. He's watching football, like he always does when Renee's gone. That was his daily life aside from working, which he rarely seemed to do. I forget what his job was. I don't think he ever told me. I was sitting on the couch, playing with my toys. I always had fun doing that when I was a kid, as well as doodling. But sometimes I got bored. And this was one of those times. "Daddy?" I asked, looking over at him. He didn't respond, he merely turned up the volume and took and guzzled down more of his beer. I pouted and went on with what I was doing. 5 minutes later. "Daddy?" I asked again. It was a commercial and his can was practically empty. He turned his head slightly, barely acknowledging me. "Will you play with me?" He frowned a little bit and turned his eyes back towards the television. I could tell he was waiting for his King game to come back on. He didn't even give me an answer. I felt hurt. "Why won't you play with me?" I asked softly. Charlie closed his eyes and sighed. He turned towards me, giving me his full attention for once. I was excited, naturally, because I thought he was finally going to spend some time with me. "Daddy's busy right now, Bells," he said. My excitement died right there and I felt crushed. He frowned again, a look of something in his eyes that I didn't understand, then went back to watching the game. I took several steps forward and glanced into the kitchen. I remembered well that Charlie couldn't cook to save his life. Renee couldn't either. They were both terrible, yet they both insisted they were good. But they both knew they weren't, so they always packed the refrigerator with TV dinners and quick start foods. I had just finished what I thought was a good picture. I smiled and walked over to Charlie, presenting it to him proudly. "Look what I drew," I exclaimed cheerily. Charlie looked down from the newspaper he had been reading, glanced at it, then pulled his paper back up. "That's nice, dear. Go put it in the fridge, now," he told me. I did just that. I stuck it on the fridge as best as I could and admired my work. Then I went back to drawing more. The next day, the picture was gone. Renee had thrown it away, saying it was in the way, and that I could draw better. I turned my head to the left, noting the empty walls. There were the stairs, leading up to the shower and where my room used to be. My old room. I wondered if it was still intact. A part of me wanted to go up and see for myself, but I didn't. I remember the nights I would wake up from nightmares I didn't understand, soaked with tears. I cried and cried, begging for one of them to come to me. Neither of them either did. I was always alone, always afraid. I couldn't go back to sleep afterwards. It often took a few hours for me to do so. I hated sleeping in that room. I hated the room, too. One day I was locked inside. I banged on the door, screaming and crying. No answer. It took most of the day for one of them to come and get me. And it wasn't even them. It was someone else, someone I didn't know. A friend of theirs, I guess. By now, I was quivering with fury. I remembered everything from this house. Every time I fell and hurt myself, only to be ignored. Every harsh word my mother said to me, every time my father ignored me. I remembered everything. I loathed it. I loathed Charlie. I loathed Renee. I was close to ripping his head off. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted revenge for all the suffering he had caused me. He should die for it. He needs to die. I spun around and glared daggers at him. He was totally taken aback by my glare, confused and worried. He didn't know where my fury was coming from. How could he? He never cared about me. Never. Son of a ch. I was 10 seconds away from attacking him, only to feel a cold hand grip my shoulder. Alice was staring into my eyes, her ochre orbs smoldering with worry. I grimaced slightly, feeling her concern wrap around me, quelling my anger. I felt my heart pounding in my chest and blinked 3 times. I quietly gasped, realizing where my head had been. What I had been thinking. What I was about to do. What the F.K. What's happening to me? I stared silently at the floor, barely hearing the throat clearing to my right. So how's school going? Charlie asked, glancing warily at me before giving his full attention to Alice. She forcefully tore her gaze away from me and plastered on a fake smile. I could tell by her eyes that she seemed to understand my rage. Fine, she replied. He nodded and looked back at me. So what's your name, Missy? I don't think I've seen you around here before. Are you new in town? I twitched a little before answering. No, I'm not new. I haven't been here for a while, I responded, barely keeping my voice even. He was surprised by that. Oh, I don't seem to recall seeing you before. How could you? I asked, purposefully interrupting him. Well, I'm the chief of police. I'm surprised Alice didn't mention that to you. She did. I just didn't believe it, I retorted. Charlie frowned, narrowing his eyes slightly. Are you sure we haven't met before? I don't know, Charlie, do you remember me? His frown deepened. I don't recall introducing myself to. Because I know who you are. I snapped. I can't believe you don't recognize me. How would I? Then again, what else can I expect from a drunk like you? You never paid attention to me all those years ago, so of course you wouldn't recognize your own child. His eyes widened in shock. He looked me over and blinked. Then again. Then it finally dawned on him. I could practically hear the gears in his head moving, the light bulb finally going off inside. He got it. Bella. The word came out awkwardly, as if it was new to him entirely. I didn't respond. He took a step forward, mouth agape. Bella. He repeated. He looked like he was repeating it constantly inside his own head. I felt like laughing in his face. My God. Bella, is that you? He asked, blinking again. I scoffed. Yeah, it is. His eyes widened again. There was something in them. Surprise, joy, pain, sorrow. I saw all of that flash about his weathered eyes as he appraised me. You came back. To see me. Don't get too intimate, Charlie. I only bothered to speak to you because Carlyle told me that you regretted everything that happened all those years ago. His face fell, pain and sorrow etching into his face. I do, Bella, I really, truly do. What I did back then, it was unacceptable. I shouldn't have neglected you the way I did, Bells. Don't you dare call me Bells again, do you hear me? You don't have the right to call me that. I snarled. He stopped immediately, and bowed his head shamefully. I understand. You have every right to be upset with your mother and I. You're damn right I do, Charlie. But as far as I'm concerned, that CH isn't my other anymore. He was surprised by that. What happened? Did you two get into a fight? I snorted. No, she abandoned me. She remarried and flat out King left me in foster care. She never wanted me, Charlie. You knew that. And yet you let her take me anyways, despite the fact that all she ever did was abuse me. What kind of father does that? I waved my arms in the air as I spoke, my anger boiling over. I'm sorry, Bella. No excuses. You get up and you know it. You don't deserve to even speak to me. I growled, balling my fists up. Charlie looked like I had stabbed him in the heart. The pain on his face would have been enough to make someone cry. Not me, though. I wasn't shedding a tear for this man. Not now, not ever. He ran a hand through his hair, not bothering to argue with me. Apparently he had given in to my rage. Good. That's what he deserved. Alice, who had yet to speak, calmly grasped my shoulder and pulled me closer to her. I refused to meet her eyes at first, but she cupped my cheeks and forced me to. She wasn't mad at me. I could tell she felt a similar way. Her eyes were gentle as she looked into mine, silently asking me to stop for reasons I didn't know. I felt like refusing, but I would hurt her feelings if I did. I sighed and reluctantly nodded. Alice turned to face Charlie herself. Charlie, you damn well better listen up. His eyes snapped up too. Meet hers. Bella has every right to be angry at you. She told me what happened and I agree with her. Her life has been hell for the past few years, Charlie. Her mother always ridiculed her and treated her poorly, and then she left her in the care of total strangers. That's not the kind of thing a real mother would do, nor is it the kind of thing a real father would do by allowing it. I agree with Bella on that too. Bella came here because she was running away from that life. She was a sad, broken person. She even tried to commit suicide. He gasped at that, utterly stunned. That's when I found her, out in the woods about to jump off a cliff. I stopped her and convinced her to come back with me. She met my family and we took care of her. That's when we started developing a bond and when my family started growing to love her. You see, there's another reason why we're here, Charlie. My family is going to adopt Bella, you see. Charlie clenched his jaw tightly, scowling for a moment, before relaxing. He looked at me and smiled. That's good news, at least. Dr. Cullen's a good man. He and his wife will make good parents for you. I was speechless. That's it. That's all you have to say to me. I growled, feeling angry again. I stepped towards him and struck him across the face with my left hand. It wasn't a slap, but it wasn't a punch either. Something in between, I guess. But it had enough force to convey my anger without earning myself a ticket. Not that I even cared at the moment. His eyes widened, not with anger, though. He touched his cheek for a moment before dropping his hand, surrendering. He was begging me for another hit and I was close to doing it, too. I heard something to my side and saw Alice, looking at me, again with gentle eyes. I ground my teeth together in irritation, practically asking her why I shouldn't just beat the shit out of this man in front of me. Because you would be hurting yourself, she said, so softly I barely heard her. I sighed and pulled my clenched fists to my side, glaring back at Charlie. Just because I wasn't going to hit him physically didn't mean I wasn't going to do it verbally. After all the shit I've gone through in my life, after all that, that's the best thing you can say to me. No explanations. No sincere apologies. King, seriously. What the hell is wrong with you, Charlie? Carlisle said you'd changed. I can't believe he was actually wrong about it, though I can't say I didn't have my doubts. Charlie hung his head slightly, the pain resurfacing. He sighed quietly and rubbed the back of his head, lost in thought. He didn't know how to react. He obviously couldn't, since this was not something he was expecting. 2F. King bad, asshole. I'm here and I'm not leaving yet. Deal with it. He paced around for a moment, trying to decide on what to do or say. He looked utterly devastated as he did, and for a brief second I felt a tug on my heat. But it was brief and I pushed it aside instantly. I was not about to feel remorseful for hitting him. Not in the least bit. He didn't deserve it, conscience be damned. After deliberating for a minute and a half, Charlie stopped and took a deep breath. He turned to face me, smiling sadly at me. You're right, Bella. And you're right too, Alice. I was a horrible father and a terrible person back then. I'm sorry. I can't take back the things I did or didn't do, and I know I can't make amends with you with just a few paltry words. I understand and deserve your anger at me, I really, truly do. And I'm sorry. I know it doesn't mean much, but I am sorry. I'm not sure if I can ever make it up to you, Bella, or if you'll even allow me to. But if you're willing to give me some kind of chance, I'll do everything in my power to support you. He looked me in the eyes as he spoke, the sincerity present. I bit my lip as he continued on. I apologize for not saying much, it just hadn't fully hit me that my own daughter, who I haven't seen in ages, was standing right in front of me. I remember the day your mother took you with her, Bella. I remember sitting there in the chair, remembering your face, the hurt and confusion in your eyes. I remember the pain that welled within me, the nightmares I had of you dying in a horrible accident and that it was my fault entirely. That woke me up to real life, so to speak. Night after night, I had nightmares. I hated myself. I hated what I was. Charlie choked a little as he finished the last part. He sounded and looked remorseful, like a man who was about to start crying. But no tears fell. No, they never would. He was too stubborn and felt that tears were weak. One of his stupid morals. Still, he was trying. So I took to drinking more often. I'm sure you both heard how that turned out. Carlisle saved my life and told me that someday, I might see you again, Bella. I didn't believe him at first, but the sincerity in his eyes told me he was right. That helped change who I was. I applied to become a police officer and eventually I made my way up to becoming chief. I changed myself. I became a better man, a better person, vowing that I would try and do anything I could to make amends for my past actions. He looked at me softly, pleadingly almost. I know you don't believe me, Bella. I deserve that. I deserve every harsh word you've given me and more. I'm sorry. I want you to be happy, though. If being adopted by the Cullens makes you happy, then who am I to stop you? I silently listened to his words, taking them in with a grain of salt. I was still angry at him. I still hated him. There wasn't some part deep down inside that loved him as a father, since he had never been a father to me. He was sincere, though. I could see that in his eyes. But I wasn't about to give in or accept his apologies. Hell no. I won't accept your apologies yet, I stated. He nodded. I understand that. You know, no matter how sad or sincere you may be, Charlie, I'm still pissed at you. I feel like hitting you, honestly. But that wouldn't do any good. It wouldn't change anything. I really don't know where to go from here, Charlie. I came here expecting to see Carlisle was wrong and that I would end up severing my relations to you for good. I guess he was right, but I'm still not sure. Charlie thought about something for a moment, frowning as he did. I don't expect forgiveness anytime soon or forever for that matter. If, though, you're willing to give me a second chance, Bella, maybe we could work on building some type of relationship. Alice spoke again. Why should she? Why should she trust you? Why should she give you the time of day? After everything she's been through, Charlie, Bella doesn't need any more pain in her life. My family and I have been slowly trying to help her rebuild what was never there to begin with. And here you are, trying to make promises that you may not be able to keep. Can we trust you? Will you remain loyal to being a good person to Bella? I was a little surprised that Alice would stand up for me that way. I kicked myself for thinking that way, though. Of course she would stand up for me. Shit, how stupid am I? Charlie's face fell again, knowing full well Alice was right. You're right. I shouldn't be making any promises I can't keep. His face became more confident, then, his eyes full of determination. But I can and will promise you this. If you give me a second chance, Bella, then I will do my best to be there for you. I'll be there for you as the father I should have been all those years ago, even if I won't be your father anymore. I'll do everything I can to make it up to you, Bella. All I'm asking for is a second chance. I looked at Alice, who was looking at me uncertainly. I frowned and mulled it over. I don't know, Charlie. This is different. I don't know, yet. I'll think about it. There was an awkward silence as Charlie acknowledged my words. His face betrayed his pain and hurt, but he swallowed it all and nodded. That's all I can ask for. I gave him a half nod before turning around and walking towards the door. Alice followed behind me. We didn't say a word to Charlie as we left, but he called after us just once. Have a nice day, girls. And thank you. No sooner had the door shut behind us did Alice suddenly freeze in place. I looked at her curiously, wondering what the problem was. Alice. I moved towards her and placed my hand on her shoulder. Are you okay? She didn't respond. Her honeycomb eyes were staring straight ahead of us, the strangest expression on her face. I quirked an eyebrow and followed her gaze. Then I saw what she was staring at. Or rather, who she was staring at. Parked in the driveway, slightly to the left of her Porsche, was an old, rusty red pickup truck. In it was two people, neither of whom I recognized. Both of them were males, one elderly looking with long hair, the other much, much younger. And both of them were staring back at her. The younger male slowly stepped out of the car, a curious look in his eyes as he glanced at Alice. He wound around to the other side and opened the door for the older man. I was confused at first, but then I saw that the older man was in a wheelchair. His face was wrinkled slightly and his eyes were much darker as they stared at Alice. It was almost a glare. Almost. The older man's eyes suddenly flickered to me, giving me an odd look. The younger one did too, a similar odd look, though more of it was curiosity than anything. It made me feel incredibly uncomfortable, that was for damn sure. I lightly touched Alice's shoulder again. Alice, I whispered, fully aware that she could hear. She snapped out of her odd trance and glanced at me. I nodded my head towards her car. She wrapped her left arm around my waist and led me down the driveway, towards the two strange, tan-skinned men. I noticed the older man's eyes were wide as he stared at her arm around me, which irked me beyond all belief. What the F.K.? What's that dude's problem? I was hoping we would be able to walk past them without any sort of communication. Again, or rather, as usual, I ended up being wrong. Hi there, greeted the younger male. He looked a few years younger than I was. His face was youthful, even more boyish than Edward's. I couldn't help but think there was something familiar about him. Alice didn't answer. She didn't look at him either. Her eyes were solely focused on her car. "Hi," I replied, keeping my voice nonchalant. "Are you just now leaving?" the older man asked. "Yes," replied Alice before I could. Out of my peripheral I noticed he was still watching her, even as we got into the car. She revved the engine and without a word drove off, turning around to head back towards the Cullen's house. "What the F.K. was that about?" I asked, slightly irritated. Alice turned towards me, an expressionless look on her face. "That scared me." You okay?" My voice softened as concern was now my prominent emotion. She blinked and bit her lip. "I'm fine." Her voice sounded tense. "Alice," I reached out towards her. She flinched at first, totally uncharacteristic of Alice, but gradually relaxed at my touch. "What's wrong? Did you see something? Did I say something to upset you? Was it those two guys?" I saw the way she tensed when I mentioned them. I knew that was my answer. "Did they do something to you? Did they hurt you?" "Alice, talk to." She cut me off by pressing her lips to mine, gently and lovingly. I was startled by the sudden key, but I accepted it. After a few slow, rhythmical key, as she pulled apart. "Sorry about that. I didn't mean to worry you. Yes, I do know them, but it's one of those things I can't talk with you about." I frowned. She quickly added on. "It's not that I don't trust you, Bella, it's just a rule that my family has." "I'm sorry. I'm family now, remember?" I pointed out. She bit her lip and hung her head shamefaced. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it that way, I swear," she said, looking up at me with her innocent, remorseful eyes. I softened my frown up. "I promise I'll explain to you later, okay?" "Fine," I replied with a sigh. "So how do you think that went?" "Better than I'd expected, I suppose." "I was surprised that you struck him, though." "Not that I'm complaining. You calmed down pretty quickly," I noted. "Before I could hear the anger in your voice, but as he went on, you didn't seem as upset." She shook her head. "I still was, believe me, Bella. I didn't want to do anything drastic, though, so I focused on keeping calm. It was a little hard to do with you being so angry, but I understand why you felt that way." "Sorry about all that," I murmured sheepishly. I wasn't feeling like myself." She raised an eyebrow. "Like when you snarled at Rosalie?" she asked. I bit my lip and nodded. She frowned, her forehead creasing slightly as she thought of something. As always, she looked downright adorable. I had to resist any urges to say or do anything, since now was not the time given the serious expression on her face. "I'm not sure what to think of it, but it is strange." "What did Carlyle say?" I fidgeted with my fingers as I answered. He said to come back and speak with him if it happens more often. He doesn't know either, but he'll do what he can." Alice's frown deepened. I could see the worry in her eyes. "I don't like it. I don't like not knowing what the problem is and not being able to help you. But Carlyle knows best. If you ever need my help, though, Bella, you know you just have to ask." She looked into my eyes at the last part, making sure I was aware of how serious she was. I nodded. "Thanks, Alice." She smiled a little, but it didn't reach her eyes. Now I was the one frowning, trying to figure out what was wrong with the usually cheerful girl. "Is there something still bothering you?" Alice sighed. "Well, earlier you said something that just kind of stuck with me. You said two people who like each other." She looked at me with soft eyes, a small bit of confusion and hurt in them. I gasped, damning myself for my poor word choice. "Oh Alice, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way, I swear." Again she stopped me, this time with a finger to my lips. "Bella, relax. I understand, I do. You aren't used to being in a relationship yet and I can't force you to feel the same way that I do. It's a work in progress, I get that. That's why you wanted to take it slow. I realize the key dotting might be a bit too much, but I know that you and I both enjoy it too much to stop. In all seriousness though, please don't worry. I'm not upset with you or hurt, I'm just a little frazzled that you don't feel the same way for me yet." I started to talk, but she raised both hands up. "Bella, let me finish. Like I said, I'm not mad. I do understand that this is new to you, so I'm going to swallow my more, shall we say, vampiric feelings, and deal with this at a slow, even pace. I don't want to rush things or make you feel uncomfortable about it, okay? I love you, Bella. I hope you know that. If anything, that's the one honest truth about this that I can say to you. She leaned in and softly kissed me on the cheek to prove her point before leaning back and refocusing her eyes on the road. Oh okay, I answered. A playful smile suddenly came across her features as we neared the Cullens' mansion. I was delighted to see her smile again and instantly felt better. Now then, I believe we have some business to attend to, she said, grinning wider with each word. I could see the fire in her eyes. I cocked my head to the side, puzzled, but then remembered. Shopping? I asked. She grinned wildly at me. Shopping. Alice was bouncing. She was literally King bouncing in the car. And I'll be damned if that wasn't the cutest thing I'd seen all day. She looked like a little kid about to be taken to Disneyland or a fat guy at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Well, maybe not the latter, since she was far from being fat. The excited Pixie stopped the car outside the garage of the Cullen house, shot me a giant grin, and then bolted into the house, likely to grab both Amara and Rosalie. I felt my heart do a cartwheel out of fear. Rosalie. I hadn't seen much of her since the other night when I'd snapped at her. I was terrified of her, no, terrified for myself. I did not want to die anytime soon, and considering how Rosalie's mood worked, that might be the likely case. I couldn't help fidgeting with my hands, nervous and afraid. Dear God, please don't let Rosalie kill me today. Please, please, please. My thoughts were broken when the door opened and out trotted the three beautiful women that I would be spending my day with. I couldn't help the slight gasp that escaped my mouth, nor could I control my eyes from bulging. Hot damn. Every time I saw one of them, I was reminded of how gorgeous they were. And in return, of how inferior I was to them in practically every way possible. I can't help that I feel self-conscious when I'm with Alice alone. Now I'm with all three of them. F.K. Amara looked the least happiest to be going. She had a frown on her face, and a slight glare in Alice's direction, likely because she had given in to Alice about going. Her hair, usually a total mess, was actually straightened a bit. Now, despite having had issues with a redhead in the past, I couldn't deny how much I loved Amara's hair. I still loved Alice's more, of course, but Amara's was my second favorite. Her outfit of choice was of course, well, Amara Y. Midriff exposing attires seemed to be a favorite of hers. Not that I was complaining. Rosalie looked amazing as she always did. Frightening, yes, but amazing nonetheless. I was a little surprised that she was wearing her hair in a ponytail, especially considering that the ponytail look was not something I thought I'd see with Rosalie. Still, she looked hot with her hip-hugger designer jeans, the fancy designer shirt and the very expensive-looking coat over it. Plus there were her shoes, also designer in appearance. Everything about her was flawless save for the scowl that seemed permanent on her face, a scowl that deepened when she and I had eye contact. I gulped as the three of them entered the car, Amara thankfully sitting behind me and Alice of course in the driver's seat. I gulped, trying hard not to look at Rosalie, fearing that her glare would burn my eyes out or some shit like that. What? It's King Rosalie. You girls ready? Alice asked, unable to contain her enthusiasm. Whatever, Rosalie snorted. Let's just get this over with, grumbled Amara. I just nodded my head, too afraid to speak. Alice noticed this and looked at me concernedly. I darted my eyes in Rosalie's direction and bit my lip. Alice understood and smiled softly at me before revving her car up again and driving off. Honestly, one thing that amazed me was how adjusted I was to the fact that Alice drove at superhuman speeds. In fact, I was comfortable with it. I loved the feeling of the wind blowing my hair for some reason. I guess it was because I'd never experienced it before, given that I didn't have my license or anything. I knew how to drive, though. I taught myself how to hotwire cars and I was pretty damn good at driving, no license aside. So how was the meeting with the father? Amara asked. I could see her looking intently at me, curiosity in her eyes. Rosalie of course, wasn't bothering to pay attention. I rolled my eyes. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. I dunno, I guess we're okay. For now, at least. I don't think you should have given him the time of day, Amara grunted. Personally, I would have melted his tires or broken something just to get back at him for the way he treated you and all that. You're better off with Carlisle as a father. Alice nodded in agreement before an impish grin came onto her face. You forgot to mention how you punched him in the face, she giggled. Amara looked impressed and smiled at me. Even Rosalie seemed impressed, though she quickly turned her attention elsewhere. Weird. The rest of the drive was silent, save for a bit of bickering between the three sisters that I wasn't involved in. I closed my eyes and merely thought about how my life had changed so quickly in such a short amount of time. I had a girlfriend. I had a family. Two things I'd never experienced before in my life. Was I content with how things were? I guess so. I don't know, something just felt out of place. Then again, I was happy. I had people who cared about me, an entire family, sans Rosalie, who actually wanted me to be with them. Knowing that and knowing that Alice actually loved me made me feel good. Not just good, but terrific. I couldn't describe how I felt. But I liked it. I really, really did. "We're here," Alice sang. I blinked and saw that we indeed were. It didn't look like Forks, though. "Where are we?" I asked, confused. "This is Port Angeles," Alice replied. In seconds all three of them were out of the car. Alice was already opening my door for me by the time I registered this fact. I smiled at her and got out, though I tripped and nearly fell face first to the ground. Alice caught me like it was nothing and helped me steady myself. She pulled me into a hug seconds later, which I enjoyed. We stayed that way for a minute or so, enjoying one another's presence. Guys, can we please just get in and get out?" Amara asked, interrupting our moment. Both Alice and I glared at her in annoyance. She merely ran a hand through her hair and shrugged it off before walking away. I sighed and let go of Alice, who did the same. She's right, I guess. Let's go. We walked inside the freakishly huge mall in front of us, holding hands as we did. Right away I noticed people gawking at Alice and I, not to mention Rosalie. Especially Amara, given the outfit she wore. Rosalie and Amara seemed totally oblivious to the wide variety of stares directed their way, some of lust, some of annoyance and some of disdain. Alice was the same way, totally oblivious. She was smiled happily as we walked together with our hands entwined. A lot more stares were directed at the two of us, of course. Most of them were incredibly creepy or just plain annoying, especially the disgusted looks we got from older women and some older men. "Ignore them, Bella," Alice said to my side. "They don't matter to us. They're jealous of what they don't understand." "She's right," Amara agreed, now walking next to me. "Most humans in this generation are ignorant and close-minded. It's best just to ignore them. Or if anything, enjoy the stares. It's better to be proud of who you are than to let the judgments of others get you down." I was a little surprised to be hearing Amara say something so, well, meaningful like that. It was odd, but I liked it. As we walked around, I marveled at the size of the mall. It was huge. I'd never seen anything this big in my entire life. I noticed Alice getting giddy as she surveyed the mall as well. Rosalie only looked half interested while Amara looked like she dreaded the place. "Well, if it isn't the three whyest girls in all of Washington," shouted a female voice. A smile broke onto Amara's face. In seconds a girl I didn't know came into view, a smirk on her face. She walked straight up to Amara and planted a brief kiss on her lips, which Amara happily returned. Rosalie rolled her eyes and Alice giggled. I was stunned. The girl was about Rosalie's height, perhaps an inch shorter. She had short, unruly dirty blonde hair and wore an outfit similar to Amara's. I noticed rather quickly that she had the same pale-colored skin and golden eyes as the three girls surrounding her. "Another vampire. Hey cutie lady," crooned Amara, grinning. "What are you doing here?" "Getting some new clothes, of course," she replied. "I see you're looking well as ever. How's the husband?" Same old, same old. What about Arthur? Where's he at?" The girl rolled her eyes. "He's out sightseeing like he always does. You know, always snapping photos of things, etc." Amara chuckled. "Aw, I was hoping to say hi to him too." "Ah well, maybe later." She smiled and nodded her head before turning towards Rosalie. "I see you're still the same Rosalie." Rosalie smirked and nodded. "And I see you still dress like a slut, Sophie." "Oh please, this is nothing compared to the shit I've seen," Sophie scoffed. She glanced at Alice. "I'm guessing you're the conspirator behind dragging these two with you to go shopping with you, hem." Alice giggled again. "As always," she chirped. Sophie rolled her eyes amusedly before noticing me for the first time. "And who might this be?" she asked, cocking her head to the side curiously. This is Bella, Alice introduced. Sophie blinked several times. Oh, so this is the girl that you've been waiting for, huh? Alice nodded. Sophie grinned and stepped towards me, extending her hand. Well then, Bella, I'm Sophie. I'm an old friend of Amara's, though I doubt she's mentioned me. I took her hand and shook it, smiling at her. It's nice to meet you, Sophie. And no, Amara hasn't mentioned you. Sophie scoffed and shook her head at the ginger. So typical of you, always forgetting about me. Oh, don't give me that crap, Soph. I've had a lot on my mind lately, sheesh. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, I gotta run. It was nice meeting you, Bella. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk some other time. I'm sure you'll love Arthur. Later, girls. With that, she bolted out of the building at a human pace, grinning as she did. I stared after her, completely confused. Don't mind her, Amara said. She's a bit odd. Aren't we all? Alice asked. She turned to me and planted a key on my cheek out of nowhere, though I doubted it was to prove her point. Now then, we have some shopping to do. I'm going to go with Rosalie. You two can stay together, if you'd like. But when I get back, Bella, you're going to be trying some outfits on. Okay. Alright, I replied. Wait, why don't you want me going with you? So I can surprise you, of course. She squealed. Before I could respond, she danced away, barely keeping it at a human pace. Rosalie sighed and walked after her, leaving just Amara and I alone, standing awkwardly and not knowing what to do. Amara started to slowly walk and motioned for me to follow her, which I did. What's the story between you and Sophie? I asked. I was eager to start a discussion. She let out a brisk chuckle. Sophie and I met each other years ago, long before I joined the Cullens. I was a wanderer at the time when I met her. Well, I guess I shouldn't say, met, since we tried to kill each other. I was surprised at that. You guys tried to kill each other? I whispered. Yup, she replied, completely nonchalant about the whole thing. She noticed my confused expression and laughed again, softly patting my head. Don't worry, we obviously didn't succeed in doing so. Hell, we ended up becoming friends because of it. I furrowed my brow. I just don't get why she would try to kill you is all. I mean, you seem too cool for anyone to want to kill, I trailed off, still confused. She laughed again. Oh, yes, I suppose I should explain. Like I said, this was before I was a Cullen, so naturally it was before I became a vegetarian, the same for her. We were both stalking the same human at the time, which caused us to get into a fight with one another to see who would get the prey. You didn't see it because she was wearing makeup, but she actually has a bite mark around her right eye that I gave her. I flinched at the thought of having vampire teeth near my eye of all places. Amara continued. I remember her screaming and cursing me for blinding her. I gotta say, even with one eye she managed to do pretty well. She got me in the neck too, she said, pointing towards a bite mark on right side of her neck. She was about to go on, but I stopped and cut her off. Whoa, hold on a second. You blinded her. Amara nodded. Yeah, that's what venom does when it gets in your eyes. It's only temporary, of course, but it's a ch to deal with when you're trying to fight someone or do anything for that matter. It's also very painful, too. Anyways, back to the story. We fought for so long we both forgot about the human we had been hunting. Eventually we just fought because we were having so much fun with each other. That, in turn, sparked a sort of rivalry between us that lasted a year or so. But then we became really good friends, sometimes a bit more, as you may have noticed a bit earlier. She winked as she finished, causing me to blush slightly. You mean you were friends with benefits, I believe is the term you humans use. And yes, we were, and from time to time, we still are. I stopped dead in my tracks, staring at her with my eyes agape. You do. I was a little taken aback, for lack of a better term. Amara nodded. What about Jasper though? Amara stopped and turned to face me, sighing. Alice hasn't given you much of an explanation about this topic yet, has she? She asked. I frowned. What do you say? She answered. I blushed again and shook my head. Another sigh. Alright, look. I'll make this as unembarrassing as I can manage, though with me, that's a bit hard to do. Just try and look like you're looking at clothes, for Alice's sake in case she tries to check on us, okay? I nodded and began thumbing through some genes, listening intently to Amara. For starters, when you're a vampire, there are two basic needs that you have, two types of lust that must be fulfilled in one way or another. Blood and say. I get that that sounds a bit weird to you, yes, and I can't fully explain it myself, but it's there. It starts out small at first, something that can be pushed aside unlike our bloodlust. But the, shall I say, lust drive isn't something that can be ignored forever. The longer you ignore it, the more of a painful need it becomes. It has to be fulfilled one way or the other in order to satiate the body. And if there's one thing you need to know about us Cullens, it's that our lives are anything but private. Emmett and Rosalie would be the first to tell you that, since they go at it the most out of any of us. I guess in some ways it's a smart thing, since it eliminates the lustful needs, but my god is it a pain in the ass. I've heard stories about how bad it used to be. Esme even kicked them out of the house for a while. Luckily, the rest of us aren't as active as those two. Now, Jasper is a lot like Carlisle in a myriad of ways. He's a gentleman, for one thing, and he never tries to push me into doing anything I don't want. We've had some good experiences before, especially thanks to his gift and all, but our relationship has never really been a physical one. It's more platonic, I suppose, much like Carlisle and Esme's. However, because of Jasper's gift, his more lustful desires are easily kept in check. And since we prefer a more platonic relationship, it sort of leaves me in the dark when it comes to quenching my desires. That's where Sophie comes in, I suppose you could say. It might sound wrong to you, perhaps, but Jasper is very understanding about it. Besides, it's not like I'm deliberately cheating on him or anything. It's not always Sophie, though. She seemed hesitant on the last part, which I quickly picked up on. You and Alice. From time to time, yes. We started before you were around, mind you. Hell, we were actually in a relationship for a brief period of time. But then she pushed me towards Jasper so we would be together and all. We still had some fun from time to time and we still do, though she put a stop to it a few months ago because she knew you were getting closer to getting here. I hope it doesn't bother you too much, Bella. I thought about it for a moment. Did it bother me? No, not really. Actually, I thought it was pretty damn hot. It doesn't, really, I murmured shyly. I heard Amara snicker and looked up to see an odd glint in her eyes. Oh, well now, how interesting indeed. I can see it in your eyes, Bella. The lust. You think it's pretty hot, don't you? My face turned 5 shades of red as I dropped the shirt I had in my hands, fumbling around with it on the ground. I felt Amara's cool hand lightly touch my shoulder and saw that she was grinning widely at me. Good. Because Bella, Alice told me she was down for a 3-way in the future. She trailed off as my face became 500 shades of red, my heart beating madly. Amara froze and took several steps back, but kept the smile on her face. After I calmed down, she laughed. That's not funny. I groaned. No, it's hilarious. She laughed. But seriously, Bella, I'm only joking with you. I'm sure that if you wanted to experiment, though, Alice wouldn't mind. And if she did, I'd just remind her of all the times we shared together. It's no big deal and I'm not about to try and make a pass at you, believe me. I'm quite content with Jasper. I'm just saying, though. If you're ever curious, I'm definitely game for some fun. Hell, Alice probably would agree to the 3 of us, knowing her. You may not know this, but she's a little minx when she needs to be. I flushed again, feeling incredibly weird now. Stop blushing so damn much. Geez, what is it with you humans and your inability to talk about Some of you throw your minds in the gutter, the rest of you are too damn embarrassed to say anything. I mean shit. I didn't respond, I just fumbled over some random clothes, not even looking at them. I felt Amara's hand touch my shoulder gently and looked up to see her giving me a placid look. Do you love her? She asked. I was thrown off guard by the question and seriousness of it, instead staring dumbly at her with my mouth hung open. What? Look, this isn't some interrogation or anything like that. I just want to know if you love her, or at the very least if you care for her. Alice has been alone since I met her and I love the little pixie, as we all do. We don't want to see her hurt, not that I think you would ever purposefully hurt you. I see the hesitation in your eyes, the confusion and uncertainty. I just want to know if you care for her is all, Amara explained. I do care about her. A lot. She's the first friend I've had in years and I do feel a connection to your. And, I mean, I do love her, but I don't think I've fully realized it yet. I want to take our relationship slow so I can get more used to being in love. I want to get to know her as a person and I want to understand her in every way. Yeah, it's a little awkward for me, but this is all new to me, Amara. If I say or do something that upsets her, I wouldn't do it on purpose. Her golden eyes appraised me with understanding. All right, I was just making sure. Now then, I'm going to go off and get myself a few shirts or something, since I don't want Alice or Rosalie to buy me a shitload of clothes. Then again, this was mostly a shopping trip for you, so I guess I don't have much to worry about. Try not to get into too much trouble, alright? I nodded sheepishly as she smirked and walked off. I sighed and mulled over what she had said. Hell, I mulled over what I had said. I did love Alice, I really did. I just wasn't fully in love with her yet. It was strange how I was going to fall in love with her and I somehow knew it. I knew what was going to end up happening. I was okay with it, though. I could see myself spending my life with Alice as a lover. Wait, my life. I just realized something. She's immortal. She'll never die. Me, though, I'll grow old and wither away while she remains young and beautiful forever. No. That is bullshit. How am I supposed to be her soulmate if I end up dying from King old age like all the other people, Wait a minute. Wait, there's one thing that I almost forgot about. Something I tossed aside before. Me becoming a vampire. It was possible. It was weird to think about, but I could become a vampire like Alice and the others. I would be able to live for all eternity alongside Alice, never growing old and never having to fear dying. I wonder. Before I could really think about it, I bumped into somebody and fell to the floor. I grimaced at the impact and rubbed my back. I quickly realized that I had run into somebody though, so I scrambled to my feet to see who it was and apologize. It was a girl. Not just any girl, though. She was undeniably beautiful. She had shoulder-length black hair and tan-colored skin, like the two people I had seen leaving Charlie's place. It was like a mocha-colored tan, luscious and exotic in the same. Her eyes were a nice shade of hazel that went well with her skin tone. The girl was relatively tall too, at least the same height as Rosalie. And her outfit. God. Her outfit was similar to Amara's, a sleeveless tank top that exposed her smooth, flat stomach that my skin was crawling to touch. Add that in with her hip hugger jeans and damn. Whoa. Hold the F.K. on. I have Alice. This chick is hot, yeah, but she's nothing compared to Alice. Nah, nothing at all. Yes, Alice is more superior to her. She's far more beautiful, too. Alice is mine. I am Alice's. Not this girl. No. Sorry about that, she said, suddenly snapping me away from my thoughts. Are you okay? Why yeah, I stammered feebly, trying to hide my embarrassment. As usual, I failed miserably. I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. She smiled amusedly at me. Don't sweat it, neither was I, she replied, grinning. Okay, I murmured. Now what was I supposed to do? Usually whenever I ran into someone they yelled at me and walked off. Whoever she was, she didn't. I'm Leah by the way. I don't think we've met before, she said, extending her hand out to me. I hesitated for a moment before grasping it. Her hand was incredibly warm. Like the really comfortable kind of warm, not the icky, sweat-inducing warm. She frowned at something, her nostrils flaring slightly. I'm Bella. It's, nice to meet you. Her odd expression became a smirk. That'd be short for Isabella, right? I nodded. My, how fitting a name. I flushed embarrassedly as I retracted my hand, stuffing it along with my other one into my pocket. She laughed. Truth be told, this is the first time I've been to Port Angeles. Usually I'm cooped up in the same area all damn day. It stinks, I tell you. Where's that at? I asked. Oh, La Push. It's a reservation in a beach down in Forks. You should stop by sometime. Thanks, I mumbled. Leah suddenly froze, her nostrils flaring again. An uncomfortable grimace formed on her face, but she quickly masked it. Well, it was nice meeting you, Bella. Hope to see you around someday. She winked at me before strutting off at a relatively brisk pace. I frowned in confusion as I stared after her. I am not staring at her ass. Okay, a little bit. Damn it. After she was gone, I felt a very strange sensation. I felt like someone was burning holes in the back of my head. I flinched and turned slowly to see a very angry Rosalie, glaring at me. OFK. What did I do now? Shit. She was probably still pissed over me snapping at her. Great. I'm dead now. I opened my mouth for whatever reason, maybe hoping I could try and reason with her, but no sooner had I tried did I feel her hand roughly grab my shoulder. Then everything became a blur as she took me to Lord knows where. Once everything in my vision was stable, I found myself being slammed into a wall. We were in the storage area, no witnesses in sight. Her left hand gripped at my throat, a venomous glare engraved into her otherwise flawless face. Her dark gold orbs burned into mine, the fear of my eyes burning away prominent in the back of my head. You buy. CH, she hissed. I saw that. What did I do? I wheezed. Don't play stupid with me, Swan. I saw you ogling that by. CH, she growled. Rosalie sniffed the air around me, her nose crinkling in disgust. You stink like her too. I tried to loosen the grip she had on my throat, but failed in doing so. Her grip tightened, not enough to prevent me from breathing, but enough to be causing a massive amount of pain and making it near impossible for me to move or speak. Still, I tried. Rosalie, I was just apologizing, I swear, I choked out. She clearly didn't believe me. Oh please, I saw how you stared at her. Don't lie, Swan. You were practically king her with your eyes for shit's sake. How dare you, you little slut. I knew you would do that, I knew you couldn't be trusted. I felt tears starting to trickle down my cheeks. Rosalie scoffed at them, rolling her eyes angrily. You'd better get your shit together, girl. Because I swear to you, if you break Alice's heart or hurt her in any way, I will kill you. I don't care about the consequences, no one KS with my family. Do you understand me? She growled. Her face was inches from mine, the rage seeping off of her and chilling my bones. I was terrified of her. I was more terrified now than I had been when Alice nearly attacked me, when James and Victoria had attacked me. They didn't hold a candle to Rosalie. I quivered and trembled under her glare and grasp, tears streaming down my face. I couldn't respond to her question. I was too afraid. I said, do you understand? She snarled, her tone dripping with rage and increasing in volume. Before I could attempt to respond, a hand shot out and grabbed Rosalie's arm, throwing it backwards. I blinked, thinking it was Alice, but was surprised to see it was Amara who had saved me. Amara stood in front of me, glaring down her blonde sibling. What the K is wrong with you, Rosalie? Snapped Amara. Rosalie growled at her. This doesn't concern you, Amara. The K it doesn't. You're choking my soon-to-be sister to death. That concerns me. Shut up. She is not our sister. She is a human and a menace to our family. Rosalie seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at me. I caught her checking out one of them. Smell her, she stinks like it. Amara frowned and glanced at me, inhaling my scent for a brief moment. It's not her fault, Rose. She doesn't know about that yet, remember. Besides, that doesn't give you the right to strangle the poor thing to death. You should have seen how she looked at the Amara. She was practically. Amara cut her off. I don't give a shit if she was checking her out. She checks us out all the damn time and you don't complain then. Stop being such a why don't you? Shit. Amara turned towards me, studying me slightly. You okay? I gasped several times, rubbing my sore throat as I took in as much air as I could. I gave her a shaky nod, refusing to look up for fear of being forced to look at Rosalie's glare again. Alice is gonna King kill you, you know, Amara warned. I grimaced, thinking she was speaking to me, only to find her eyes set on Rosalie. Rosalie was about to answer when a very loud, angry snarl tore through the area we were in. Told you so, snorted Amara. A very livid Alice was suddenly on top of Rosalie, slamming her left fist into the blonde's face, smashing the back of her head into the floor. The sound was like an explosion, the shockwave pushing my back further into the wall. Amara gently steadied me, holding me up with her left hand while the right was used to help block out some of the impact. I caught a glimpse of Alice's face. I stand corrected when I said that an angry Rosalie was the scariest thing on God's green and blue earth. Oh yes. An angry Alice was indeed the most terrifying, bone-chilling, heart-stopping sight I had ever seen before. I remember seeing her livid in the forest when she fought off James and Victoria, but I hadn't exactly caught sight of her facial expressions until she had calmed down a bit. And even then she was furious. This was lividness though. It was beyond that point, as if Alice was the fire of hell itself, come to swallow her sister whole. Because Rosalie didn't look smug or upset. She was scared. No, not scared. My mouth dropped at the genuine look of terror etched into Rosalie's beautiful features, her eyes wide with fright as if she had never been scared of anything more in her entire existence. Even Amara looked rather afraid, though her irritation with Rosalie seemed to be present too. Alice let out another guttural roar and began pounding the shit out of Rosalie. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Each blow was like lightning striking down, causing the floor to tremble with the impact. Rosalie's body was being pummeled deeper into the floor, creating a crater that was steadfastly growing with each strike. Alice, Amara called, trying to grab the shorter girl's attention. Nothing. Rosalie was now attempting to fight back, but because of the position she was in, she wasn't able to do much aside from squirm about, her growls muffled by the vicious whirlwind of strikes. Alice. Amara shouted, her tone growing. Still nothing. Alice. Amara roared, raising her voice louder than I'd ever heard before. I would have jumped 10 feet into the air were her arm not around me, preventing me from budging. Alice slowly ceased attacking Rosalie and begrudgingly forced her head to turn back. I shivered when I saw the look in her eyes. It was the same feral look I'd seen in the forest. Her eyes were pitch black slits, burning with venom and fury. Amara inclined her head at me, silently telling her sister to look. Alice's gaze flickered to mine and instantly started softening. She slowly stood off of Rosalie, giving off another warning growl when Rosalie twitched ever so slightly. Cautiously Alice approached me, her eyes softening with each movement. First the slits became circular, and then they began to lighten. By the time she reached me, her eyes were a dark butterscotch color. Alice slowly extended her left hand towards my face until her fingers were brushing against my cheek. The touch was gentle and somewhat questioning. At last Alice's eyes were gold again as it dawned on her what had just happened. "Bella," she whispered. I didn't respond, I merely flung myself at her. I sobbed quietly into her granite shoulder as she wrapped her arms around me, rubbing my back slowly and tenderly. "I'm sorry," she cooed in my ear, pulling my head under her chin. "I didn't mean to frighten you, Bella. I was just angry. I'm sorry." I nuzzled into her, breathing her rich scent in, enjoying the sweetness of it. Like always, it helped calm me down a bit, as did her holding me. Oh how I loved to be held by her. I pulled apart from her only a little, keeping my arms around her as hers stayed wrapped around me. She leaned in and gently pressed her lips to mine, which I welcomed. We held the key, for a moment, enjoying the tingling sensations and the taste that came with it, before breaking away. I noticed Rosalie was staggering to her feet and gasped when I saw her face. Her face, or rather, what had once been her face, had a multitude of cracks in it. It was like her face was made of out rock and that rock had been broken. Small holes were located on both cheeks and her forehead, and it looked as though even the slightest movement would cause her face to shatter into thousands of pieces. Her face was blank, emotionless. "You," Alice breathed, turning towards Rosalie. Her eyes smoldered with hurt, pain and fury. "How dare you? How King dare you lay a hand on my mate, Rosalie? What gives you the right to touch my Bella that way?" "Nothing. I don't give a damn what your pitiful excuse is, sister. If you ever touch my mate like that again, I swear to you I will do more than just pummel your pretty little face. I will kill you, Rosalie, mark my words." Alice's voice remained neutral, but the underlying threat and anger in her words was easily noticeable. I shuddered a little, which Alice abruptly noticed. She looked at me apologetically and pulled me back into a hug. I glanced over her shoulder back at Rosalie and watched in amazement as Rosalie's face was slowly healing. The cracks dissipated inch by inch, while the tiny holes began patching themselves up. Within minutes Rosalie's face was the way it had been before Alice had attacked her. She blinked several times before frowning. The frown dissipated, though, and she opened her mouth to speak. "Allie." Don't speak to me right now, Alice hissed. I'll deal with you later. Rosalie huffed, but didn't argue. I guess getting her face pounded into the ground, literally, was enough to shut her up for now. I was grateful, at the very least, because I didn't want them to fight, especially over me of all things. I didn't think I was worth it. There was an odd silence for a moment. Rosalie stood where she was, glaring at nothing in particular. Amara was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, looking bored and curious in the same. And Alice still looked miffed. She was nowhere near as upset as before, granted, but she wasn't happy right now either. I was stuck somewhere in between thankfulness and uncertainty, since I had no idea what to do now. Shopping, I murmured quietly. That snapped Alice out of her stupor, a cheeky grin forming on her face. Yes, I've already bought you 32 outfits and 32 outfits, I exclaimed, stunned. Holy shit, Alice. I didn't expect you to spend that much money on me. Alice looked at me awkwardly. Bella, this entire shopping trip was for you. And don't be so worrisome about the money, we're richer than everyone in Forks combined. Now let's go and try some of them on. I don't think we're allowed back here. At that, she danced out of the room with me in tow, Amara and Rosalie following behind, though Rosalie kept her distance from us. When we exited the storage room, I was astonished to see that Alice had only told me part of the truth concerning the amount of clothes she had bought me. 14 bags, all full of clothes, were stretched out in front of us. I gaped at them, my mouth wide in the shape of an O. Alice giggled next to me. You didn't let me finish before, silly. I bought you 32 outfits, 5 dresses and several miscellaneous shirts that I'm certain you'll like. I was planning on getting a few more, but, well, I had a vision of this. Again she let out a brisk hiss in Rosalie's direction. She apparently wasn't about to drop this anytime soon. I couldn't stop gawking at all the bags in front of me, wondering what sorts of outfits Alice had bought me. You think this is bad, you ain't seen nothing yet. Trust me, you'll be spending days playing dress up with her once you're done shopping, Amara grunted. I thought about that for a moment, and then shrugged. It gives me something to do for a few days, at least. Amara stared at me wide-eyed as if I was insane. Well, I am, and I guess doing this was going to make me even more so. I didn't mind it so much, though. I felt Alice tense up next to me suddenly and looked to see that her eyes were glazed over. A vision. After a moment, her eyes returned to normal. But her face was far from happy. Amara, Rosalie, get these to the car, now, she ordered, her voice completely serious and un-Alice-like. Rosalie didn't respond, she grabbed several bags and walked off as fast as she could at a human pace. Amara grabbed the remaining bags, but shot her sister a concerned look. What's wrong? She asked. Alice wrapped an arm around my waist. I'll explain in the car. We need to leave and now. Alice and I quickly moved past the swarms of people moving throughout the mall. Rosalie and Amara were way ahead of us, already outside by the time I could see the door through the masses of people. I was worried. Alice was tense, her eyes darting everywhere at once. What's wrong? I asked. She shook her head briskly. I'll explain it in the car, I promise. I frowned, but I didn't bother her about it anymore. We eventually managed to bypass more ogling strangers and got out of the mall. Waiting in front was an already started car, Rosalie exiting the driver's seat and getting into the backseat. Alice opened my door fast and shut it just as fast, then sped over to her side and pressed her foot on the gas. We were gone in 10 seconds flat, speeding down the roadway out of Port Angeles. So what the hell's going on, Alice? What did you see that was so bad that we had to leave, anyways? Amara asked, mirroring the same thing going through my head and probably Rosalie's too. Alice bit her lip before responding. I saw that there's another vampire in the area. It was a woman, I know that. I didn't get a good look at her, but I didn't recognize her from what I saw. Rosalie frowned while Amara scoffed. That's it. So there's another vampire, what's the big deal? Amara asked. Amara, it's a very big deal. Alice shouted. Amara raised an eyebrow at her. What do you mean? Is this vampire with those other two? Rosalie asked. I don't know, Alice responded. She glanced at me curiously, silently asking me if I knew. I sighed. I'm not sure. I never heard of or saw another one with them. I always figured they traveled together. I really don't know, though. So what if she is? There are 8 of us. We could take her, no problem, Amara stated. Plus Sophie and Arthur are in the area and it's not like they can't handle one vampire, right? Alice shook her head. I think this one's a newborn. Rosalie's scowl deepened. A newborn? How do you know? My vision was barely clear. It was hectic, just like the vampire. I saw her hunting, but she couldn't decide on where to hunt or what to do. I did, however, see that she was near Seattle and heading in this direction. I thought it best that we left as soon as possible, since hopefully our scents will be weaker by then and she won't try and track us. I was totally confused now. Alice. What's a newborn, exactly? Alice bit her lip again. Well, Amara cut her off. A newborn is what we refer to vampires that were just created. It fits because they've just been born into their new life and everything is new to them. Newborns are considerably dangerous for a lot of reasons. For one thing, they're stronger than the average vampire, even stronger than Emmett. And he's powerful enough to shatter an entire tree with barely any effort. A newborn has twice that strength, so you can see why Alice would be worried, though I still think that, with the 3 of us, we could take one on. Alice shook her head. You're forgetting some of the more important facts, Amara, like the fact that newborns are extremely volatile. Even worse, their bloodlust is much stronger, as are their senses. And you forgot to mention that one newborn is strong enough to take out 3 vampires, Alice stated, chiding her sister. It wouldn't matter if I could predict her movements or not, nor would it matter how much your past training has done for you. She turned towards me. You see, Bella, when you're a newborn, you're experiencing the world for the first time. Everything is new to you and as such, you don't have control over yourself, your emotions especially. Newborns are erratic and tough to control, and I didn't want to risk her catching our scent and coming to find us. She'd attack you on sight and I can't have that. And if she is with those other 2, then that's not a good sign. That could mean any number of things, none of them being good. I furrowed my brow in confusion. What sorts of things? I asked. She sighed. It could mean that they created this newborn as a means for tracking you down. If that's the case, then they might do so again. And that spells disaster, not just for us, but for every human living in Washington. Newborns are that deadly. However, I think that we're safe for now. When I was hit with the vision, she was farther away from the city, more towards the countryside. Still, it worries me. I nodded, taking in what she'd said. So newborns were more dangerous, then. Could this vampire be with James and Victoria? Could they have turned someone just to come after me? I cringed at the idea of them taking the normal lives of innocent people away for their own twisted goals, especially if it was to find me. That would mean hurting the Cullens, my family. And worst of all, that would mean hurting Alice. The very thought of that was a painful one that made my heart ache. I couldn't think about Alice being hurt because that caused me pain. Relax, Bella, Amara said from behind me. If they tried to attack us again, Alice would see it and we'd know ahead of time. Right, Alice? Alice pursed her lips, frowning slightly. Well, I've been keeping tabs on them since yesterday, but so far I haven't seen anything concrete. It looks like they're leaving Forks for now, likely to regroup and plan out some type of strategy. That gives us some time to do so ourselves. That reminded me, what did you guys decide to do about them? Carlisle and Esme both agreed that it was best that we just go about our daily lives. Since I'm keeping tabs on their movements, I'll likely know if and when they intend to attack again, so I suppose it's better that we just ignore them for the time being. However, we are to keep an eye on you at all times. Esme said that there should be at least 2 of us with you at all times, one of the reasons why I invited Rosalie and Amara to go shopping with us. You can see how that turned out, obviously. Alice's face contorted into a frightening grimace as she eyed her blonde sister. How long are you going to keep doing this? Rosalie asked. If you'd let me explain, I'd tell you why I got pissed off in the first place. And completely overreacted, Amara grunted. Just because Bella was talking to another person doesn't mean you have to strangle the poor girl. I wasn't strangling her, Rosalie groaned. I was. Save it, Rosalie, Alice snapped. I don't have the patience to listen to your bullshit right now. If you want to try and explain your actions to me, you can do it later. You damn well bet that I'm going to be telling Carlisle and Esme about this. And I'll be damned if I'll ever leave Bella alone with you again, Rosalie. I can't believe that you would try and harm my mate, of all things. She is not your mate. Rosalie shouted. She's a human, for crying out loud. How can she be your mate, Alice? Because you saw that she was coming into your life. Tell me something, did you see the two of you falling in love? Did you see that she was your mate? No, you didn't see that, all you saw was her. For all we know, you seeing her coming was a warning of the trouble she would bring with her. Enough, Alice roared, slamming on the brakes roughly. I nearly slammed my face into the front, but lucky for me, Alice's right arm shot out and prevented me from doing so. I leaned back into the seat, that same pain back in my chest. Rosalie's words hurt. They felt like daggers piercing my flesh over and over again. But maybe she's right. Maybe I'm not meant to be with Alice. Maybe her visions were trying to warn her about all the problems I would start, not because we were going to fall in love. Maybe that's the reason she saw me all those years ago. Could that be true? I felt the stinging pain grow worse as tears started trickling down my cheeks. What if Rosalie was right? What if? A loud growl made me flinch, my thoughts gone in an instant. I turned to see Alice glaring at Rosalie, baring her teeth in another snarl. Oh shit, not this again. Alice suddenly blinked and looked at me, her eyes widening at the sight of my tears. Rosalie, she seethed. Before I could react, both her and Rosalie were out of the car, colliding into one another. I blinked and suddenly found myself out of the car being carried by someone. I looked up. Amara. She gently set me down before blurring away and literally picking the car up and moving it aside like it was a feather. I watched the two violent blurs smashing into one another, snarls, growls and hisses accompanying them. That was when I realized that we were back at the Cullen's house, which surprised me a bit. I wonder where. As if on cue, the other Cullens, save for Carlisle, whom I'm guessing was at work, were outside. What's going on? What happened? Esme asked concernedly. Jasper, Edward and Emmett watched on amusedly as the two girls battled it out. I tried to watch myself, but the pain from Rosalie's earlier statement had caused tears that clouded most of my vision. Amara sighed. Rosalie said some harsh things about Bella and now Alice is pissed off. Plus, she kind of got upset at Bella over something stupid at the mall and, well, let's just say Alice isn't very pleased with her sister right now. Esme noticed my tear-stained face and was by me in an instant, wrapping me into a warm hug and stroking the back of my head. It's okay, honey. It's okay, she cooed. Esme's love and warmth washed over me and only made me cry harder into her marble shoulder. After a moment, though, the fighting became more intense. I heard trees shattering and falling as the growling and snarling picked up in volume. The amusement in the boys' faces was gone now, replaced by worry. Emmett naturally wanted to step in to help his mate, but he clearly wanted to help his sister as well. Esme gently removed herself from my arms, kissed me on the cheek and turned towards her warring daughters, a stern look on her beautiful face. Stop them, she ordered, taking a motherly tone I'd never heard before. The boys and Amara nodded and in a flash they were pulling Alice and Rosalie apart. Emmett and Edward gripped at a snarling Rosalie while Jasper and Amara held onto Alice, who writhed viciously in their arms, kicking and hissing. Esme appeared between the two of them, irritation and sorrow in her eyes. Girls, please, stop this, she pleaded, her hurt voice breaking my heart. Neither of her daughters listened, however, and instead tried even harder to break free from the arms holding them back. I was astounded by the sheer difficulty in which it was taking to keep them in place, especially considering Emmett's superior strength and Jasper's ability to influence emotions. Jasper's face was strained as he tried desperately to calm Alice down, Emmett doing everything in his power to keep his mate held down. I guess Alice and Rosalie were far stronger than I'd given them credit for. Shows how much I know. Girls, please, Esme begged, raising her voice slightly. They didn't listen. They wouldn't listen. Esme closed her eyes, the irritation seeping through. Enough of this. Both of you stop this instant. Esme snarled. Everyone stopped. I think my heart stopped too. Holy shit. Did Esme just snarl? I'm certain my eyes were the size of fishbowls. The others all had the exact same look on their faces, even Rosalie and Alice, who had stopped and gaped at their mother. Esme's face was like nothing I'd ever seen before. Her lips were curled back and her eyes narrowed, forming a horrific grimace that terrified me, mind, body and soul. I had been wrong a lot today. First I'd thought an angry Rosalie was the scariest thing in the universe. Then an angry Alice proved to be scarier. But an angry Esme. Neither Alice nor Rosalie held a candle to Esme's wrath, which I never thought could exist. How a sweet, loving person like Esme could ever be so frightening was beyond my scope of understanding. I did understand, however, how king scared I was. I felt like a baby rabbit surrounded by vicious wolves. I was on the ground, cowering and quivering in fear, tears still dripping down my face like a leaking faucet. Esme noticed this. Her jet-black eyes fell on me and instantly began softening, the pain of scaring me evident on her face. She shook her head sadly and looked at Alice and Rosalie. Rosalie, Alice, you two have disappointed me. This behavior is unacceptable and I won't tolerate it in this family. If you have a problem, you will sort it out in a civilized manner, not barbaric like the fiends responsible for harming our newest family member. Now I want you two to stay right here and not move a muscle. I'm going to attend to Bella first. Then I will be out here and we will get to the bottom of this. Do you understand? She asked. Both girls nodded. Alice looked at me and hung her head ashamedly. I could tell by the look in her eyes that she wanted desperately to come over and comfort me. She couldn't, though, nor did she try, though I could see it pained her not to. Esme turned her eyes back to me and slowly began walking towards me, her eyes returning to their normal self as her face softened all the way. Her steps were slow and measured, obviously not wanting to scare me any more than I already was. Eventually she stopped inches away from me and knelt down, looking at me sorrowfully. I'm sorry, Bella, she murmured, gently reaching her hand out to stroke my head. I'm sorry you had to see that, dear. I know you must think it terribly monstrous for me to do such a thing, but I didn't want them fighting. Will you allow me to carry you inside? I nodded silently. She smiled softly and extended her hand out to me, which I took. Before I knew it, I was in her arms as she slowly walked me into the house. She set me down on the couch and blurred into the kitchen. A minute later she was back out with a sandwich and a glass of water, which she placed in front of me tentatively. I'm sorry, she repeated, her voice smoldering with warmth and sincerity. I do so dislike having to raise my voice like that, but in a family of vampires, sometimes it's necessary to. I'm certain you'd like a moment to gather your thoughts. I'll be outside for a bit, okay? Feel free to watch some TV, dear. And again, I'm sorry. It's okay, I managed to say. It just took me by surprise. I've never seen you that way. She chuckled softly. Yes, I'd imagine so. It comes from being the alpha female of the family, I suppose. I do hope you don't think badly of me, Bella. I don't, I told her, smiling a little. I'm fine, Esme. Just a little overwhelmed from today. She nodded in understanding before leaning into my forehead. I'll have a word with my daughter, you can bet on that. I'm terribly sorry for her if she said anything that hurt your feelings, honey. She has a habit of speaking without thinking. Now then, I'll leave you be. I nodded at her. Esme walked towards the door and opened it, but before she went outside, she gave me an apologetic smile. Then she was gone. I slumped into the couch and started eating the sandwich. I grabbed the remote to the television and set it near me, but I didn't turn the TV on just yet. I was curious about something. I swallowed the food in my mouth and quietly waited. I could hear their voices outside. At first, they were like whispers. But if I concentrated, I was able to pick some of their conversation up, to my surprise. Esme was the one speaking, naturally, less than pleased by their display. I cannot believe you two. I raised you better than this. She exclaimed disdainfully. I'm sorry, Esme, Alice replied, her tone drenched with remorse. Is Bella okay? Esme sighed. She's a little taken aback by my outburst, which I apologized for, but otherwise she seems upset. Rosalie Lillian Cullen, you'd best explain yourself right this instant. Rosalie didn't respond, of course. I heard her grumble something that I didn't catch. Rosalie. Alice hissed. Alice, stop, Jasper said, calmly. Come on Rose, what happened? Emmett urged. I said some things. I caught her with Bella pinned against a wall in the mall. She was choking her and threatening her. Alice snarled. Rosalie. Esme shouted, appalled. She was flirting with one of the damn mongrels. Rosalie snapped. You should have seen the way she was looking at her. I was doing Alice a favor. No, You were getting back at her for snapping at you that one time and you were upset that she was going to join the family, Edward growled. Get out of my King head. Rosalie growled back. A very sudden thunderous boom was heard, followed by several gasps. Rosalie, I did not raise you to be this way. I am not going to tolerate this nonsense. I droned the rest of it out as I continued eating my sandwich. Call me a bad person, but I felt a bit smug that Rosalie had just been smacked by Esme. She deserved it for treating me the way she did. I never did a damn thing to her. Well, okay, I did snarl at her, but I didn't mean to. I sighed and finished my sandwich and water before flicking the TV on. I flipped through the channels looking for something to watch. Something caught my eye as I passed it, so I turned it back. It was the news. Go figure. They were showing images of what looked like a destroyed building, several images of people being shown. I turned the volume up a bit so I could hear well. How weird. Moments ago I could hear outside, but then it went away. Strange. The family's home was demolished and their bodies found, all dead with severe cuts and bruises. No word yet on what caused the damage, but it is speculated to be the same culprit responsible for the deaths of the 2 hikers found 2 days ago. Some believe it to be a wild animal on the loose, but no word yet on whether or not those claims are true. Stay tuned for more updates on these mysterious attacks. I bit my lip as I listened, knowing full well who was likely responsible. James and Victoria. They were still out there. Waiting for the right time to try and take me, no doubt. Or kill me. I didn't like that. It was unnerving, knowing that the 2 of them were just biding their time, planning out their next attack. Even more worrisome was the new vampire that Alice had seen, the one that was somewhere near here. I could tell by the look in her eyes that a newborn vampire was dangerous, I got that much. But why would one be here? That, of course, could only mean that either James or Victoria was responsible for its creation. And that worried me even more. I remembered what I had heard in the car, how a newborn was stronger than Emmett. Combine that with James and Victoria's ruthlessness and shit, that wasn't good. What if they attacked and Alice didn't see, like the last time? What if Alice got hurt? What if the others got hurt? What if? A wave of calm was suddenly enveloping me, startling me slightly. I glanced over to see Jasper with a concerned look in his eyes, leaning against the wall. You're worried about something, he murmured. What are you worried about? She's worried about us getting harmed by the 2 from before, Edward answered, stepping through the door. Honestly, Bella, you shouldn't worry so much. We have everything under control, I promise. Besides, with our combined skill and gifts, we would be able to handle them. You don't sound very reassured, I stated flatly. Edward frowned, but didn't respond. Where are the others? I'm sending them hunting, Esme stated, poking her head through the door. Jasper, Edward, would you please go with your sisters? I'm going to go talk with Carlisle. Emmett will stay here with you, Bella. She gave me a gentle smile before departing. Edward and Jasper did the same before following out after her. A moment later, Emmett walked in, grinning. Hey short stuff, he greeted. You wanna play a few rounds? Sure, I replied, smiling a little. I had been hoping for the chance to play some games. He grinned wider and plopped down on the couch and set his game station up. He handed me a control and soon we were both hammering away at the buttons. We played several rounds of the game in the system, a badass shooter game, each of us pulling out several wins. Emmett was impressed, so he plugged in his favorite fighting game. He beat me more times than I beat him, but I still did well despite being a noob, as he called it. We continued playing games for about an hour. I noticed that none of the others had returned yet, but I pushed the thought aside. Ho ho. Not too shabby, Bells, Emmett chortled. I smiled a little. Thanks, but I need some more practice. He chuckled merrily. We should all play together in a group later. I'm sure you'd fare pretty damn well for yourself. Another 5 minutes and we both called it quits. Emmett took my control and shut the system off. I turned off the TV as well, though I wasn't really sure what to do with myself now. So, Emmett spoke up after a moment of silence. Rose said some pretty harsh things to you. I nodded sheepishly. Emmett sighed. I'm sorry about that. I frowned. You don't have to apologize, Emmett. You didn't do anything. He shook his head in disagreement. No, I do. If anything, I'm apologizing for Rose's sake. Why? I asked. Look, I know Rosalie comes off as a ch and all. And yeah, she was totally out of line with how she acted towards you, that much I agree with. But she didn't mean to be so harsh. I know Rosalie a lot better than you, and I know that she'll probably feel bad about what she did later on. She's just the kind of person that tends to act without thinking things through first, and the consequences have a habit of kicking her in the ass. She's been trying to change that lately, you know, trying to be better at making decisions, smarter about her choices. I guess it hasn't worked out too well yet, but she has been improving. I was a little surprised. Emmett was usually the goofy, comedic member of the family. Yet here he was with a serious and somber look on his face as he talked with me. I'm guessing this was a rarity for Emmett, since he seemed to be struggling with something. Why does she have to be damn mean though? I mean, I've barely said much to her. I know I blew up at her that one night and I was going to apologize, but still, I sniffled. I mean, now I'm actually starting to think she may be right about Alice's visions of me being wrong. I felt a large hand gently touch my shoulder. Hey, whoa there, slow down a bit. I glanced up at him, realizing that again I had started to cry. I wiped my face, grumbling to myself as I did. I hated crying in front of people. I always felt so damn pathetic. Stupid emotions. Bella, what Rosalie said was untrue, Emmett said gently. But what if it is? What if? He stopped me by placing a hand under my chin and gently turning my head to make me look at him. Ochre orbs were pouring out with an emotion I never thought I'd see coming from Emmett as he appraised me. Listen, Bella, I know you probably don't see it because you haven't known Alice for very long, but ever since you've been here, she's changed. Before you came along she was a happy, bubbly little shopaholic who enjoyed dancing around and being weird. Now though, with you here, there's a spark in her eyes that I've never seen before. We've all noticed it, really. You've changed Alice in a bunch of ways in a short amount of time. She's happier, for one thing. With you, she feels complete, I guess you could say. I was surprised by the seriousness in his voice as he spoke. He was really trying to get me to believe his words. When she looks at you, when she's around you, her face and eyes light up in ways that we've never witnessed in all the years she's been with us. Jasper said that she feels more joy and love than she's felt in decades. You bring out the best in her, Bella, whether you see it or not. Then why did? Emmett removed his hands and rubbed the back of his neck. Rosalie's afraid, Bella. I know it doesn't seem like it, but she's actually afraid for you. I gawked at him. Say what? He nodded. Yeah, I know. I'm serious, though. She's actually more worried about you than she lets on. Why though? Why does she worry about me? And if she's so worried, why the hell does she treat me like shit? Emmett sighed again. Look, Rosalie has issues when it comes to new people coming into the family. She's very protective of all of us because she's sort of the big sister of the group. Or I guess you could say that she has the big sister mentality. Not that Amara and Alice don't do their fair share, it's just that Rose is more family-oriented than them. I dunno how to explain it, really, but that's how it is. And, well, the fact that you're human bothers her. Yeah, Amara told me a bit about that, I stated. Then you kind of get the idea behind it. She does have a bit of a temper, though. And her attitude isn't always the best. But she didn't really ask for this lifestyle, so it's taken its toll on her. Then again, I guess none of us do, but we all sort of adjusted differently. Rosalie and Edward are the two who dislike it the most. Me, I've gotten comfortable with it. I'd imagine it'd be the same for the others. Plus, it has a lot to do with how she was raised and all. Back when she was a human, he said, leaning an arm on the top of the couch. I cocked my head to the side curiously. What do you mean? We all grew up with different lifestyles. And the way we were raised does have a bit of standpoint for us now. He paused for a moment and chuckled. Okay, that made no sense. Let me put it like this. Rosalie grew up being pampered and given everything she wanted. She's not used to being refused something, and she sure as hell isn't used to being stood up to. And yet here you are a human, something she wishes she were, and you've stood up to her. While I give you points for it, it irks her because you're a blatant display of something she can't have. I nodded, slowly beginning to understand his point. Me, on the other hand, I grew up working for everything. I had a big family, but we were on the poorer side, so we all had to work for what we got. So it is a bit odd at times being able to get things without having to work for them. Hell, sometimes I'm still amazed by how strong I am or how easy it is to do the things I struggled with as a human. He chuckled as he finished. Tell me a bit about your human life, I said. I mean, if you want to, that is. He rolled his eyes. Nah, don't worry about it. I'm happy to share. So basically, I was born in Kentucky back in 1915 as Emmett Dale McCarty. I had 2 older brothers, 1 younger brother, 3 older sisters and 1 younger sister. We were a pretty good-sized family, let me tell ya. My dad, Robert McCarty, was a railroad worker. So when I got old enough, he signed me up and had me start working on the railroad with my brothers. Hell, my sisters worked with us too. We all worked, even my mom. She was a tough old gal, that one. He smiled as he fondly remembered his human life and family. There was something else in his eyes. I saw it for only a moment, but I knew it the same. He missed them. We lead a pretty simplistic life, I'd say. Work day all day, play all evening, then sleep the night away. It was actually pretty fun, I'd say. I enjoyed working with my family. We always had fun cracking jokes or pulling pranks. My older sisters were the ones who taught me all about pranks, surprisingly. They were damn good at pranking my brothers, let me tell you. I got almost as good as they did, actually. Anyways, we all lived pretty normal lives. Well, they did. My life changed when I was 20 years old. It ended then too, I suppose you can say. What happened? I asked. I was growing more and more interested. Every time one of the Cullens talked about their past lives, it was like being a little kid having a story read. It had like a mystical quality to it, one that I couldn't get enough of. Emmett grinned at my wide-eyed appearance. Well, I was out hiking on my own one day, out grabbing wood for our house. I chopped down a few trees and went hacking away at them for a few hours. By the time I was done, I had gotten all we needed, even a bit more. But me, being who I am, I decided to get a bit more so we would have some extra. So I went to work on this nice, big tree. I cut it down, shouted, "Timber," and watched it fall. When it fell, though, I heard a noise I didn't recognize. I was curious, so I decided to investigate. That's when I saw what had made that noise. A bear. The tree had almost crushed it. I was fully drawn into his story now. A bear, I gasped. He nodded. What did you do? He laughed. I did the first thing that came to mind. I chucked the axe at it. Not very smart, I know. I hit it at least. Well, kinda. I mean, it sort of scraped the bear's shoulder and pissed it off even more than it already was. So naturally, knowing that I was probably gonna die and all, I charged the damn thing, screaming at it. I managed to get a few good punches in, but that beeper was tough. I nearly died when it attacked me. That's when Rosalie came into the picture. She killed the bear, fed off of it, picked me up and carried me away. He leaned back into the couch, smiling fondly once again at his memory. I thought she was an angel sent by God himself to save me. I don't remember much after that since I passed out from blood loss. I do, however, remember being bitten and having the venom seep through me. Gotta say, it was the worst pain I'd ever felt in my entire life. It was torture, but in the end, it was all worth it, because here I am, a loving wife and a kick-ass family to spend eternity with. I couldn't be happier, honestly. Rose, though, she could be. And it kind of hurts to see her sad, just like it hurt seeing Alice sad and seeing Edward sad all the damn time. You like it when everyone feels the same way you do, I mused. He nodded. Yeah, pretty much. With Alice, it's pretty easy to get her happy, especially now that you're here. Edward is a work in progress, let me tell you. Rosalie, though, it's hard. She's never really been fully happy. I don't think she ever will be since she can't get out of this life without dying. Emmett grimaced at the thought of her dying and shook his head to clear it away. That still doesn't explain why she hates me so much, I murmured. She doesn't hate you, Bella. I swear it on my parents' graves she doesn't. She just worries. I'm sure Alice has told you about that one chick from a few years ago. Amanda. I nodded. That's one reason. She doesn't want Alice to end up hurting you like she almost the other day, because she knows Alice won't be able to survive. Plus, she's fearful that one of us might slip around you. Carlisle she knows wouldn't, same with Esme, but the rest of us have had our problems. Like what? I asked. Emmett bit his lip and stared down at the table. His eyes betrayed his emotions, showing pain and sorrow. This was a whole new side to Emmett, one I'd never think existed. Yet here he was, opening up to me and being true to his feelings. I guess it's safe to say that when I became a vampire, Rosalie and I didn't start off being with one another. It's weird to say, and I can imagine how strange that may sound, but it's true. We liked each other, sure, and I was grateful that she saved me, but I was in my own world, so I didn't really regard her as much other than a friend at the time. After a few months of being trained by Carlisle and Esme to resist my thirst and control myself, I met this girl. She was a pretty thing and a real sweetheart. But I was still a newborn and I wasn't strong enough. He trailed off, the pain on his face telling the story for him. I surprised myself by reaching out and touching his muscular shoulder. "I'm sorry," I murmured. He smiled softly at me. "You don't have to be, Bella. There was nothing you could do, you weren't born yet." She wasn't the only one, though. There was another, sometime later. It ended the same way, more or less. I was disgusted with myself. I loathed myself for killing two beautiful, innocent creatures. I tried to kill myself, actually. I gasped a little. He chuckled. Yeah, it was lame and it didn't work. I was miffed, though. Then Rosalie came along and she helped me. She comforted me, just like Esme and Carlisle did. She was there for me. That's sort of how we ended up falling in love. That and Edward helped a lot. His smile grew a bit wider and his eyes filled with mirth, showing the old Emmett once again. So as you can see, Rosalie is concerned about you. She's had some problems in her life, but it wouldn't be right for me to share with you. If anything, she should be the one to tell you, though I don't know if she ever will. She's not as open as most of us are. She doesn't like to talk about her past too much and all. I see, I said, nodding. Look, the point is, don't doubt what your heart tells you. I know, cheesy romance stuff isn't my thing, but I do know enough to know that it's true. You can't deny your feelings and you sure as hell shouldn't. Alice loves you, that much I know to be true. You just have to give it some time before you feel the same way, which I'm sure you will. Thanks, Emmett, I replied, smiling warmly at him. That helps a bit. He beamed. Glad to help, Bells. I wouldn't want my new little sister to feel left out, now would I? Little sister. That's right. He was going to be my brother soon. How strange that I would have siblings. You know, it's weird. I always thought you were just the comedic relief who loved to fight stuff, Emmett. I never knew there was so much depth to you aside from all that, I joked. The tension that I had felt before was gone now. Emmett always seemed to take away with his humorous nature. He guffawed loudly at that. Hey, cut me some slack here, Bella. I'm not good at this serious crap. I mean, I can be when I need to, but making people laugh is so much easier. Emmett, the only person you make laugh is yourself, I pointed out. He rolled his eyes at me. Ha ha, very funny. But you know, if you and Alice want to, say, videotape you guys key-ing, I sure wouldn't complain, he teased, smirking. Hell, you could just make out on the couch for all I care. I blushed furiously and hid my face in my hands. Shut up, I shouted. What? It's hot. Don't pretend you don't like it, Bells. I hear you moaning every time she kisses you. You practically moan every time she touches you too. Gotta say, I didn't think you thought that way, little sis. We're more alike than I thought, he boomed happily, clearly enjoying my embarrassment. Shut up, I hissed. He just laughed even harder. I heard the door opening then and glanced up to see that Alice and the others had finally returned from hunting. Edward was through the door first, smirking at me amusedly, followed by Jasper, then Amara and then Rosalie. Wait, where the hell's Alice? She'll be back in a few, Edward answered. Oh. Jasper, Edward and Amara all disappeared, leaving Rosalie, Emmett and I alone. I gulped, shifting slightly on the couch when Rosalie's eyes fell on me. Emmett grinned and stood up, pumping his arm playfully before departing the room. All that left was Rosalie and I. I gulped again, nervously looking down at my lap. I'd like to talk with you, Rosalie stated. Woo boy. May I sit down? Rosalie asked, startling me. Since when did she need to ask? I nodded dumbly. She gently seated herself several inches away from me, keeping her eyes on me the entire time. She didn't speak until I glanced up to meet her eyes. Rosalie looked at me placidly, not a hint of anger anywhere in her gorgeous features. Emmett spoke with you about me a little, I assume? She asked. I nodded silently again. Then you understand a bit behind my reasoning for not wanting you around us. It isn't that I hate you, I'm just concerned that you being here will cause problems for both parties, yourself especially. She cut me off with a gentle wave of her hand. Please, let me finish, she said. I was surprised by how soft her tone was. Even her face was soft, almost sad-looking. We have all made mistakes in the past, Bella. We've ruined the lives of countless people and were forced to live with that knowledge for all eternity. Sometimes I feel that having a perfect memory of my vampire life is meant as a cruel, twisted joke of some sort. Then again, I feel that my being a vampire is a sick joke. However, there's nothing I can do about that unless I were to kill myself, which I certainly won't do. She paused and leaned into the couch. I don't hate you, Bella. I know I treat you poorly and I know I frighten you, but I really don't hate you. I'm sorry for my actions today. I'm sorry I hurt you and I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. What I said and did was uncalled for. It was barbaric and it shows that I am still a monster, no matter how hard I try not to be. I'm sorry. You don't deserve that sort of treatment after what you've been through. Again, I'm sorry. I know you won't believe me right off the bat and I understand if you choose to distance yourself from me, she said. Both her voice and her eyes smoldered with remorse and sincerity. She meant what she said. She really was sorry. I bit my lip. Then why did you treat me that way? I asked, unable to keep the hurt from appearing in my voice. Rosalie frowned for a moment before letting out a quiet sigh. I don't mean to, I swear. I just have trouble with my temper. I've always had a temper problem, even when I was a human I had one. Now, though, because of the way I feel and the way my life is, it's even harder to keep under control. I've spent many years training myself to better my temper. Jasper has helped me a great deal since he joined the family. Sometimes, though, it's hard to control. Being a vampire has a great deal behind it. It makes it worse, if anything. Look, I'm not good at this sort of thing. Apologizing is something I've never done well, even when I'm sincere and I mean it. The way I treated you was wrong and I do wish I could take back the things I said. I can't though. And while I may be a and while my attitude may be poor, some part of what I said I felt is true. I do worry that Alice's visions are wrong. However, I can't focus on the what-ifs and neither should you. If you care for my sister and you show it, then stay here with her. I might complain, but I won't stop you. Rosalie moved a lock of blonde hair from her face before turning to face me fully. I love Alice, Bella. I'm sure you're smart enough to know that. She's my sister and I hate seeing her sad. I've seen her heartbroken on a variety of occasions, especially when we dealt with the Amanda incident. I don't want that happen to you, Bella. I truly don't. We've all sinned, Bella. We're not perfect, even though we try to be. I'm not asking you to leave. I'm merely asking you to make sure that this is what you want. I would never do anything to hurt her, Rose. She's been so good to me, I whispered. Rosalie stared down at the table. I know you wouldn't. But I know that something could still happen, be it intentional or not. I don't want to see my sister the way she was before you came into her life. She wasn't the same. She was a shell of herself, even when I first met her. The fact that she's been alone almost as long as Edward has had a great effect on her. Then she saw you and all of that changed. I want her to stay that way. I don't want her to suffer anymore. She stood up then, feeling that the conversation was done. She'd said her part, now she wanted me to think over what she'd told me. I couldn't help but think that deep down she did want me not to join the family. I couldn't be sure, though. Still, Rosalie. I stammered. She turned to face me at an angle. Yes, I don't hate you either. In fact, I want to be friends with you, I murmured. That surprised her. Something flashed in her eyes that I didn't recognize. She turned away from me to hide the shock on her face, though I was still able to see it for a few seconds. She didn't know how to respond to that. Emmett appeared downstairs and smiled at me as Rosalie fumbled over how to respond. In the end, she more harumphed and looped her arm around Emmett's. He gave me a thumb up as the two walked out of the door. I sighed quietly, running a hand through my hair. Nicely done, I jumped slightly at the new voice and glanced up to see an amused Amara smiling at me. She was standing a few feet away, resting against the wall. Geez, Amara, you startled me. She shrugged her shoulders sheepishly. Sorry. Gotta say though, you managed to keep your cool pretty well considering. Plus, you stumped Rose at the end. The look on her face was priceless. I rolled my eyes. I was being serious though. I know you were, she replied, grinning. So where's Alice? I asked. She'll be back shortly. She needed to go clear her head is all. Don't worry, you'll be key. Dotting her in no time, Amara chuckled. I blushed slightly and hid my face in my hands. Oh, leave her alone Amara, sang a familiar voice. I looked up and smiled. Alice, I shouted happily. She grinned and danced over to me, pulling me into her body for a warm hug. I nuzzled into her shoulder, breathing in her amazingly sweet Neapolitan scent. Oh how she smelled amazing. I mean seriously. Bottle some of this up for me. Silly girl, I wasn't gone for that long, she teased, dotting my shoulder. I pulled away from her shoulder and received a gentle on the lips. I ned quietly at the sensations and the taste and at her back, forgetting that Amara was still in the room. Hell, I forgot that the others could hear it. I didn't care, either. I needed this. We pulled away at the same time, both smiling at one another. She seated herself next to me and proceeded to cuddle with me, much to my delight. One of the many things I loved about Alice, how amazingly cuddly she was. God, it was like snuggling with an oversized teddy bear. Well, a cold, rock-hard, blood-beeping teddy bear, but whatever. Close enough. I love when you're like this, I murmured, nestling into her neck. She giggled and did the same thing. You two are so adorable together, Amara mused. I had completely forgotten she was still in the room with us. Don't mind me, I'm just going to watch some TV. You two go on and enjoy snuggling with one another. Actually, I should take a picture. Her voice was drowned out as I became consumed by Alice as she started to purr. Dear God, I loved when she purred. Her entire body vibrated and emanated a soothing noise. It calmed me nerves and relaxed me completely. I don't give a shit how lame it is, I love when she purrs too. We both stayed that way for a good long while without speaking. It was peaceful, warm and above all else comfortable for the both of us. I became distinctively aware that Jasper had joined us, but he said nothing and silently seated himself near Amara. Neither Alice nor I minded their company, since both of them were respectful of our time with one another. I liked that about Jasper and Amara. Though Amara was playful, she was far more respecting than Emmett. Not that I minded his jests every now and then. Did Rosalie apologize? Alice asked, breaking me from my thoughts. I replied quietly. I'm sorry too. I'm not as good at controlling my temper as I thought I was, she stated, just as quiet. I almost didn't hear her. I moved my head up slightly so I was looking into her smoldering golden orbs. So beautiful. I'm guessing it has something to do with me being your mate and all, right? I asked, aiming the question at either Jasper or Amara. Jasper nodded once. Yes, that's correct. As Alice is new to having a mate, she's experiencing things she's never experienced before. Her protectiveness of you happens to be one of those things, and as such she'll be incredibly defensive of you for a time, at least until she learns to control her urges a bit more. It'll never change, granted, but she'll learn how to cope with her temper and protective nature. It just takes time. The fact that you're human has a lot to do with it too, Amara added. You aren't as physically capable as we are and you're much more, shall we say, fragile. That's another reason for Alice's protectiveness towards you. You can be hurt easier than she can and that's the mentality that she has. She can't help feeling that way, though. It's instinctive. Alice frowned, clearly not liking the sound of it. I was a bit flattered, actually. By the way, Bella, why was Rosalie so upset at the mall? She never told me. I glanced over at Amara. You didn't mention it to her? I asked. Amara grimaced. Bella, I wouldn't. What happened? Alice interrupted, clearly curious. I shrugged. I ran into some chick is all, really. I mean, she was pretty and all, but she wasn't as beautiful as you are, Alice. She introduced herself, and then ran off. That's it. Alice had the strangest expression on her face as I explained all of this. A girl, she said. You ran into a girl. I nodded. Yeah, and you thought she was pretty, Alice stated, her voice darkening slightly. Oh shit. Wrong word choice. Big time. Damn it. Alice, I said she wasn't as pretty as you, remember? I pointed out, trying to ease her. She frowned, her eyes darkening significantly. But you said she was pretty. That means that you were attracted to her. F. K. What? N. No. Why are you? Why would she jump to that conclusion? Alice's eyes turned pitch black as she curled her lips back slightly as her hands grasped my shoulders. Who is she? Where is she? I want to know. Alice. Jasper shouted, grabbing her attention. He and Amara were both eyeing her warily. Jasper was tensed up, likely feeling the emotions in the room. Amara seemed calmer, but looked like she would jump in at any given moment. Alice hissed at her brother, a violent hiss that made his eyes narrow. He and Amara both stood in unison, glancing at one another for a second. Amara departed from the room, leaving only Jasper with us. He tentatively reached a hand out towards her, slowly. Alice, calm down. You don't have to be upset. She snarled at him and swatted his hand away. No, I need to find this girl. Now. I wasn't really sure how to react. Alice looked pissed off and I was the one who caused it. Shit. The violence in her eyes was the same look I'd seen before at the mall and in the forest. Yet there was something different about it this time, something I didn't recognize. I was worried instantly at the sight. Was she? Alice snapped her head back to me, boring her eyes into mine. Tell me where she is. Tell me who she is. Now, she growled, tightening her grip on my shoulders. I winced at the roughness and placed my hands on her arms. Alice, please stop. You don't have to be so upset. We barely said 2 words to each other, I said, still not understanding what was going on. Oh, wait. This was just like Amara and Jasper had said. The whole mate reflex thing. But why was she acting out when I'd just looked at someone? It's jealousy, I heard Edward say. I glanced over to my left to see him walking towards Alice with wary eyes. He glanced at Jasper, who moved back a few paces. And you're correct in thinking it's a part of the mate reflex, as you say. It's a natural thing for mates to experience jealousy. Again, this is a first for Alice. She's not herself right now. I am myself. Alice snapped, baring her teeth as she did. Edward took a step back while Jasper began to concentrate. Small waves of calm began filtering through the area. I felt them first and relaxed despite Alice's grip on my shoulders. Alice, however, fought them off. Jasper frowned while Edward moved in and placed his hands on her arms, pulling them off of me and attempting to pin them down. Calm down, Alice. You're scaring your mate, he stated calmly. She glared at her brother. No, I'll kill her. No one touches my Bella. No one, she hissed as she started thrashing about. Alice, please, stop, I urged. I boldly placed my hands on her cool cheeks and started rubbing circles on them. This calmed her down a bit, but she still maintained her grimace. Shit, that's why Amara had tried to warn me. Damn it, it's not your fault, Bella. Alice needs to get used to this herself, Edward interjected at me, struggling to keep her down. Alice wasn't having it. Bella is mine. Mine and no one else's. Alice roared. No one can look at her, no one can touch her. She is mine. I watched her writhe around, hissing and growling like she had earlier today. She looked nothing like my Alice now. My Alice. Again with that. I guess this mate thing is rubbing off on me after all. Edward made various soft remarks to try and calm her down, but they did nothing. I glanced over, waiting to see why Jasper had yet to use his ability. He was watching her warily, obviously waiting to see if Edward could do it alone. When he failed, Jasper began to focus. A stronger, more intense wave of calm crashed into us, Alice especially. She slumped back into the couch, blinking several times, obviously trying to get her thoughts straight. Her writhing finally ceased and Edward removed his hands from her shoulders. She glanced up at him through hazy eyes. Yes, Alice. You frightened your mate a little. No, she isn't upset, just worried. No, you don't have to be jealous of someone she met just once. Calm yourself, Alice. Don't let the animal within you take control. Keep it and your feelings in check. I know you can. I know it's hard for you, but you have to do it. For your sake and for Bella's, Edward Said. Alice gritted her teeth, struggling with herself for a moment. When she reopened them, they were a dark butterscotch color. I noticed that the anger and violence I had seen in them were gone now. She seemed pained though as her eyes flickered to meet mine. I sighed in relief as she looked at me sorrowfully. I'm sorry about that, Bella. I shushed her by pressing my lips to hers and wrapping my arms back around her. It's okay, Alice. No harm done. You just need to get used to this is all. I'm not upset, either. I was having a similar mental battle myself when I saw her. Alice frowned against my lips at first, but shrugged and happily Ed back. I noticed an intrigued look on Edward's face, obviously relating to my earlier statement. How interesting, he mused. Alice, Jasper and Amara looked at him curiously, but he waved their silent questions off. He then departed from the room, giving me a soft smile before entering the other living room. I heard their piano begin playing, so I figured Edward was going to serenade us with a song to help ease the tension. Jasper and Amara looked at one another, obviously having their own silent conversation. After a moment, Amara turned the TV off and the two quietly went upstairs, each giving both Alice and I a smile before doing so. That just left myself and Alice. She was staring down at her lap sheepishly, an adorable pout on her face. I rolled my eyes at her cuteness and snuggled up to her again. She hesitated at first, but eventually she looped her arms around me and pulled me in close, breathing in slowly as she nestled against my head. You smell wonderful, she cooed. I felt her nose brush against the top of my head and giggled at the contact, closing my eyes and listening to the rhythm of her unnecessary breathing. Eventually her purring picked up again, bringing pure peace to the entire room. I sighed happily as I rested my head on her shoulder. This is my favorite thing to do, I said, smiling. I love cuddling. I love the purring. I love all of this. It's nice and calm and it always relaxes me. It's nice. I felt her nod her head against me. Yes, it is. About 10 minutes passed by before I heard a car driving up. Then another one. Carlisle and Esme were home, I assumed. And I was right. Both Carlisle and Esme entered the house, Esme first, then Carlisle. Not but seconds later were Emmett and Rosalie coming in, obviously returning from Lord know whatever it was they were doing. I cringed a little, trying hard not to think about that. Hello girls, Carlisle greeted, smiling warmly at us. I returned the smile. Hi Carlisle, how was work? He chuckled. Oh, it was quite ordinary, I'd say. There were a few new patients, but nothing too noteworthy. I heard that a lot's happened today, however. He idly glanced at Rosalie, then back at Alice as he spoke. Rosalie and Alice looked at one another, their eyes registering an emotion I didn't recognize, before nodding at one another. I also heard that there is another vampire in the area. He asked, looking at Alice. She nodded. Yes, I had a vision of it in the mall earlier today. I was actually outside trying to focus on the vampire's movements, trying to see where she was heading. So far, I've only gotten a few vague things. She obviously doesn't know where she's going or what she's going to do. Her movements are impulsive. That just furthers the evidence that she's a newborn. Carlisle nodded in understanding. What of the other two, have you seen anything from them? She shook her head. No, I've only seen them moving north, away from Forks. They're obviously leaving the area to lure us into a false sense of awareness, or at the very least to plan out their next attack. I know that they aren't finished, though. I knew when I first fought with them in the forest that they wouldn't stop until they got Bella. She grimaced as she finished and squeezed me a bit tighter. I remembered the news report I'd seen earlier regarding the dead bodies being found. What do you propose we do? Edward asked, coming from the piano room. Carlisle frowned and started thinking it through, as did Esme. Esme was the first to speak up. I think it best that we keep up with our current plans. We should just lay low and act out our days as we would if the other vampires weren't around. Are there any other vampires in the area? Just Sophie and Arthur, Amara replied. Both she and Jasper had apparently joined without my noticing. Damn, those two knew how to be silent. Perhaps we should invite them over and inform them of the current situation so that they are aware of what's going on, Carlisle stated. Esme nodded in agreement. Now then, the current question is what we should do concerning the schooling situation. I think that, given the current circumstances, that you all should keep going to maintain our public image. At the very least you would know if any of the vampires were in the area, whether by smelling them or by Alice's visions or Edward's mind reading. I also suggest that we enroll Bella into the school. After all, since she'll be in the family soon, she'll have to abide by our rules, now won't she? Esme asked, smiling lovingly at me. I smiled back for a moment before scoffing. You mean I gotta go to school? She nodded, smiling wider. Yes ma'am, that you do. I want my children to get a good education after all. I couldn't help but laugh at the 8 collective groans that echoed through the house. We've already graduated more times than any human has, Amara whined. It's so boring, Rosalie added. And I swear that humans grow dumber with each generation. If we must, Jasper sighed. Though I don't mind it so much. Learning is fun. Edward rolled his eyes. Says you. You don't have to listen to everyone's thoughts day in and day out. I swear the things some of those girls think are going to drive me up the wall. You'd be feeling the same way if you could hear their thoughts, let me tell you. Oh, stop it, Eddie. You just need to get laid is all, Emmett chuckled. Rosalie smacked him while Edward just shot him an icy glare. What? It's true. It'd make you less tense and moody all the damn time. Amara, Jasper, Alice and I all snickered as his face contorted into a deeper glare. Even Rosalie was smirking a little. Carlisle and Esme merely shook their heads and quietly laughed at their children's silliness. So Amara, will you go call your friends and invite them over? Esme asked, turning to her redhead daughter. Amara nodded. Yeah, sure, hold on a sec. She ran off into the kitchen to go and call her friends then. Carlisle decided to go up to his studies for a bit, Esme and Edward going with him. Jasper went over and started speaking quickly and quietly to Rosalie and Emmett. I saw several nods and head shakes. Then the 3 departed from the house. What was that about? I whispered to Alice curiously. Alice giggled. They're going to go have a training session together. Training? She nodded. Yes. We train from time to keep our skills sharp and to test our limits against one another. Jasper and Amara are usually our teachers. We usually have playful training sessions when the sun is out or at night. Sometimes we train during storms too. It's constant for us since we need to keep on our toes in case something like this were to happen. So who's the best fighter in your family? I asked curiously. That would be Amara. She's not as fast as I am or as strong as Emmett, but she has 10 times the amount of skill and fighting prowess than the rest of us combined, even Jasper. And Jasper was brought up on fighting. She's been through a much more rigorous training than we do. Half of the things we do are child's play for her. But Amara only teaches us if necessary. Her training sessions are long and take a lot of time to master. Jasper's are strenuous too, but they're far more simplistic. He's more tactical than she is, after all. What do you mean? I'm sure he'll explain it to you later on. It'd be wrong of me to share his story for him. Why train, though? I mean, with yours, Edward's, Jasper's and Amara's abilities, why bother training? She laughed her tinkling laugh. Because it helps better us in what we do. It's not just training to fight, it's training on how to act at the right time, how to think on our feet, how to face a problem without relying solely on our gifts. When I fought those 2 in the forest, I only used my gift half the time. The other half was my own skill. You can see how well that got me, though. That's why it's important for us to train our minds and bodies alike so that we'll be prepared to face whatever task that lays ahead of us. I'll have to start training too, though it can wait for a while. I frowned. It's because of me, isn't it? I asked. She kissed me on the cheek and nuzzled me. Bella, don't feel badly. It's fine, really. I can train any day I choose to. I just enjoy spending more time with you is all. Besides, it's not like you can't be present to watch us. Edward didn't like the idea when I brought it up, but with Carlisle and Esme around, I know for a fact that you won't be injured or anything like that. Besides, I wouldn't let anything bad happen to you. I rested my head on her again. Okay. Besides, I think you might actually enjoy watching us train. I always find our training sessions to be amusing, even if they're meant to be serious. With Emmett and Amara, seriousness is always a bit hard. With you too, I joked. She crinkled her nose and stuck her tongue out at me. Yeah. So do you guys have your own fighting styles or something like that? I inquired. Alice paused to think on that. Sort of. I mean, not in the sense that you would think. We don't fight with karate or anything that mundane. Our fighting styles are all unique since we all fight differently. Some of us, for example, are equated to certain animals in how we fight and in how we hunt too. I suppose that's due in part to our more animalistic nature, which you've seen before. You haven't actually witnessed how we truly fight. Myself perhaps, but not the others. I'm curious, I said. She giggled. You're always curious, silly. Can you blame me? I asked. She rolled her eyes and keyed me softly on the lips. No, I can't. Anyways, to answer your question, let's start off with the easiest. When you see Emmett, what's the first animal you think of? A bear, I answered simply. She grinned and nodded. Precisely. That's probably the animal closest to what Emmett fights like. If you've seen videos of bears attacking, you've got the idea. Of course, he's stronger and faster than a bear is and much more fearsome. Like a super bear, I guess. Either way, Emmett relies more on brute strength than anything else. He's never needed to rely on anything else aside from strength, though, considering how powerful he is. I stifled a giggle when she said, super bear. My God, she was lame sometimes. I love it. Then there's Edward, who I'd say is definitely a lot like a mountain lion when he fights. He definitely has the same mannerisms of a mountain lion, plus he likes to think he's the king of the jungle, so to speak, at least in terms of family. He's fast, yes, but he lacks a few things, like efficiency. Still, with his mind-reading talent, he's a formidable fighter. What about you? Who, me? Well, they say I'm like a cheetah, which I'd agree on. I rely on speed, accuracy and precision. My strikes are lethal and I always strike fast, just like a cheetah does. Unlike a cheetah, though, I don't tire out and I'm much smarter. I happen to be one of the most skilled fighters in our family, actually, she said, grinning rather smugly. You forgot to mention the gracefulness of a cheetah, I pointed out. Alice rolled her eyes. Oh Bella, you are far too sweet for your own good sometimes. I stuck my tongue out at her. Well, go on, I urged. She sighed. Well anyways, then there's Rosalie. I'd say that the closest animal that matches her would be a snake. A cobra to be precise, I believe. I cocked my head to side at that one. Now I don't mean snake in the way you might think. I mean in the fact that she's incredibly deadly and easily agitated. Not only that, but she's precise and every one of her attacks is venomous, whether literally or figuratively. Rosalie has the worst temper of our family, so naturally she's one of the most dangerous. The angrier she gets, the more dangerous she becomes. That's a common thing when it comes to our emotion. She isn't the strongest and she does have a tendency to let her anger get the best of her, but when she's in control. She paused for a moment and looked like she was recalling something, shuddering to herself. Another reason I'd equate her to a cobra or a viper is because of the fact that she enjoys tormenting her enemies the way a snake does. She likes to wrap around them and break them slowly and painfully. Sometimes she gets a little too into it, I'll admit. That's when she's the scariest, when she likes causing pain. It's a side of Rosalie that you say very rarely and you definitely want to keep it that way, let me tell you. Then there's Jasper and Amara, our best fighters. With them, we often compare them more to forces of nature than to animals. Jasper is like lightning, fast, deadly and vicious. One strike from him is usually all it takes, truth be told. Amara on the other hand is very much like a wildfire. She starts off slow, but as the fight goes on her danger level spreads. She's wild and unruly when she fights, but she knows exactly what she's doing, which is why she's so dangerous. You never want to see her get upset, Bella. Never. I shuddered at the warning in her words. Her face was dark as she said them, meaning she herself had witnessed Amara angry before. That worried me. What about Carlisle and Esme? Her face softened immediately. Carlisle and Esme don't come off as the fighting types because they hate violence, Carlisle especially. They usually try to avoid violence whenever they can, even going so far as to not full out fighting in a battle. However, they have had moments where they've shown their more animalistic side. You caught a glimpse of Esme's today. Now it was Alice's turn to shudder as she remembered the look in her mother's eyes. It's rare to see, that's for sure. But they've both shown it before. They usually only become that way when their family is threatened, because they're the leaders of our coven and all, she explained, clearly taking my look of fear in. I nodded in understanding. I found the idea of seeing Carlisle and Esme being feral strange and terrifying in the same, especially when I thought of Esme today. I wondered if that was the full extent of angry Esme or if that was just the beginning. I shivered again, not wanting to think of that. We sat in silence for another minute and a half. So I'm really gonna have to go to school? She laughed. Yes, Bella, I'm afraid so. You'll have to deal with it like the rest of us. Don't worry, I'll make sure I'm in all your classes, if that's what you'd like. Yeah, I'd rather have that than be stuck with a bunch of strangers. Do you promise you'll try to keep your, jealousy problem under control? I asked warily. She crossed her arms and frowned at me. I do not have jealousy problems, she huffed. I just don't like the idea of you looking at other girls. Or talking to other girls or being around other girls. I gave her a stern look. Alice. She sighed. All right, I promise I'll do what I can to tone it down. I can't help it though, it's like I have this voice in the back of my head screaming that you're mine and that by letting you talk to another girl, I'm allowing myself a chance at losing you to her. I can't stand it, Bella. I hate feeling that way and I don't like acting out on it either, but if I don't, it drives me up the wall. I furrowed my brows and started to think. I didn't want Alice to act out the way she had today if I looked at another girl. I mean, I wouldn't blatantly check any other girls out, especially not in front of her. There was that one girl from earlier, but it was brief. No, I think I can safely so I wouldn't do that again. But I wouldn't want Alice to act that way. Not because I'd be afraid for whatever girl I'd talked to or looked at or whatever, but because I wouldn't want her to do anything that would upset or hurt her later. I cared about her too much. I liked seeing her happy and bubbly, not broody and upset. That was definitely Edward's department, if anything. Ignoring the loud harumph I heard upstairs, I rested my forehead against hers. What if we showed them that we were together? That way they knew that I was yours and that little voice wouldn't bother you so much. I offered. She cocked her head to the side curiously. What do you mean? You know, holding hands and whatnot. A public display of affection. Nothing too grand, of course, since I wouldn't be able to handle that right off the bat. But minor stuff like cuddling and hugging and, maybe key-ing, I trailed off on the end when I started to think more about it. Alice and I, key-ing each other, surrounded by horny jocks all hooting and shouting at us. I cringed at the thought. No, I didn't want that. I didn't want anyone to see my Alice that way. No boy would ever treat her like that. No, I'd kill them if they did. Yes, kill them. Whoa, holy F. Where did that come from? Bella. Alice gently nudged me. Are you okay? I was, I'm fine, I stammered, running a hand through my hair. Really, I'm fine. Just thinking is all. She didn't look convinced, but sighed and dropped the subject. I could tell by the look in her eyes that she wasn't dropping it for good, though. Well, Arthur and Sophie will be arriving in 2 hours and 32 minutes. I think it's nice that you'll get to meet them. They're both very nice, especially Arthur. Sophie's a bit odd, yes, but then again, so am I, she giggled. I grinned and nodded in agreement. You're the weirdest person I've ever met. She playfully smacked my arm. Shut up, you. Don't forget you still have to try on all the clothes I bought you. A thought hit her and she was suddenly on her feet, smirking at me. That's what we're going to do right now. You're going to try on all your outfits until they arrive. What about food? I asked. I hadn't eaten much today. Alice smacked her forehead. Shit, I forgot about that. Okay, how about this? You try on clothes with me for an hour and a half, and then I'll make you something to eat. Deal. Deal. Alice extended her hand out to me. Shall we? She asked. I rolled my eyes and nodded. She grinned and scooped me into her arms before dancing upstairs to her room. Once inside she set me down and disappeared, only to reappear with all the bags she had bought me. I grimaced a little when I realized how long this would take. Why did you buy so many clothes? I asked, opening a bag to sneak a peek inside. She playfully batted my hand away and full out sneered at me. Because your sense of fashion stinks and I simply won't allow you not to dress the way you should. I furrowed my brow at her. Hey, give me some credit, I've been forced to steal half of my outfits, thank you very much. Alice's jaw dropped at that. You stole your clothes. Oops, I never mentioned that. I nodded ashamedly. Yeah, I kinda had to. I didn't have any money, so, I took what I could get. A flash of anger appeared on her face for a moment before she discarded it and pulled me into a hug. Oh Bella, I'm sorry. I hugged her back. It's okay. No reason to be upset. What's done is done, I guess. She shook her head sadly. You deserve better than that. I have better, Alice. I have you. I leaned in and at her cheek to prove my point. Alice looked at me endearingly for a moment before smiling. You know that was lame, right? I scoffed. Yeah, off. Now let's get this over with, shall we? You have such a dirty mouth, she giggled. But yes, I agree. Now then, choose a bag. The next hour and a half was, as I had expected, half tortuous and half entertaining. It wasn't that I didn't enjoy trying on clothes. In fact, I found that activity somewhat enjoyable. It was the fact that Alice was constantly tossing clothes at me to try on, seconds after I just put the first pair on. She had me change in the bathroom, since I was still a little uneasy at the idea of, being half BPD in front of her. She rolled her eyes, but agreed nonetheless. I had to admit, most of what she bought I liked. I wasn't much for dresses and she seemed to know this, since most of the dresses she bought were actually comfortable and not mind-numbingly annoying. The outfits were a bit, flashy, but I liked them too. It was decided in the end that I would be keeping everything, which I figured. With Alice, it didn't seem like any clothing would ever go to waste. She merrily danced about as she began placing all of my clothes into her freakishly huge closet. I didn't fail to notice that there was a large portion empty with a plate that had my name on it above. She must have fixed all of this up years ago or something. Once she was finished, as if on cue my stomach started growling. Alice giggled. Let's go get you some food, shall we? She asked, offering her hand to me. I grinned and nodded. As we made our way downstairs, I could already smell something being cooked in the kitchen. My mouth watered and I licked my lips. I noticed Alice was pouting, though. What's wrong? I asked. She huffed. I wanted to be the one to cook you something. I at her cheek. Don't worry. You can cook for me tomorrow, how's that sound? Her eyes lit up. You mean it? As long as you don't burn the house down or make me sick, I chuckled. She stuck her tongue out at me as we walked into the kitchen. There was Esme, humming to herself as she grilled my food. A steak. Yum. I couldn't contain the delighted squeal as Esme finished and plopped the plate down, smiling proudly as she did. I do so enjoy cooking, she mused. I dug into my meal after a brisk, thanks. Never have I had steak that amazingly good before in my entire life. Mouth orgasm to the max. I still don't understand how you can eat that. It hardly looks appetizing, Alice grunted, watching me with her chin resting on her palm. It's a human thing, I pointed out. Plus, I think steak is delicious. I think it stinks, she replied, crinkling her nose slightly. I groaned. You think everything stinks, Alice. Alice rolled her eyes. I do not, she scoffed. I don't think you stink. I don't think flowers stink. And I love the smell of a new car and toothpaste and shampoo and lavender. And, all right, I get it. I exclaimed, holding my hands up in defeat. I heard Esme giggle and realized that she was still in the kitchen, smiling warmly at us both. You two are adorable, she cooed. It makes me so happy that you're happy. Thank you, Esme, we both said, smiling at her. She beamed and removed my plate from the table before departing from the kitchen. So how long until Amara's friends arrive? I asked Alice. Alice zoned out for a moment as she looked into the future to see. 32 minutes. So what are they like? I asked, curious. I mean, I didn't really get a chance to talk with Sophie while we were at the mall. Amara told me a little bit, but not much. She stood up and chuckled, inclining her head towards the couch before dancing over to it and plopping down. I followed after her and sat next to her. She wrapped her right arm around me and pulled me into her shoulder, resting her head atop mine. They're both really nice, I'd say. Sophie's pretty rambunctious. She and Amara have a lot of the same personality traits, which is probably why they get along so well. As for Arthur, he's more like Carlisle and Jasper. He's very polite and quiet, which is the exact opposite of Sophie. They've been allies of our family since Amara joined. They've both helped us out from time to time, so we've come to rely on them in tough situations. Did they live here in Forks? I asked. She shook her head. No, they usually travel around from place to place. Arthur wants to settle down soon, though, so I'd imagine that they'll find a place eventually. Carlisle and Esme have offered them a place in our home, actually, but I don't see them joining us. I think they'll end up joining the Denali Coven over in Alaska, if anything. We sat in silence for a moment, just enjoying each other's presence, something we did often. Alice. Yes, Bella. I bit my lip sheepishly. Do you think that this problem will ever go away? The one with James and Victoria? I asked. She tensed for a moment, then relaxed, letting out a long sigh. You're worried. I nodded. Bella, I promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. I will keep you safe, no matter what. They'll be dealt with, that I can promise as well. If you'd like, I'll burn them both and we can dance on their ashes until the sun comes up. I laughed a little at that, but I knew she was completely serious. Deadly serious, for that matter. Still, I couldn't help but worry. What if she got hurt? What if someone else got hurt? Bella, you need to stop with that. I hate to say it, but you really are beginning to sound like me, grunted Edward, appearing downstairs in a flash. If you say so. I do. And so do Alice, Esme and Carlisle, he stated, leaning against the wall. By the way, Alice, I think that we should join the others in their training session. Alice frowned. I'd rather stay here with Bella, Edward. I know that, Alice. But it's been a while since you've trained and I feel that, given what happened to you in your last fight, you could use a bit of training. It's nothing personal and I don't like disturbing your time with your mate, but it is necessary if you wish to protect her. Alice scowled, obviously not liking her brother's words. Her honey-colored orbs looked at me, silently asking me if I was okay with her going. I smiled and nodded, leaning in to peck her on the cheek. Go on, I'll be fine. Carlisle and Esme are here too, right? She bit her lip, thinking. Let me stay with her at least until Arthur and Sophie arrive. That way she'll have some company with her. Carlisle and Esme are still here, Edward pointed out. I don't want to bother them, I stated. Edward sighed. You wouldn't be bothering them. But very well, Alice, you can stay. I do expect you out there, though. Yes, master, she deadpanned. Oh stop, you know I'm playing, he grunted, smiling crookedly at her. She rolled her eyes. Yes, I do. Now get going before I decide to kick you out myself. He laughed and shook his head as he exited the house, leaving the two of us alone again. Well, not technically alone, but alone in the same room, more or less. I can't come watch, I asked. You could if you wanted to, but I think you should stay and chat with Sophie and Arthur. You'll learn a few things from them, I think, that might surprise you. Arthur especially. There was an odd look in her eyes as she said that. Did you have a vision? She didn't answer, but the look told me she did. I could only wonder what she had seen. Oh, they're here early, she announced. Both Sophie and Arthur appeared in the doorway then, pausing before coming inside. Knock knock, teased Sophie. Come on in, guys, Alice said, waving them inwards. They both did as she asked and stepped inside. It was here that I got a chance to fully study these two, Sophie whom I had caught a glimpse of, Arthur who I had never seen before. I knew they were both vegetarian vampires by their light amber-colored eyes. That was the one main thing I'd remembered from my earlier encounter with Sophie, at the very least. Besides, she wouldn't have been in a human environment were she not a vegetarian, and I doubt the Cullens would be friends with them. Of the two, Sophie was taller. She was a well-defined woman who looked to be at least 19, at least the form her body was frozen in. I couldn't tell though, since vampires looked much younger than they were naturally. She could be in her 20s for all I knew. Her face was round and her features were average. Like Amara had said, there was indeed a crescent-shaped bite mark around her right eye. It started above her eyebrow, parted, then finished underneath the eye. Her hair was messy in a dark blonde color. It looked similar to Alice's, only shorter. Then there was Arthur. He looked around 5'7", with short blonde hair. His face was rounder than Sophie's was and his eyes were slightly lighter in color. His eyes were much different. Whereas Sophie's eyes sparkled with mischief, Arthur's were gentle, yet distinctively somber. His face portrayed the somberness too. Also, unlike Sophie, Arthur was wearing a much more formal attire. Whereas she wore low-cut, midriff-exposing attires like Amara, Arthur wore a suit, separating the two even more so in terms of differences. Hello again Sophie, hello Arthur, greeted Alice. Sophie grinned. Hey there Pixie Stick, what's up? Alice furrowed her brow. Pixie Stick. She shook her head and sighed humorously. You truly are something else, Soph. Takes one to know one, my friend, Sophie replied, smirking. Mind if we sit down? Go ahead. So where's Amara at? Come to think of it, where is everybody? She asked. Everyone save for myself. Carlisle and Esme are off training. Esme will be leaving shortly to go supervise and I'll be joining in with them myself. However, I wanted to stick around to be here for the introductions and to keep Bella company. That was when both Sophie and Arthur's eyes fell on me. Ah yes, your new mate. Hello again, Bella, Sophie greeted. Hi, I said shyly. She gestured towards Arthur. Well, you know that this is Arthur, my mate. But this is your first time meeting. Go on Artie, say hi. Arthur frowned at her for a moment before turning towards me. Pleased to meet you, Bella, he said, bowing slightly. Nice to meet you too, Arthur, I replied. He smiled a little for a moment. Alice and Sophie proceeded to exchange pleasantries for a few minutes, chatting about a few miscellaneous things mostly. She didn't mention anything regarding James or Victoria, though, which surprised me. A minute after Esme was downstairs, smiling warmly at me. Bella, I do hope you don't mind Alice going. If you do, honey, she can stay. It's up to you, Esme said. I love that she was giving me the choice of keeping Alice. I thought about it for a moment. I don't want to be selfish, Esme. Besides, if training makes her better prepared, then I'm fine with it. I only wish I could go watch, I stated. Alice key. Ed my cheek. Next time, I promise. I'll be back in a few hours, okay? I nodded. She turned towards Arthur and Sophie. You two behave now, okay? Bella will explain to you everything that you want to know. Whoa, wait, what? Why do I have to explain? I asked. Because it's better if you tell them, since it's mostly your story, Bella. Besides, you need to get more used to talking to people. I can't understand how you can be outgoing one moment and shy the next. Then again, the complexity is one of the many things I love about you. I'll be back in a while, I promise. She key. Ed me softly on the lips then and danced out the door before I could get a word in edgewise. Esme smiled warmly at me, gave me a brisk hug, and followed after her. I stared after them for a moment, feeling a little lost. I remembered that Carlisle was still in the house. At least, I hoped he was. I'd feel really awkward being in here by myself with two vampires I didn't know, vegetarian or not. Neither Arthur nor Sophie spoke at first. Sophie was appraising me while Arthur held a rather placid gaze. Does this make you uncomfortable? Arthur asked. A little, I admitted embarrassedly. Sorry, he replied. Perhaps if we had met at an earlier time you'd be more accustomed to us. I assure you that if we make you feel too uncomfortable, we'll figure out some way to lessen that a bit, even if it means leaving for a while. Oh no, I don't want you to leave because of me, I said, kicking myself for being stupid. So you have a story to tell us? Sophie asked, leaning her head down and resting it on her propped-up hands. Sophie, Arthur chided softly. What? It's not my fault Amara didn't tell us what was going on, she whined. That's because you hung up too fast, Arthur reminded her. Sophie groaned and rolled her eyes. Not my fault, I swear. Arthur shook his head in disagreement and sighed. He then looked at me. I apologize for my mate's bluntness. She's, well, clueless at times. I digress, however. We are indeed curious about what's been going on lately. Amara noted that the last week has been mildly hectic around here. Would you care to explain? He asked politely. Not only that, he was giving me the chance to decline the offer. I don't know where to start, I admitted. Sophie spoke up. Amara told us about Alice's visions of you, so we get the idea there. And we know that she had a vision of another vampire somewhere nearby, Arthur added. We are merely curious about you and about what's been happening. We don't need full details or too many personal notes, only what you're willing to share. I sighed. Okay. Well, I guess the quickest way to summarize it is that I'm being hunted by vampires. I met them 4 months ago and they've been chasing me around ever since. Then I ended up here. I met Alice and the other Cullens and learned that I'm sort of her soulmate and that they'll protect me and… Whoa there, slow it down a bit, girl, Sophie exclaimed, holding her hands up. I know we take in information fast and all, but damn. Calm down, take it one step at a time here. Sorry, I stammered, blushing slightly. No reason to be, Arthur stated. But yeah, that's sort of the gist of it, I said. God, I was lame. I mean seriously. So you're being chased by some vampires and now the Cullens are protecting you from them because you're Alice's soulmate. Is that the point you're trying to get across? Sophie asked, cocking her head to the side. I nodded feebly. She chuckled and looked at Arthur. Makes about as much sense as half the shit that goes on around here, wouldn't you agree, Artie? Arthur frowned. Please stop calling me that. You know how annoying it is. She giggled. But I like Artie though. He rolled his eyes. Don't start with me. He focused his placid yet morose eyes on me. You say that you're being hunted. Do you know why? Because I apparently smell really good and I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, I replied, shrugging. How many are there? 2 of them, a male and a female. Arthur had the strangest expression on his face as he absorbed the minor bit of information I'd given him. It was almost like he knew exactly who I was referring to. Could he? Is that what Alice had meant? Do you know their names? Arthur asked. James and Victoria, I answered. His eyes suddenly widened, the somberness replaced by smoldering of some kind. Sophie tensed up next to him, clenching her fists tightly as a grimace formed on her face. It was at that moment that I knew what Alice had meant. They knew something. You know them. It wasn't a question, that's for sure. After a moment, Arthur's eyes darkened slightly, the moroseness returning. He nodded. Unfortunately, yes, I do. Did they hunt you too? I asked. He shook his head. No, not myself, at least. My brother was their intended target at the time. Arthur paused and looked at Sophie. She looked at him sadly and touched his shoulder. He gave her a small smile before returning his eyes to me. They looked so sad I felt like crying just by looking at him. What happened? I asked in a quiet whisper that I almost didn't hear. To understand better, perhaps I could share with you my past. I imagine, though, that you're probably tired of hearing all of these as if they're storybook fairy tales. It's your choice on whether you wish to know or not. I promise I'll skip the boring details, though. I shook my head. No, I'm fascinated by all of it, really. I love hearing about the different lives vampires had as humans. I've only heard 2 so far, to be brutally honest. He chuckled a little, a soft, airy chuckle. I see. Very well then, I shall start from the beginning. My full name is Arthur Aaron Bradley. I was actually born here in Washington 67 years ago, in a small town down south. My father was named Derek, my mother Claire and I had 2 siblings, an older brother named Tim and a sister named Sydney. Now, my early life as a human wasn't very exciting, so I'll skip most of the more boring details and get to when things started changing in my life. Believe it or not, I was out in the woods at age 17 when I first met Sophie over here. And it was a very peculiar encounter. I watched a big grin snake onto Sophie's face as he stretched out the word, peculiar. You see, my parents owned a cottage out in the woods that we would often go to over the summer for vacation, I suppose you could say. I rarely stayed indoors during that time. I loved to explore and take photographs of things. It was a hobby of sorts. Anyways, I was out in the woods, snapping photos when I happened upon the strangest, wildest sight I'd ever seen, a girl fighting a mountain lion with nothing but her bare hands. He glanced at Sophie, who snickered as she recalled the memory herself. Her clothes were torn and her body drenched in redness that didn't belong to her. I watched as she, egged on the best and dodged its every blow. It hissed and roared, but she countered with a snarl of her own that chilled my bones. She ended up grabbing it by the neck and piledriving the poor beast into the ground. I was utterly stunned by the sight, so stunned I dropped my camera. She heard it and spun around to see me staring at her. I remember not knowing whether to run screaming or go towards her. Of course, fear was my most instinctive emotion and it prevented me from budging from my spot. She stood there for a few minutes, just silently staring. Then she disappeared into the forest without a word, leaving me speechless. I didn't know what I'd just seen. I thought I was insane at first, but then I realized I had taken a picture of her lifting the lion off the ground. I cannot tell you how many nights I spent studying that picture, trying to convince myself that I wasn't crazy. He chuckled, shaking his head as he did. Needless to say, it was our first interaction and certainly not our last. To speed things up a bit, we spoke for the first time after 2 more encounters similar to the first. If you'd like, I can always discuss those at a later time. However, I'll get to the main point of the story. It happened when I was 17, you see. My brother had left to go run errands, but he didn't come back. For 3 days he was gone without a call or a note or anything. We were all worried sick. He paused for a moment and took in a deep breath. Sophie wrapped an arm around him for comfort, which he smiled a little at. On that 3rd day he finally came home, looking staggered, tired and afraid. His clothes were torn and he looked nothing like his old self. My parents tried to get him to tell them what was wrong, what had happened and where he had been, but he couldn't give them a straight answer. He said he needed to leave and fast, but my parents fought him to get him to stay and tell them what was wrong. Eventually he gave in, but by then it was too late. He closed his eyes as he recollected what happened. To put it bluntly, James and Victoria had been hunting him. They ended up attacking and killing him and the rest of my family. I was the last one, watching in horror as they were all killed. But then, before James and Victoria could kill me, Sophie arrived on the scene and fought them off. She wasn't able to kill them, but she did manage to drive them off. Unfortunately, during the fighting I was injured rather badly. I wouldn't survive unless she changed me, but she didn't have the control for it. I figured I would die at that point. Fate, however, had a different plan. Arthur reopened his eyes then. They still filled with somberness, but there was a small glimmer of warmth in them. After the 2 of them fled, we were approached by another vampire. He wasn't like them, though. He had dark skin, a man of African American descent, and golden eyes. He spoke politely and softly with a hint of a French accent. He approached us cautiously, since Sophie was growling at him. He told us that he meant no harm and that he was here to offer me what Sophie could not, to change me. Sophie didn't believe him at first, but I managed to persuade her to calm down, even through my weak grunts. He said, "I am deeply sorry for the pain that has been caused for you today. I once traveled with the 2 who were here earlier, but their ways became far too cruel for me. I met a family that saved my life and helped change my ways for the better. If you wish, I will change you so that you may be with your mate forever. What do you say?" I was surprised by his words, but I could see that he meant what he said. So I accepted his offer. His eyes fell on Sophie's as the 2 gave each other a meaningful look. Their golden amber orbs twinkled with happiness as they smiled at one another. I had to admit, it was a pleasant sight to see, actually. So that was how I came to be a vampire and how Sophie came to be a permanent part of my life. I met Amara shortly after and she became a close friend of mine. Now then, before I start to ramble, I'll get to the point. James and Victoria, they're dangerous, as I'm sure you know. There is a lot more to them than what you do know, however, as the man who changed me, Laurent, lamented on some bits of information he discovered. This might not be overly helpful for you, Bella, but it may be of some use to the Cullens. Would you like to hear? Arthur asked. I nodded, curious to hear more. Perhaps the first thing you should know is that they aren't mates. I could tell by the way you said their names that you assumed as such. I did as well, but Laurent told me otherwise. It seems that Victoria has another mate, one who is more powerful than James. He didn't know who, however, since Victoria never spoke of her mate. James, as far as he knew, was mateless. Apparently James was more concerned with his games than finding a mate. Secondly, Victoria has a gift. Quote, my eyes widened in fear. She had a power like Jasper, Edward, Amara and Alice. Shit, what can she do? I asked worriedly. From what was described to me, you could call it a natural pull towards safety, I suppose, he explained. I furrowed my brow in confusion. Say what? I noticed that Carlyle had ghosted into the room and was looking on curiously himself. Arthur frowned, obviously trying to figure out some way of explaining. I suppose you could call it a gift of self-preservation, Arthur stated, running a hand through his hair. The human is still lost, I muttered. Sophie snickered a little, clearly amused by it. If I may, Carlyle offered, looking at Arthur. He nodded. Carlyle smiled and turned towards me. Bella, self-preservation is basically knowing how to survive, though I'm quite curious as to how it can be utilized as a gift. I'm still lost here. I can't help that I'm not as smart as vampires are, I grumbled. Well, I don't know the exact details of her gift, but from what Laurent explained to me, her gift makes it so that her body moves her to a safe place on its own. She can also sense when danger is nearby, something she used to do quite often when they traveled together. That was when he first noticed her ability. Not only that, but whenever they fought someone, she would always know how to move and where to go to avoid taking any damage. Carlyle placed his hand on his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps that is why they fled the area rather than tried to attack again. She obviously sensed that they were outnumbered and they decided to leave in order to plan out a new attack. That would explain things, he mused. I would agree, Arthur stated. So how do you defeat someone who knows what to do in order to survive? Sophie pondered. I was still a tad lost, but I was getting the gist of it. Victoria could sense danger and her body would act in order to avoid it. That explains why Alice wasn't able to kill her. You've given us a lot to think about, Arthur. Thank you for informing us, Carlyle said, smiling at him. Arthur chuckled softly. You should be thanking Laurent, Carlyle. I believe it was you and your family who changed his ways, no? Carlyle nodded. Yes. We met him years ago and helped him change his ways. He's been a close friend of our family ever since then. I'm glad to see that he was able to help you out when you needed it. Now then, we know a bit more regarding our enemies. Now we must find a way to use our new knowledge to our advantage. The two of them started having a discussion regarding various ways of exploiting Victoria's talent, among other things. Sophie pitched in from time to time, though she mostly remained quiet and listened intently. I didn't partake in it. I was lost in my own thoughts, since there was so much going on right now. Everything was happening so fast. Days ago I was a running, scared girl with no one in the world. Now I was about to be adopted into a family of vampires, complete with a loving mother and father, siblings, and one of the most beautiful creatures in the universe as a girlfriend. Alice. My girlfriend. The very thought of that, of how lucky I was, made me quiver slightly. I was worried, though. Worried about what Rosalie had said to me. Worried that I'd f**k up and we wouldn't be together. Worried that I'd hurt her. I couldn't bear to think of that. Yet despite the worrying, the feelings I had for her were growing. I didn't acknowledge them as best as I could, but I could feel them. Every time she laughed or smiled or looked at me or even spoke, I felt joyous tingles surging through me, rippling through my heart, telling me that she was mine and that I was hers. It warmed my heart and made me feel things I've never felt before. However, despite all the good things that had happened, there was still the bad. Victoria and James. They were out there, buying their time, lying in wait. That scared me. I was afraid of losing Alice. I was afraid that someone else would get hurt. I was afraid of dying. Death. It terrified me. I'd been nearly killed so many times, yet the thought of dying still scared me. I knew that Alice would protect me, but at what cost? I couldn't bear the idea of her dying, let alone even think about it. It was too painful. If Alice was going to die, I would gladly give my life for hers. End of story. I heard a throat clearing and snapped out of my thoughts to see Carlyle looking at me placidly. Are you all right, Bella? He asked, clearly concerned. I nodded. Why wouldn't I be? You were staring at the table and quivering, Arthur stated. You were obviously thinking about something painful, most likely the current situation. What the hell? What is he, a mind reader too? He chuckled as he took in my quizzical look. I'm no mind reader, Bella. I'm merely very skilled at reading people. I've always been good at analyzing someone and learning things about them based on little details, things they aren't even aware of. So you can guess things about me just by looking at me. Is that a gift? I asked. Oh no, not at all. Though I do have a gift, it is far different in context. Instead, I would call it a skill or a hobby, perhaps. Would you be willing to allow me to test it? I shrugged. If you want to. Very well then, he murmured. For a moment he studied me, amber eyes looking deep into mine for a moment before studying me thoroughly. It didn't bother me, oddly, the way he was looking at me. It wasn't creepy or annoying. Everything about his actions just screamed gentleness, which was strange. After about a minute he blinked, nodded to himself, then leaned into the couch. I believe I've surmised a few things. First, perhaps I'll begin with basic physical details. Your fingernails are short and gnawed, meaning you chew your nails a lot, the habit of a nervous person. Your hands are constantly moving to and fro as well, though it isn't because they're uncomfortable, but rather you have a hard time finding a position that you don't feel is awkward. Clearly, you don't like standing out too much and you try hard to avoid that as much as possible, though in your current predicament, you feel as though that is impossible. He paused for a moment, taking my gaping mouth as a sign that he was on the right track. Your skin is pale, reflecting a lack of sun exposure, and that one of your parents was clearly albino, perhaps your mother. You dress in long, baggy clothing because you fear exposing yourself because you do not find yourself attractive. You believe that hiding behind large clothes will protect you from the scrutiny and attention of others. You fear their rebuking and their scorn, probably because you were teased as a child for the way you look. Then there's your hair. It's unkempt in a way that shows that you run your hands through it a lot, another nervous habit that you likely picked up from your younger years. You like your hair and at the same time dislike it because it doesn't have the shine you feel it should have, again relating to your problem with your physical appearance. You've clearly considered cutting it short, but again you fear the reactions you would get. You've been bullied in the past, no doubt, hence your chronic fear of others' opinions on you. When you're embarrassed, you blush a deep shade of red, something you've never been fond of, yet you've never been able to stop it. You bite your bottom lip lightly to try and hide the embarrassment and shame you feel, but it doesn't work as well as you'd like it to. When someone says something about you that is true, your eyes look downwards. That, of course, leads into your eyes, the very portal to the soul and the quickest way to learning about someone. He paused again and clasped his hands together. I shifted rather uncomfortably on the couch. I idly glanced at Carlyle and noticed that he had an inquisitive, thoughtful look on his face, his eyes flickering with intrigue and warmth in the same. That right there, the way your eyes darted over to Carlyle. I can tell that you do that a lot by the way your eyes move. You do that because you want to meet everyone's approval. You fear the idea of someone disapproving of something you do or say. You also worry a lot, more so about others than about yourself. There's a small hint of concern for your own person, but you have a tendency to worry about others because you feel worrying about yourself is selfish. With that said, I can also see the good qualities. You're very curious and you're constantly taking in new things, doing the best you can to absorb details even if you don't fully understand them. You're very passionate about your feelings, too. You think with both your head and your heart, though you rely more on your inner feelings than your judgment. You're also a very emotional person. You're quick to anger, but you're also very warm and loving towards those that show you the same. It is in your nature to feel strongly towards those close to you. There's also Alice. Each time her name is mentioned, you get a distinctive sparkle in your eyes. That shows that you love Alice and that your love for her is steadfastly growing each day, signifying the bond that you two have and how quickly it's developing. You're scared that it may not be what she wants it to be and you're still confused about some things, but you're going with the flow because it feels natural to you and because it's worked out well so far. Am I wrong? I gawked at him for a moment. Every last thing he'd said was correct. And he said he couldn't read minds. How do you know all of that? I asked incredulously. Sophie snickered. My Artie's a genius. He rolled his eyes. Hardly. I'm merely very good at noticing things. I was when I was human and after years of practicing, I'm even better now as a vampire. Amazing, I breathed. It truly is, Carlyle agreed. Arthur fidgeted with his fingers. I don't think it is, really. I'm certain there are others far better at it than I. Regardless, thank you for your praise. And it's been a pleasure meeting you, Bella. I do hope we can speak again sometime. Right now, I think it best that we depart for the time being. We'll return later on when everyone else is home. I'm certain there is more to discuss. Carlyle nodded in understanding and smiled. That's fine, Arthur. It's been nice seeing you again, and you as well, Sophie. Likewise, Carlyle, she replied, standing. Nice meeting you, Bella. Give Alice some loving for me. She winked at me before walking off. I blushed as Arthur sighed. Sorry about that. With another sigh, he nodded towards the both of us before departing after his mate. It was silent for a moment after they left. I mulled over what he had said about me and how correct he had been. It was eerily strange how much he had been able to get right from just looking at me. I sighed quietly, leaning back into the couch, lost in thought. Bella. I glanced over at Carlyle, who was appraising me. Yes, I do hope I'm not disturbing you, but but while you were speaking with our guests, I received a phone call. It seems the adoption forms went in sooner than I'd thought. Apparently Alice sent them off a day and a half ago. I was wondering if you would be willing to accompany me to go and get them. He asked. I thought about it for a moment before standing up. Sure, I replied. I like the idea of getting to talk with Carlisle. He smiled at that. Splendid. Let's go then, shall we? Carlisle walked me out to the garage, over to his Mercedes. So, do you drive super crazy too? I asked meekly. Carlisle chuckled softly as he opened the passenger door for me. Well, I do from time to time, I'll admit. But I'd say that Esme and I are probably the only ones who can drive at a normal pace without any complaints. I've had years to deal with the impatience that comes with being a vampire, so it really isn't a big deal for me. I muttered a brisk, thanks, and got into the car. This car was definitely Carlisle's. It fit him in a way I couldn't describe. It had a refined air to it, much like he did. Another thing I noticed was the smell. It smelled like honey, which I recalled being the same scent as Carlisle's. It was quite lovely, actually, and I couldn't help inhaling the sweet scent several times. He was inside in an instant, buckling up. I was surprised, since Alice never buckled up. Carlisle noticed this and chuckled again. I like to follow the law, even if it's a stretch at times. He pressed a button on the center console that caused the garage doors to open before quietly revving the engine. Carlisle then pulled out of the garage, flicking the button once again to shut the garage door. Don't you worry about intruders? I asked as he drove off. Unlike Alice, his driving speed was very mellow. It was still a bit over the speed limit, but not nearly as much. Not at all, Carlisle replied. In fact, you're the first person to ever set foot in our house without us knowing about it. Usually whenever someone comes by, be it for directions or something like that, Alice informs us ahead of time. Even then, it's actually quite rare for us to have guests. I nodded and leaned comfortably into the seat, watching Carlisle's Mercedes glide past several other cars with ease. So it's easier for you to drive like this? I asked. He smiled. Yes, actually. I can appreciate the thrills of driving fast, but I'm also quite comfortable driving at a slower pace. I'm certain Alice may have mentioned that the essence of time for a vampire is much different. When I was younger in age, I'll admit I preferred to drive faster, but as I grew older, I learned to control myself and to become more patient. Now it's second nature to me. Esme is probably the second best, though I must say she prefers driving fast. You've never seen her behind the wheel before, and let me tell you, you probably wouldn't want to unless you were a vampire, he laughed. Was it hard to adjust? I mean, not as hard as it may sound. I suppose you could say the reason it was simpler for me is because I'm naturally a very patient person. And again, I've had many years of experience with it, too. So you're really over 300 years old? I asked. He chuckled. Yes, I'm technically still 23, at least that's the age my body is permanently frozen in. Wow, I breathed. You must have a lot of cool stories. Carlisle smiled and nodded. I've seen many things in my lifetime, yes. And I would be happy to share some with you. Is there anything in particular you'd like to know? I racked my brain for a list of potential questions to ask the man sitting next to me, whose life spanned centuries more than mine. It was mind-boggling knowing how old he was, yet at the same time I was left beyond curious. I wanted to know everything that I could. Arthur had been right, I did love learning new things, especially concerning vampires. How do you become a vampire? Ah, yes. Perhaps that would be a good place to start. Well, I was born in 1640 in London during a time where people would regularly hunt down beings that they believe existed, vampires included. The thing is, vampires did exist. My father, Matthias, was an Anglican pastor who worked with other pastors, believing that purging the world of these demons was freeing the world of sin. Unfortunately, many a times they ended up ending the lives of innocents, something that I was appalled by. As he aged, I was assigned his role. I disliked the idea of harming anyone, but I was able to deduce the location of a coven of vampires. I led the hunt after them, but I was ultimately bitten and left for dead. I had to crawl into an alleyway and hide myself as the change took place. It was incredibly painful and I believed that I was going to end up dead. But then I awoke as a vampire 3 days later. Initially I was repulsed by what I had become. I attempted to end my life any way possible, but nothing worked. Jumping from great heights hardly affected me, blades shattered against my skin. I even tried starving myself. It was during this time, when I was hiding in a cave, that the thirst became too much and I ended up feeding on a herd of deer. That was when I discovered that I could survive off of animals rather than humans. That helped change the course of my life. I used this knowledge to my advantage and started studying things, learning as much as I could. Because I never slept, I was able to take in new information constantly while I fed on animals. I discovered that I could resist the temptation of feeding on humans, which helped spur me into becoming a doctor. That is how I spent most of the next 2 centuries, studying medicine and helping treat people. I turned my curse into a blessing, I suppose you could say. So you've had good control since you became a vampire? I inquired. Well, yes. I refused to kill humans no matter how bad my thirst was. I trained myself, you see, in order to resist the scent of blood. I hardly even recognize it now, truth be told. The others have been trying to adapt to that, but it isn't always easy. Once you've tasted it, it becomes difficult to, shall I say, wean yourself off of it. I can assure you that you are in no danger though. Were there an accident, I would be able to assist you without hesitation, I can promise you that. I ed, and sat back in my seat, closing my eyes to think. 300 years. I couldn't wrap my head around the idea of being that old. Or could I? The idea seemed strange to me, but a part of me was open to considering it. Was I insane? Yeah, I was. I knew that already. It must have been awful lonely, I mused quietly. Carlyle nodded. At first, I wasn't concerned with it. If you recall that portrait I showed you before, with myself surrounded by other vampires. They are called the Volturi. They are an ancient group of vampires that live in Italy. Their culture has been around far longer than I have, and I was able to become a high-ranking member of their society. While I did learn a great deal from them, however, I refused to abide by their diet of feeding on humans. They attempted to cure me, but I refused. Eventually I set out into the world on my own. Loneliness was beginning to affect me, though. I was lucky to be in Chicago when the Spanish influenza struck, for that was when I found Edward. His mother, Elizabeth Masson, asked me to save him, knowing that I was more than human. I did so because I knew that he had no one in world and because there was no other way to save him. Each of the others slowly came into my life, which I was eternally happy for. I see. He smiled warmly at me. And now here you are, the newest part of our family. It brings me great joy to see Alice has found her mate. Now all that's needed is for Edward to find his, and our family will be complete. Of course, I would never shy away from accepting new members into our family, and I know Esme wouldn't either. I frowned. I may be joining your family, but I'm just a human. That is true, he replied softly. There was something off about his tone. Before I could ask, however, he stopped the car and turned to smile at me. Here we are, he announced. I blinked and looked out my window to see a large black building in front of us. I furrowed my brow in confusion. This is the place where we go for our documents, you see. We do business with a man here who, well, I suppose you could say he's aware of us being different, but he keeps quiet about it. I blinked and he was already outside, opening my door for me. I smiled at that and got out, feeling a chill wind blow overhead. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry, Carlyle said, realizing that I was cold. One moment, please. He vanished for a split second, then reappeared with a medium-sized coat in his hand. I quickly put it on once he handed it to me and found that it was Esme's coat. I could smell her sweet, freesia-like scent emanating off of it and smiled to myself. Carlyle indicated for me to follow him, which I did. We walked inside the building where it was pleasantly warm, thankfully, though I didn't remove the coat. Carlyle gracefully strode over to the front desk, where a petite, dark-skinned woman was working. She took one look at Carlyle and nearly fell out of her seat from the sight. I noticed that he nearly chuckled, but he held it in and melded his face into one of calmness. Hello, my name is Dr. Cullen. I believe Mr. Jenks is expecting me. The receptionist blinked several times before nodding. Yes sir, he's on the 3rd floor in his office. Carlyle smiled appreciatively at her. Thank you. I couldn't help the quiet snicker that escaped my mouth. Her facial expressions were utterly priceless. I wouldn't laugh if I were you. You make the same faces when Alice smiles, Carlyle teased. My snickering stopped immediately as a violent blush stormed onto my cheeks. I grumbled as we headed into the elevator, Carlyle quietly chuckling along the way. Upon exiting the elevator, I followed Carlyle down a long hallway. He eventually stopped and gently knocked on one of the doors. I remained behind him, curious as to what was going on and who he was meeting with. The door slowly creaked open to reveal a short, bald man who looked to be in his 50s. "Hello, Mr. Jenks," Carlyle greeted. The bald man squinted his eyes for a moment before smiling a little. "Ah, drive, Cullen. It's so good to see you. And might this be the newest member of your family?" he asked. Carlyle nodded. "Yes, this is Bella, our newest daughter," he replied, smiling proudly at me. "Please, come in," he said, gesturing us inside. I followed inside the small room as the man shut the door behind us. Something about the way he moved, the way his eyes darted around nervously, made me uncertain about this man. What was his deal, exactly? "Bella, this is our business associate, Jason Jenks. He's been in service to our family for many years," Carlyle explained. Truthfully, he usually does business with Jasper and Amara. But since they are not here at the moment, I'm responsible for the day's business. Jenks nodded nervously. "And how are Mr. Jasper and Mrs. Amara doing?" he asked. "They are well, thank you. Now then, regarding the adoption papers." Jenks nodded his head and scurried over to his freakishly large desk. He opened up the top drawer and pulled out a sheet of paper before walking back to Carlyle and handing it to him. "Here it is. The only things I have yet to fill out are date of birth and the name," he explained. He turned towards me, smiling a little. "That, my dear, is where you come in. You can officially change your name to whatever suits you, though I do believe keeping your name the same might be best. It is your choice." I nodded as Carlyle handed me the sheet and a pen. "Where do I sign?" I asked. Jenks pointed to the two areas that needed my signature and the places where I needed to fill out any missing information. I smiled as I filled each thing out, stopping at the name. I glanced over at Carlyle. Carlyle smiled. "You're welcome to take our last name as yours, Bella." I smiled back and filled it out. "Bella Cullen." Jenks took the slip after I'd finished and scurried over to his desk again. I couldn't for the life of me see what he was doing, but I assumed he was making a copy of the adoption form for legal rights or something like that. Once he returned, he handed Carlyle the sheet and smiled at me. "Congratulations, Mrs. Cullen. May you live in happiness with the Cullen family from here on out." I smiled back and nodded at him. His eyes returned to Carlyle. "Now then, drive, Cullen, the form will be sent. It will take a few days for the state to recognize the change, but it shouldn't matter too much. She is now an official part of your family." "Thank you, Jason. You've been a great service to us once again," Carlyle stated, extending his hand to the man. Jenks hesitated for a moment before shaking Carlyle's cool hand. I didn't miss the odd look in his eyes and the slight shiver he did as he pulled away. "You're quite welcome, drive, Cullen." He shifted slightly on his feet as he checked the other slip of paper in his hands. "Well, I do believe," he stopped suddenly and grimaced. "Ouch. Dang paper cuts." He lifted his index finger, which was now bleeding. "Blood." I frowned. I hated the smell of blood. It always made me feel nauseous for some reason. My eyes flickered to Carlyle, who merely looked concerned. Then my eyes went back to the finger as blood dripped from it. I watched it drop. Jenks frowned, trying to decide how to handle it. Something about the blood was calling me. I felt compelled to look at it. Compelled to smell it. The scent. It wasn't bothering me. Usually I couldn't stand it because it smelled like rust and salt. Now, though, it smelled good. Blood smelled good to me. I couldn't look away from the red liquid as Jenks started wiping it up. I felt like I was in a trance. Something in the back of my mind made me want that blood. I wanted to taste it. I wanted it. It should be mine. Blood, mine. Blood, mine. Feast, kill, mine, mine, mine. I felt a cool hand gently grasp my shoulder, snapping me out of my thoughts. I looked to see Carlyle staring down at me with a worried expression on his face. I looked back at Jenks, who looked rather afraid of me, like I was going to kill him or something. I almost did. "Are you all right, Bella?" Carlyle asked softly. I bit my lip and nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. I noticed Jenks had bandages his finger. I just don't like the smell of blood is all, I murmured. It was silent for a moment. Jenks wiped sweat from his brow with a cloth from his pocket while Carlyle appraised me, not quite believing me. Eventually Jenks cleared the awkward air by clearing his throat and turning his attention to Carlyle. Ah, well then, our business for today is concluded. Have a good day, drive. Cullen. Carlyle nodded and smiled at him before wrapping an arm around me and helping me out the door. Neither one of us spoke as we made our way downstairs and out to the car. Carlyle opened and closed my door once again before getting in his side. It was only after he had started the car did he turn to face me, concern etched into his eternal face. Are you certain you're all right? He asked. I'm fine. Just feeling a bit weird is all, I lied. He nodded, still not fully believing me, but he didn't speak any more on the subject as we drove away. I could tell by his eyes that he didn't like the idea of one of his children hurting or being upset about something, but he was respectful enough not to push. As we drove, I couldn't help the thoughts going through my head. What the hell had happened? Why had I thought those things? What was wrong with me? Maybe this whole mate thing really was rubbing off on me, perhaps in more ways than one. That frightened me a bit, honestly. I sighed, not really wanting to think about it right now. Besides, I wanted to break the awkward air. Is that guy, okay. He was acting a little weird, I blurted. Carlyle smiled, pleased that I was speaking. In truth, we've been doing business with him for over 30 years, his predecessor before him as well. He's used to having dealings with Jasper, so you may be able to guess why he's so nervous, shall we say. What did Jasper do to him? I asked. Carlyle chuckled. Well, in order to avoid any potential problems, Jasper uses his gift to make certain that Mr. Jenks doesn't get any ideas. He doesn't enjoy doing it and I don't like it myself, but it is a necessity for us because of our predicament. Sometimes Edward or Alice do business with him, using their gifts to their advantage as well. He paused for a moment and laughed again. He's actually quite terrified of Alice, actually. I smiled, pleased by that for some reason. Why's he afraid of her? He made the mistake of making an off comment about her attire and she snarled at him. It was quite entertaining, I'll admit, though Esme and I did chide her a little for it. She has that tendency when it comes to fashion, so be careful what you say. Are you kidding me? She looks great in anything she wears, I snorted. I quickly realized that I'd said that out loud and blushed slightly. Carlyle merely smiled amusedly. The rest of the drive was a silent one, but the awkwardness from before was gone. I still thought back to that incident in the building, but I pushed it aside when Carlyle began to slow down as we neared the house. I was confused at first, but when my eyes looked in front of me, my jaw nearly fell off its hinges. The first thing I noticed was that the trees leading to the Cullens' driveway, our driveway, were covered in silver and blue ribbons. The further we got, the more ribbons there were, twisted about in various patterns. And then we got to the house. The house was beyond decorated. The ribbons were everywhere forming a beautiful scene, mixed in with brightly lit candles and other decorations like wind chimes. It was a beautiful scene, almost as if there was some sort of party going on. Wait, party? I looked at Carlyle and saw that knowing smile on his face. I was confused and naturally furrowed my brow to try and deduce what the hell was going on. Then it dawned on me. They weren't training, were they? I asked. Carlyle only smiled wider. Nope, he replied. That's why Alice didn't want me going with her, I breathed, internally smacking myself for not picking up on it sooner. No sooner had the words left my mouth was my door being opened by none other than Alice herself, bouncing on the balls of her feet with a large, warm smile on her angelic face. She was wearing a beautiful dark blue silk dress, her spiky hair a bit more kempt than usual. She extended her hand out to me. My lady, she greeted. I was too stunned by the sight of Alice to respond verbally, so I merely took her hand and gawked, both at her and at the house. You did this? She nodded, smiling wider if possible. Yes ma'am, that I did. I was speechless still, unable to form any coherent words. Alice laughed and leaned in to kiss me softly on the lips. That got my brain to work again, thankfully. She cupped my cheeks and pulled me into her lips, each movement full of love and tenderness. She broke apart slowly, smiling giddily, before gently pulling me towards the house. I gasped when I saw the inside. The same ribbons were everywhere, with even more brightly colored ribbons to boot. The furniture was all neatly arranged, more lit candles that smelled of honey and caramel, several miscellaneous decorations here and there. I was awestruck. I blinked and suddenly Esme was there, wrapping me into a loving hug. "Welcome home," she whispered in my ear. That was when I understood what the occasion was. Me becoming a Cullen. "Maybe we decided to get dressed up for kicks," Edward joked, appearing from up the stairs and leaning against the wall. Rosalie, Emmett, Amara and Jasper all appeared as well. Alice rolled her eyes and turned to embrace me. "No. This is all for you, Bella." I couldn't really find the words to reply, merely nodding instead. Edward and Emmett both snickered at my silence, earning a sharp glare from Alice to silence them both. Well, Edward at least. Emmett was still grinning like an idiot, something I'd become accustomed to. Carlyle glided over to Esme and the two hugged each other before turning back to face me. "Shall we begin?" Esme asked, glancing at Alice. Alice nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, yes." Esme clasped her hands together joyously, disappearing for a moment before returning with a camera in her hands. Alice smirked and before I knew it, her lips were against mine. Those amazingly soft, marble lips moved rhythmically against mine, each key, loving and tender. I heard Esme click the camera, taking a photo of us key.ing. My face turned tomato red. "Yes," Emmett cheered. "Copies for all." Rosalie swatted him on the back of the head for it. Amara snickered. "I think I'll take a copy." "Me too," chuckled Jasper. "You see, Rosé. Free copies." Emmett crooned, earning him yet another smack. "No. No copies for anyone but me," Alice snorted, breaking our key, for a moment before pressing her lips back against mine. "Ah," Emmett, Amara, Jasper and Edward all whined playfully. My face turned an even darker shade of red as Alice continued key.ing me. Esme snapped another photo, giggling as she did. "This one will look good in the photo album." "Esme," I whined. Now, dear. Don't embarrass the poor girl too much," Carlyle snickered. "Ah, parents. Whoa, parents. They're my parents. I can't believe I actually get to call them that. Me of all people. I think I'm truly the luckiest girl alive." "Alice would disagree with you, were she technically alive," Edward joked. Alice stopped key.ing me and looked at her brother queerly. "What?" Edward rolled his eyes while I glared at him. "She was saying that she thinks she's the luckiest girl alive." Alice looked back at me and at me again, smiling against my lips. "That would be me, sweets. But you're a close second, how about that?" Now I was the one rolling my eyes. "No, I think I am. Because I have you." "Lame," snorted Edward. "F.K.U., Edward." I growled in my mind. His eyes widened in mock offense. "Why I never." Such language from a young lady, he chided, clearly enjoying himself. He smiled wider when I mentally flipped him off and at Alice's puzzled face. He mouthed a "later" to her before smiling at me. "Ass." "Sometimes," he snickered. Alice shot him a glare to silence him before silencing me by capturing my lips. After another minute or so of amazing key.ing, she pulled apart and rested her forehead against mine. We gazed into one another's eyes, then. I was reveling in the beauty and warmth of hers, finding myself lost in them. Oh, how I wish I could swim in those pools of honey. I glared at Edward when he almost laughed, vowing to end him if he did. He held his hands up defensively while smirking, eventually quieting down a bit. Alice chose that time to break the silence, turning to face her family. "So who's going first?" she asked. I was confused. First for what?" Edward laughed. "I will." In an instant he was in front of me, handing me a wrapped box. I stared at it for a moment, not quite recognizing what it was. Then it hit me. A present. What else would it be? He asked, giving me a crooked smile. "And no, it isn't a bomb or a spider or something childish like that. That's Emmett's gig, if anything." "Darn right," Emmett replied, smiling. "Quiet," Rosalie grunted. Edward shook his head before pushing the present into my hands. "Here, it's for you." I blushed slightly and took it from him. "Thank you," I murmured. He rolled his eyes. "You're supposed to open it before you thank me," he pointed out. I blushed again and slowly started peeling the wrapping paper away. I heard the sound of a photos being taken as I tore the remaining paper off, tossing it to the ground. My eyes bulged at the contents of the box, an iPod. "There's more," Edward stated. I moved the new iPod aside and saw 4 iTunes gift cards, each for $100. I figured that having your own music to listen to might come in handy from time to time. I stared at the gift in front of, feeling a tug on my heart that I'd never felt before. Thank you, Edward," I murmured, looking into his eyes. He smiled and pulled me into a half hug, patting my back. "Any time, Bella. Welcome to the family, officially." Once he pulled away, Alice took the gifts from my hands and vanished, likely dropping them in her room. No, our room. Yes, our. Well, if she wanted me to stay in it, that is. "I'm certain she does," Edward stated, smirking. Alice frowned. "What? Oh, she was wondering if you'd let her stay in your room," he replied. Alice looked at me and rolled her eyes before dotting me on the cheek. "Of course you can," she shouted gleefully. "Next gift." I gawked at her. There was more. Edward chuckled and stepped back, grabbing the wrapping paper as he did. Jasper and Amara stepped forward next, Amara holding a large wrapped box in her hands. "Here you go," she said, handing it to me. Again I felt a tug at my heart as I began opening the gift, Esme snapping more pictures excitedly. A brand new laptop. I gaped at it, feeling my eyes begin to water. They bought me a laptop. I couldn't believe it. How much did this? I couldn't even begin to think how much money they'd spent on me. Jasper rolled his eyes. "The cost doesn't matter. You're our sister now, so you'll have to expect gifts from us from time to time. Please don't concern yourself over price. Nothing is too expensive for us, after all." I choked back a sob at the honesty in his words. "Yup, we're filthy stinking rich," Amara snickered. "Besides, nothing's too much for our new sis, right Jazz?" Jasper chuckled throatily and nodded his head in agreement. "Now come here, you." Amara pulled me into a warm hug, followed by Jasper. I could taste the salty tears in my mouth despite forcing them not to fall. Alice giggled and snatched my laptop away, zooming up the stairs once again. Emmett and Rosalie stepped up next, Emmett immediately wrapping me into one of his big bear hugs. He twirled me for once before gently setting me down. Rosalie, to my utter surprise, actually tousled my hair a little. She didn't smile, of course, but she was at least showing some form of affection towards me. I felt a stray tear trickle down my cheek as Alice came back down and hugged me. She wiped the tear away and at my cheek again. The emotions I was feeling were overwhelming me. Emmett beamed. "Well, you got your music and your laptop. But our gift is the best." I sniffled a little, glancing at their handles to see no box. Rosalie smirked and lightly grasped my shoulders before spinning me around towards the door and lightly pushing me outside. I was pushed a few feet outside before turning left. Then the garage doors opened and my eyes nearly popped out. They bought me a car. Holy F.K. It's a Ferrari F430, Rosalie stated, rather proud of her knowledge. It's the latest model with an extra comfortable interior, a built-in sound system and even its own personal navigation system, though I doubt you'll need it. I have to say, it's one of the wildest cars I've seen in quite some time. I picked it out myself. She was right. The car was King amazing. It was a sleek midnight blue color and I even noticed that it was customized especially for me. The back plate read, Bellies. I thought that was actually pretty cute. No words could describe what I felt right then as Emmett grinned and handed me the keys. Thank you, I stammered, fighting the tears that kept pestering to fall. No prob, little sis, Emmett crooned, smiling wide. But I don't have a license, I stated, realizing that rather important face. Emmett rolled his eyes. You think we do? Don't worry about it, we'll just get Jasper to forge one for ya. You would do that for me. Rosalie lightly smacked my shoulder. Of course we would. You're one of us now, she replied, turning to walk back into the house. Emmett chuckled. You should definitely try this baby out when you get a chance, he suggested. She glides across the road pretty smoothly, I'd say. Oh, and you'll find that the interior is a bit customized to your liking. Esme and Alice insisted. He winked at me before following after Rosalie, leaving me to gawk at my new car. I blinked. Once, twice, 3 times. Nope, This wasn't some twisted fantasy. This was real. There really was a brand new car in front of me and it was all mine. Holy shit. How did I get so lucky? Alice wrapped her arms around me and helped move me back to the house, since I was too stunned to move on my own. I was speechless. I had never in my life been given anything before. Nothing like this. Yet here these people were, handing me expensive gifts like it was nothing. An iPod. A laptop. AF. King car. For God's sake. Alice smiled and kissed me on the cheek. I noticed there was something in her hands too. Oh God. One more present and I'm gonna burst. I can't hold in the tears. Bella, I bought this for you, Alice said, handing me the tiny box. I slowly opened the box, revealing a silver necklace. In the center was a heart, with the initials of our first names embroidered into it. Two smaller chains surrounded the heart, each with a small silver angel, a blue gem in the chest of one, a yellow in the other. Look on the back, Alice stated softly, turning the heart around. There was an inscription there. It was Italian. Al mio cuore, la mia anima, la mia eternità, io vi amo sempre, la mia dolce bella. It says to my heart, my soul, my eternity, I will love you always, my sweet Bella, Alice murmured, her ochre eyes smoldering with love and warmth. She leaned and captured my lips, every ounce of love in her body for me pouring into her lips. That did it. I flung myself around her and exploded into tears. She said nothing, merely wrapping her arms around me and holding me close. No one else spoke either. I could hear the others leaving the room, giving Alice and I some privacy. I sobbed and sobbed and sobbed into her shoulder, completely drenching her dress. She didn't seem to mind though. She lifted my legs up with one arm until she was holding me the way a mother would her child. Then Alice went outside and sat under a tree, stroking my back with one hand and holding me tight with the other. Esme's baking you a cake, she whispered. She and Carlisle also bought you a gift that you'll get later. I know you'll just love it, Bella. I cried like a baby in her arms, unable to form an intelligible response. I sniffled a few times and tried desperately to calm myself, but the tears kept coming. I stammered in between sobs. Alice smiled and kissed me lovingly on both cheeks. Because we love you very much and because you're a part of our family, Bella. But I, she cut me off by pressing her soft lips to mine. We held the key for a minute before she broke apart and cupped my cheeks, making me look her in those gorgeous glowing eyes. Then she leaned into my left ear and kissed it. You are worth every cent, she whispered. Though it was a whisper, the strength behind it made me burst into tears once again. I'd never felt so much love before in my entire life. Never. This was all so new to me. Yet it felt amazing. The warmth, the love, the care. It all showered over me. So this was what it was like to have a family. To be a part of a true family. To be loved. It was amazing. I felt joy. I felt bliss. I felt ecstasy. I felt happy. And above all else, I felt like I had found where I truly belonged. Corniness be damned, I loved this. I never wanted these feelings to go away. Ever. I don't know, honestly, how long I was crying for. It felt like hours, but I think it was more along the line of 7 minutes. Eventually I had cried all my tears out, nearly hiccuping and letting out a few stray dry sobs. Alice hadn't budged from her spot under the tree. She had kept rubbing circles around me back and cradling me, cooing in my ear every now and again that she loved me and telling me that I should let it all out. Eventually I was able to stop completely, sniffling a little as I pulled myself away from her shoulder. Alice smiled warmly at me. Do you feel better? She asked. I nodded. Yes. But I soaked your dress, and it was so nice. Alice laughed her wind chime laughter, spreading ease through me. Oh, don't worry about that. It'll dry. Besides, you're what's most important to me right now. I glanced at her hair and tousled it with my hands, messing it up so that it was spiky again. Alice looked at me with wide eyes. What are you doing? She asked. I like you with spiky hair, I replied. I removed my hands and eyed my handiwork. Well, suffice to say, I should have just left it alone. Alice sighed and ran a hand through her hair, lightly neatening it up a bit. I'll just have to keep that in mind next time. And here I spent so much time getting it ready. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Alice silenced me with another key, smiling against my lips. No need to apologize, silly girl, I was only playing. If you prefer my hair spiky, then spiky is what you'll get from now on, I promise. Do you like the dress, at least? I nodded. It's lovely. I love silk, for one thing, and it definitely brings out your eyes. Alice cocked her head to the side, looking at me curiously. It does. I grinned. Yup. It makes them shine and sparkle much more. Of course, they're beautiful naturally, but I guess the dress just helps show how bright they are. Alice stared at me for a moment before smiling and shaking her head. You truly are a strange creature, my dear Bella. She giggled and stood up, helping me up with ease. But you're my strange creature, and I couldn't be happier. I feel the same, I said sheepishly. I can't believe all of this has happened in such a short amount of time. I mean, what did I do to deserve all of this? To deserve you. It makes no sense, yet it all feels so right, I trailed off, uncertain. Alice sighed and pulled me into her arms. Bella, stop thinking about things like that, okay? You're worth it. You're worth every last bit of it. You deserve all of this, you deserve me, you deserve to be loved. And I'm going to show that to you each and every day as much as I possibly can, okay? I love you. Deeply. I had to hold back more tears from showing up at her words. God, I loved her. And she loved me. I smiled and stepped back, about to tell her how much I loved her. Suddenly I tripped over a root and fell backwards, my right hand grinding against the trunk. I winced as I fell over, feeling a sharp pain in my palm. Alice was by my side instantly, holding me up. Are you okay? Why yeah, I think so, I grunted, rubbing my head. My right hand hurt pretty badly. I was about to ask Alice something when I saw her eyes were darker and widened, staring down at my hand. I frowned and glanced down to see what she was staring at. That's when I saw it. Blood. I stared at my hand with wide eyes. I was bleeding. My life. Of course I have a good moment and then I trip and start bleeding. Shit. Why can't things ever go good for me for at least one King day? Damn it. I glanced at Alice warily. Part of me was screaming danger, the other part didn't want to move, because moving would only kick in her vampiric instincts. Her eyes were darkening as they stared down at my bleeding hand. I watched as her now coal black eyes zoned in on the blood, gazing at it hungrily. Instinctively I tried to pull my hand back. No sooner had mine budged an inch did Alice's hand shoot out and grab my wrist. It wasn't a forceful grab, but it was strong enough to prevent my arm from moving anymore. I felt threatened by the action. I narrowed my eyes at her, a low, rumbling noise coming from my chest. Before I knew it, I had curled my lip back and hissed at her. Alice's black eyes shot up to mine and narrowed before mimicking my actions. I blinked, wide-eyed with surprise, confusion and fear. I had just hissed at her. Alice, I choked out, hoping to get through to her. Her eyes remained black and emotionless as they ignored me and resumed staring down at my bloody palm. She pulled it closer to her with her left hand, her right hand on my shoulder, preventing me from trying to move. I was becoming more and more afraid. Was this it? Would she lose control? She pulled my hand up to her nose and took in a long, deep breath. Her face contorted into an expression of pure ecstasy as she let out a quiet moan, and that turned into a long purr. She repeated this several times, bringing her nose close to the blood, but never quite touching it. Then she did something that surprised me. Alice blinked several times, a look of sheer pain forming, and released my hand. I quickly pulled it to myself and tore a small piece of cloth from my shirt, wiping some of it off my palm. Alice shifted uncomfortably where she was seated, closing her eyes and clamping her jaw shut tightly. I could see the turmoil in her face as she desperately fought against her inner monster, clenching her hands into tight fists and stilling her breathing altogether. I couldn't help but wonder where the hell the others were at a time like this. That was when I realized how far Alice had taken me. Here I had thought we were still near the house. In reality, I could barely see their house through the thick trees surrounding me. A stray gust of wind blew over us. Suddenly, my nose was hit with the scent of my own blood. The scent was the same as it had been earlier when I was in the room with Mr. Jenks. Only this time, it was stronger. And more appealing to me. I couldn't describe the way it smelled. It was like a fragrance. A mouthwatering fragrance, warm and sweet, with a hint of the rusty, salty smell that blood was supposed to have. It was so strange, so surreal, I wasn't even sure if my nose was functioning correctly. I brought my palm up to my face and sniffed. It was. My heart pounded in my chest as everything started spinning. I blinked as my mouth became dry, an aching feeling welling up in both my throat and my chest. What was going on? What's happening to me? I blinked again, trying to dispel this odd haze, but it did little good. The smell of blood grew stronger, causing my nostrils to flare. I felt odd. I felt thirsty, yet not for water. I felt hungry, yet not for food. I felt this odd weight on my chest, as if something was squeezing it. My breathing slowed, becoming more erratic as sweat started to form. I took a heavy breath, falling to my back as these sensations intensified. My eyes fixated on a small bit of blood still on my palm. I stared at it. It was so bright, so moist, so shiny, so good. I idly traced my palm with my left index and middle finger. My body moved on its own. I hadn't even blinked by the time my hand shot over to my mouth, my lips parting, tongue gliding out and tasting the blood on my fingertips. Flavor instantly came into my mouth. A part of my subconscious wanted me to throw up from the taste, the other relished in it, begging for more. And then it was gone. The urges, the smell, everything but the taste lingered. And the taste made me sick to my stomach. I couldn't even look at my hand without the queasiness spiking. I can't believe I just tasted my own blood. Ew. Gross, 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 gross. Blech. A rumbling noise cut through my thoughts, forcing me to open my eyes. Alice was staring at me, eyes wide with hunger and longing. There was pleading in them as well, sorrow too. She bit her lip, and squirmed about from her position, struggling to keep herself in check. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could, Alice had pounced. Wait. No. Alice wrapped her arms around me and pulled me into a slightly rough embrace, positioning me so my head was under her chin. Before I knew it, Alice had buried her nose in my hair and started breathing in. Each breath was slow and yet each had a tenderness to it. I could feel her nuzzle her nose as deep into my hair as she possibly could, moving further with each breath. Her body started to vibrate as she began purring, which both eased and confused me. She started moving her nose to and fro through my hair while she purred, at the same time rocking me. A strange noise began emanating from her mouth. It wasn't a moan per se, more of a humming noise. It was tender, light and gentle in tone, further relaxing me. It was so strange, the sudden change of emotion I was feeling. The way she was acting was almost. I felt another pair of cold hands lift my right hand up. I peered over her shoulder to see Esme, shaking her head at my injured hand. I noticed her eyes were a dark ochre color as she began wrapping my palm up with bandages. Once it was fully wrapped, she smiled warmly at me and touched Alice on the shoulder. Alice dear, go and hunt. I'll take Bella to the house, Esme said softly. Alice hesitated for a moment, growling slightly, but stopped and pulled away before vanishing into the woods, not once looking back at me. I watched after her until I felt a cool hand on my shoulder and looked up to see a worried Esme. Are you all right? She asked. It took me a moment to find the words to respond. Everything that had just happened up until this point flashed through my mind, confusing, worrying and scaring me all at once. I shook them off, however, when I peered into the gentle, loving eyes of my new mother. Why yeah, I'm okay. She didn't hurt me, honest. She just kinda, I paused. I don't know. I couldn't figure out what she was doing, really. I mean, I know it's wrong of me to think and all, but I'm surprised she didn't react as much as I thought she would. Esme nodded in understanding and helped me to my feet, dusting my shoulders off. She glanced down at my hand again, a sad look in her eyes. How did you do that? She asked. I glanced at it myself and sighed, cursing my horrible luck. I tripped on a root and cut it on one of the jutting pieces of bark on the tree, I replied, sighing. I didn't mean to, though. I guess nothing can ever be good for long for me. I should have watched what I was doing. It was my fault. Esme shook her head in disagreement. No, Bella. It wasn't your fault. Accidents happen sometimes, honey. No one is to blame. In fact, you handled this incredibly well, I'd say. As far as Alice, I'm very proud of her control. She was so good today. Will she be okay? I asked, looking at her concernedly. Esme smiled and wrapped her left arm around my shoulders. Of course, dear, she just needs to hunt and calm herself. We started walking at a human pace through the wooded area we were in back to the house. I was confused as to why she didn't just zip me back, but it didn't bother me too much. I liked the idea of getting some quiet time with my new mother. It was nice, even after what had happened. I apologize for not being here sooner, Esme murmured, looking at me with sorrowful eyes. We didn't know that you had hurt yourself until we smelled the blood. Poor Amara and Jasper, they became riled up over it. Carlisle and I had Emmett, Rosalie and Edward take them hunting to calm themselves down. Carlisle and I were both concerned about you and Alice. I decided to go and help while Carlisle went with the others. I shrugged. It's fine, really. I'm just, stunned is all. Esme nodded her head in understanding, lifting me up with ease over a few rocks. I understand. Tell me, Bella, do you know what Alice was doing? Purring. She chuckled musically. Yes, dear, that's true. What I mean is, do you know why she was able to fight off her thirst and instead began cradling you, as if you were an infant? I had noticed that. Alice was so gentle, so cautious, it was almost as if I was the most precious thing in the world to her. Which, I was. I shook my head. No, not really, I admitted. Her maternal instincts were kicking in. You see, when our mate is injured, our primary instincts are to care for our mate. Vampires are very much like animals in that sense. They love their mates as their mates love them, so when a mate is hurt in any way, the first thing we do is go to their side and make sure they are alright. The amount of tenderness differs from vampire to vampire, I'd say, but I'd say that there's always a pull towards it in any situation. You being human, however, makes it different. In Alice's eyes, you are more vulnerable to things that couldn't naturally cause us harm. I don't mean this as an insult to you, Bella, but I believe she sees you as, shall I say, fragile. She loves you deeply and she doesn't want to hurt you, this you know. That is why she was acting that way, treating you so tenderly. Did she do anything out of the ordinary beforehand? I fidgeted slightly as Esme helped walk me over a small hill. She brought my hand to her nose and sniffed it a few times. Then she let it go and buried her nose in my hair. Ah, that was her trying to distract herself from the smell of your blood, no doubt. Another thing about mates is that your mate will naturally smell incredibly appealing to you. In truth, you do smell very good, but to Alice, you probably smell even better. Not in an appetizing way, however, though I'm sure that is a problem from time to time. I'm sorry if this is confusing to you. I'm not as good at explaining these sorts of things as my husband is. I shook my head. No, you're fine. I like this. I like spending time with you, Esme. I want to bond with everyone in the family. My family. The words felt unquestionably right as they left my mouth. Esme smiled endearingly at me. Oh, that reminds me, your cake is done. I wasn't certain what flavor you liked, so I went with chocolate. I hope you aren't allergic to chocolate, are you? She asked, clearly concerned. I laughed quietly. No, I love chocolate. Thank you, I replied. She beamed at that. Excellent. I swear, I had a hard time deciding on that alone. I had no idea there were so many different flavors. She exclaimed. I laughed again. Esme certainly had a charm to her. Oh, if only I could taste the different flavors to see how is each different. You'll have to do it for me, Bella, and let me know. Okay, will do, Mom. She paused for a moment and looked at me. You said, Mom, she said softly. I blinked, realizing I hadn't said that word in ages. And just now, I'd said it naturally. Esme pulled me into a warm, loving hug. It was the embrace of a mother who had just gotten a new daughter. Not only that, it was the embrace of someone I knew I loved and who loved me, and the embrace of perhaps the greatest mother in the world. I felt tears beginning to pool in the back of my eyes from the warmth flowing off of Esme, struggling to keep them at bay. Today had certainly been a day for crying, it seemed, but I didn't want to cry now. Esme eventually released me and picked up the pace, lifting me slightly with her hand as she walked. She didn't run, however, instead keeping her pace fairly human speed. It didn't take much longer to return to the house, though. Carlisle was waiting on the front steps, looking worriedly on. He noticed me and his face softened up, though he was still clearly concerned. Are you all right, Bella? What happened? he asked, the same loving, caring tone as Esme. I'm fine, I replied as Esme placed me down. I tripped on a root and cut my hand open. I showed him my bandaged hand as proof. He nodded. I see. May I take a look at it? Perhaps I could apply an ointment to help ease the pain. I frowned. Come to think of it, I hadn't felt much pain. I shook that off and nodded at him. Carlisle smiled and led me inside to the kitchen. I noticed that the others were back, Emmett, Rosalie and Edward all sitting on the couch playing a video game. Jasper and Amara weren't present, though, so I figured they were still out hunting. We walked into the kitchen, where I seated myself while Carlisle knelt down near my hand and undid the bandages on my hand. Esme vanished for a moment before reappearing with a small thing of ointment, which she handed to Carlisle as he studied my palm. There was a relatively good-sized cut in the center of my palm, though it looked far shallower compared to the amount of blood that I'd seen when I cut it. Most of the blood had dried up by now, posing much less of a threat to the others in the room. I noticed that Rosalie wasn't breathing through her nose while both Edward and Emmett had their mouths clamped shut, making it rather humorous whenever Emmett grinned or frowned. I sighed morosely, feeling guilty for the trouble I was causing. Not the best way to treat my new family. Carlisle looked at me curiously. What's wrong? I bit my lip. Nothing, just thinking is all, I murmured. She's upset with herself because she thinks she's causing us pain, Edward stated from over on the couch, not taking his eyes off the screen. Carlisle and Esme both frowned while I silently cursed Edward for being nosy. Sorry, Bella. Like I said, though, I can't control it. And it's not being nosy when one of my family members is being ridiculous, he responded. I could practically imagine Edward sticking his tongue out at me mentally in a gesture of playfulness. I rolled my eyes at the thought while Edward smirked. Bella, you're not causing anyone any trouble at all, Esme stated warmly. If anything, we should be apologizing for having such poor control. I'm truthfully sorry if this is making you uncomfortable, honey, but I mean it when I say you have no reason to feel guilty. You've done nothing wrong, Bella. I merely nodded my head, choosing not to reply. Carlisle felt my hand for a moment, applying the ointment to the cut before rewrapping it in new bandages. Once he was finished, he gently let my hand drop down to my side before standing up and smiling. That ought to do it. Now then, I believe Esme has a treat for you. Esme clasped her hands together. Yes, yes. Oh, but before I do, I want to get a picture of Bella with her cake. Come here, dear, Esme said. I smiled and walked over to her as she pulled the cover off of the most delicious-looking cake I'd laid eyes on in, forever. My mouth was already watering as I took it in, noticing the words, "Welcome to the family, Bella," written in yellow frosting. Now, first a picture of the cake, Esme murmured, snapping a photo of the cake that was to be mine. Wait, where the hell did she get the camera from? What did she pull it from thin air? Edward snickered from the couch, to which I rolled my eyes at. Seriously, how annoying. And of course, a picture of you with the cake, Esme said, moving me so I was in the correct position. Now smile and say, she paused for a moment and furrowed her brow in confusion. What is it humans say? Spinach. I couldn't help giggling at that. Esme looked so damn funny trying to figure out the appropriate word to use. Carlisle smiled amusedly as well, clearly enjoying watching his wife fumble over what to say. It's cheese, Esme, I said at last, stifling my giggling as best as I could. Esme frowned. Cheese. Now why would they say something ridiculous like that for a picture? I swear I don't understand humans much these days, she said, shaking her head. That only made me laugh harder. I couldn't help it. She sounded like one of those old people who yelled at kids to stay off their lawn with the way she had said that. I heard Edward start laughing too, which confused Esme. What? Did I say something funny? She asked, wanting in on the joke. I snorted a few more times before calming myself and catching my breath. You sounded like, oh God, Esme, you're too funny, I laughed. Her facial expression wasn't helping much either. Esme crossed her arms and huffed, extending her lower lip in a childish pout that was almost as cheek-pinchingly adorable as Alice's. Well fine then, no cake for you, she huffed. I stopped laughing and frowned, plastering a mock-hurt look on my face. Mom, I whined playfully. The word, Mom, did wonders, since Esme couldn't keep the pout on her face for more than a few seconds before she caved. "Oh, fine. But you're telling me what was so funny. Now stand up straight and smile," she commanded, her tone full of warmth and mirth. I did as she commanded and smiled a natural smile as she snapped the photo. Carlyle, who had been struggling valiantly not to burst into laughter over the short banter Esme and I had just had, let out a brisk chuckle, shaking his head. "It's nice to see this sort of thing, let me say. I'm glad everyone can get along so well. Again, welcome to the family, Bella," Carlyle said, smiling warmly and proudly at me. I smiled back at him and nodded. "Thanks, Dad." His eyes lit up at that, the word having the same effect as it did on Esme. And again, the word flew from my mouth naturally, as if it were always meant to. "I'll leave you to your cake, then. Oh, and afterwards I have a gift for you up in my office." He smiled one last time before departing up the stairs. I sat back down at the table and watched as Esme cut a piece of cake up. What was funny was watching her try to figure out how big a piece she should cut me. She hesitated for a minute or so, her hand constantly moving over what piece to cut. Eventually she shrugged it off and sliced down before slapping the piece on a plate and placing it in front of me. I stared down at it, finding myself hungrier than I thought I'd been. And I did love cake, after all, especially chocolate cake. As my hand began to reach down for the fork, though, it was stopped. I blinked and looked up to see Alice standing near me, a blank look on her face. Her eyes, at least, were honey-colored again, which made me feel relaxed and happy. "Hey," I breathed, smiling up at her. "You feeling better?" She didn't respond at first, instead closing her eyes and sighing. Then she blurred into thin air and I found myself being lifted up. I was soon sitting on her lap facing her, her back to the table. It was an odd position, truth be told, but I didn't mind it too much because I was next to Alice. With her left hand she cupped my injured hand, cradling it as if it were an infant. Her other arm wrapped around my back and pulled me into her as she had in the forest. She was more at ease now, however, as her breathing was less ragged and quieter. I rested my head on her right shoulder, breathing in that rich scent of vanilla, strawberry and chocolate. Oh, chocolate. My cake. Since my right hand was both injured and being cradled by Alice, I decided to eat the cake with my left. On a good note, I had learned how to both write and eat left-handed perfectly due to the numerous times I'd broken my right hand or arm back in Arizona. No sooner had I grabbed the plate, however, did Alice snatch it from me with her free hand. I was confused at first as to what she was going to do. She leaned in until her lips were inches away and, to my surprise, breathed on it. She breathed on the piece of cake for a minute or so before smiling and holding it out to me. I realized that she was going to hold it while I ate, which I was thankful for. I grabbed the fork and stabbed into a piece before ripping it out and stuffing it in my mouth. The second that piece hit my tongue, my mouth exploded with flavor. I didn't just taste the chocolate, I tasted Alice on my tongue. Dear Lord in heaven, it was the same flavor that I smelled on her, the rich scent of vanilla, strawberry and of course, chocolate. But this chocolate was far superior than the cake. It was angelic in ways I couldn't describe. I moaned softly as I chewed, relishing in the amazing taste soaring through my mouth. Dare I say it, it was like having an orgasm in my mouth. I swallowed the blissful piece of cake, ignoring the snickering from Edward and the amused look on Alice's face. I took another piece and did the same, then another, and another. Eventually I had downed the entire cake, my tongue tingling and my mouth hungering for more. I had to snap myself out of the euphoric haze I was in when I heard Alice begin to purr again. "Good?" she asked, nuzzling into my neck. I nodded briskly. "Heaven," I replied. Again I heard Edward's snickering, this time added together with Rosalie and Emmett's. Well, Emmett's was a loud, booming laugh, but whatever. She rolled her eyes and smiled before leaning in to key me softly on the lips. I moaned again, silently taking back my last statement. Alice's lips were heaven. I gleefully keyed her back for a minute and a half until she slowly broke apart, giving me the chance I needed for oxygen. That was always a downside to this. I needed oxygen. She didn't. Still, it was worth it. Alice pulled my hand up to her lips and lovingly keyed at each knuckle several times over, her whole body vibrating as she did. I leaned my head against her shoulder and enjoyed the various sensations I was experiencing as she purred and keyed at my hand, reveling in the love and warmth emanating from her. Everything that had happened minutes ago practically evaporated into thin air. I didn't care since nothing bad came from it, other than that odd thing, which I tried not to think about. I still couldn't believe I'd done that. Yuck. I'm sorry about earlier, Alice whispered, looking up at me with warm tawny eyes. It's fine, Alice. You didn't hurt me or anything like that. You have no reason to apologize. I should be the one apologizing for being so clumsy, I stated. Alice shook her head. No, don't apologize. Didn't Esme just get finished saying that? How did you? She smiled and tapped her forehead. I had to check and see how you were doing after I'd hunted. I was a bit worried you'd be frightened of me, but you weren't, which I'm glad for. To be honest, I'm actually pretty surprised with myself. I frowned. How so? Alice cocked her head to the side, looking at me as if I'd asked her a very dumb question. Bella, do you realize that I was able to resist your blood? Do you realize how hard that was to do, how it's nearly impossible to do? She asked. I blinked, realizing what she meant. Oh. She nodded her head. The fact that I was able to resist your blood was, well, let's just say it wasn't easy. How'd you do it, though? I asked, curious. Alice seemed surprised by the question, blinking several times to try and figure it out herself. I don't know, she admitted, hanging her head slightly. It was hard, though. One of the hardest things I've ever done. When I first smelled your blood, I don't know. I mean, God, Bella, if you had any idea how good your blood smelled. She sighed almost longingly, shaking her head. It was euphoric, really. Probably the same to me what that cake was to you, I'd say. Only my craving for it was stronger and the burn in my throat was intense. However, there was another craving that I felt, one I didn't recognize. It was the craving to nurture you, she said, looking into my eyes. I felt the need to nurture you because you were my mate and you were injured. So I fought off my thirst and focused on that need, which is why I was able to release your hand. Truthfully though, had I not smelled Esme coming, I'm not sure I would have been able to control myself much longer. She hung her head, a look of shame on her face. I hated seeing my angel sad. I leaned in and keyed at her full on the lips, surprising her. The surprise was gone in seconds as she quickly keyed at me back. I was the one who broke away first, leaning my forehead against hers and staring into those loving pools of gold. You don't have to feel bad either, Alice. You were amazing, plain and simple. Alice grinned. Thank you, Bella. That means a lot coming from you. Oh, I almost forgot. In an instant I was no longer on her lap as she stood up, stuffing her hand into her pocket. She pulled out the necklace that she had gotten me as a gift and placed it around my neck, positioning it just right. She stepped back and admired it for a moment, smiling wide. I couldn't help smiling myself. Happiness was contagious when I was around her. Beautiful, she said. And the necklace isn't too bad either. I blushed at her comment, though a part of me still didn't fully believe what she said. How could I be considered beautiful when there's a goddess in front of me, not to mention the other 7 insanely beautiful people in this house? Edward snorted from the couch. I glanced over, having completely forgotten that the others were still here. Jasper and Amara had returned, both looking relaxed as they sat together on the couch, watching in amusement as Rosalie kicked Edward and Emmett's asses in the game they were playing. Alice looked at Edward confusedly for a moment before her eyes glazed over into a vision. It was a brief vision, too. Alice tisk Ed, scooped me into her arms and carried me off to her room, gently placing me on her bed. She sat directly next to me with her arms crossed, giving me a quizzical look. What? I asked, resting my head on her pillow. Alice rolled her eyes. Do you honestly not think you're attractive, Bella? She asked. I shrugged, not responding to the question. She sighed and laid next to me, her eyes boring into mine. Bella, do not doubt that you are the most beautiful person in this house. I don't care what you think regarding it, you are more beautiful than Rosalie, Amara, Esme and myself combined. Do you know why, Bella? I shook my head, still not verbally answering. Alice pulled me closer to her so our foreheads were connected. It's because you have both inner and outer beauty, Bella. You just don't see it for yourself. You refuse to acknowledge how beautiful you truly are because you're too used to being told you weren't. Well, I have news for you. I'm going to tell you you're beautiful every day until you finally see it for yourself. Alice, she put her finger to my lips. No, I don't want you to tell me not to, Bella, because I'm going to anyway. You need to see it, so I'll do whatever I can to prove my point. Understand? I nodded. Good. Now then, I do believe you will start to feel tired in about a minute and 42 seconds. If you'd like, Esme and Carlisle will give you their gifts tomorrow. It is getting a bit late and you need your rest, especially since school starts in a couple of days. I groaned. Do I really gotta go to stinking school? I whined. She Edme and giggled. Yes, you really have to go to stinking school. Damn, I complained. Don't worry, we'll talk more about that tomorrow. Oh, and about that feeling tired thing. On cue, I let out a very loud yawn, finding myself incredibly fatigued. That's so weird, I murmured after my yawn. She cocked her head to the side. What is? I suddenly became super tired, when I wasn't tired before. Jasper's not messing with me, is he? I asked. No, he's not, she replied, frowning slightly. Are you feeling okay? I don't know, I admitted. It's super weird, really. She frowned deeper. Maybe you could speak with Carlisle about it tomorrow. Or are you up for it right now? I don't want to push you if you don't feel like, and I know Carlisle feels the same way. I was cut off again by another yawn that I tried to stop, feeling incredibly tired for reasons I didn't understand. I guess tomorrow. She nodded in understanding and slowly started to get up. Wait, Alice, I called. She turned back to face me. Can you know? She smiled. I was just going to change, Bella. Into something more suitable. Hold on one moment, okay. I nodded and stared up at the ceiling while she blurred out the door. I suppose now would be as good a time as any just to think. To contemplate all that's happened in such a short period of time. Yesterday I was Isabella Marie Swan. Today I'm Bella Cullen. I have a house, a car, money, clothes. Most importantly, I have a family. And a lover. Sometimes I swear I'm living in a fairy tale. But then I realize that it's all real, which surprises, confuses and amazes me all in the same. Why me? It just doesn't make sense. I sighed and closed my eyes, feeling the sleepiness growing stronger. That was another thing that worried me. I hadn't felt tired all day up until this point, when I was suddenly hit by all the fatigue at once. I didn't understand that. Then there was the deal with blood, both in the forest and when I was with Carlisle. There were the odd urges I'd get, the growling and snarling that I couldn't control, all those strange thoughts running through my head. It was like, no, I shouldn't think silly things like that. That can't be possible. Can it? I need to see Carlisle tomorrow. Perhaps he can run a test or something like that. Bella. I opened my eyes to see Alice standing near the doorway, wearing a sleek pair of light blue silk pajamas. They fit her body perfectly, even exposing a small amount of her stomach. Sweet Jesus, pinch me now. Why yes. I stammered, struggling to take my eyes off of her body. She smirked and strutted over to the body, shaking her hips seductively as she did. Oh Lord. Eventually she got on top of the bed, followed by crawling on top of me. Her mouth came inches away from mine, breathing that sweet, delicious scent of hers all over me. The combination of its sweetness and how cool it was made me shiver and thirst for more. Do you like? She asked, arching an eyebrow. My eyes were probably the size of fishbowls as I nodded. Yes. She grinned wider before pressing her lips to mine. I'm not sure why, but her lips tasted even better for some reason, which I didn't think possible. She Edme slowly and lovingly as she curled her arms around me, resting her head inches away from mine on the pillow. I'm not sure how it happened, but within minutes I had shrugged off my shoes and a good portion of my clothing. I mean, I wasn't BPD, since I was now wearing a pair of dark blue silk pajamas of my own, which Alice had somehow managed to put on while we had been ing. I swear I have no idea how she did it. Then again, I was pretty distracted with her lips. Eventually my need for oxygen overpowered my need to her and we stopped. She started purring again, much to my enjoyment, and wrapped around me as she pulled the covers over our bodies. We both gazed into one another's eyes as we nuzzled into each other, enjoying the other's scent and presence. These were the moments I loved most. I loved cuddling with Alice. I loved just being near her, key, dotting and hugging. When it was just the two of us, no one else mattered, no one else existed. It was as if we were alone in our own small bubble of bliss and love. All the problems that lay ahead of us didn't matter. Time didn't matter. Only we mattered. That was it. I loved it. I loved her. As the waves of bliss and warmth washed over me and my eyelids started to drop, I pressed my lips to hers one last time. Alice. She looked at me endearingly. Yes, I love you, I murmured. Her eyes lit up with sheer joy. She kissed me once, twice, 3 times, each slow and full of that joy and love. I've waited almost 5 decades to hear those 3 words, she whispered. Her eyes were glazed over, but in a different way than from when she had visions. They looked liquid-like, as if she were about to cry. Vampires couldn't cry, though. This was the closest she could come to it. I couldn't help shedding a tear at her words. To wait so long to hear those words. Oh Alice, I'm sorry I didn't say it before, I choked, pulling her as close to me as possible. She mimicked this and pulled me into her. We were practically melting into each other. She kissed me fully, smiling with happiness. Don't apologize. I love you, Bella. You are my heart and soul, for now and forever. I choked back a sob coming, tired of crying so damn much today. I love you too, Alice. We kissed one last time as her body started vibrating. I rested my head into her, letting the peaceful sound of her purring lull me into a blissful sleep. Despite the odder parts, I think today truly was the happiest day of my life. Wake up, Bella, sang a voice like wind chimes. One I knew and loved. Only, I didn't want to wake up yet. MMPH, I grumbled, burying my face into my pillow. I felt a cool pair of lips brush against the back of my neck, making me shudder from the sensations it brought. Get up, sleepy. We have lots to do, Alice whispered, her lips brushing against the bottom lobe of my left ear, making me shudder again. I struggled against myself to try and sleep further, but my resolve dissipated when she slowly pulled the covers off of me. What? Can't I get some sleep? I whined, blinking several times so my eyes adjusted better. Alice was standing in front of the bed, hands on her hips and an amused smile on her face. You've already slept too long. She whined right back, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Come on, Bella. Up, up, up. I couldn't help giggling at her childish exuberance. She knew how adorable she was when she acted like that, and she knew how much of a beeper I was for it. I sighed and sat up, straightening my hair out a bit with my hand. What time is it? I asked while yawning, stretching my limbs outward. I felt really good. Last night had been an amazing night of sleep, that's for damn sure. Alice gradually stopped her bouncing before plopping down next to me. It's 12 in the afternoon. I blinked, wide-eyed with surprise. Holy shit, 12. How long have I been sleeping? Well, you went to bed yesterday at 8:30, so, almost 16 hours. My jaw dropped. Alice, that isn't normal for humans, I murmured. She frowned at that and cocked her head to the side. Well, you aren't exactly normal yourself, you know. And it's not like you've slept a whole lot in recent months, Bella, remember that. Besides, you slept well, didn't you? I frowned, thinking about that for a moment before nodding. Yeah, I guess I did. She smiled and leaned in to kiss me, but I pulled away. Bella, she huffed. Morning breath, I grumbled. Alice rolled her eyes. Bella, your breath can never stink to me, nor can any part of you. How many times must I tell you that? She asked. Before I could respond, she grabbed me and pulled me into her lips for a kiss. When we pulled away, she had a giddy grin on her face, her eyes twinkling in more than just the kiss. What? I asked. You talked in your sleep, she giggled. I blushed. I did. Oh God, I didn't say anything embarrassing, did I? I stammered. You said you loved me, she replied, her smile widening broadly. Oh, well, yeah, I do. Besides, I told you that last night, remember? I know. But I love hearing it all the same, she said, dotting me again. Now get up. We've got lots to do today. Tomorrow's your first day of school and… Whoa, wait a moment. I shouted, holding both my hands up. What do you mean tomorrow is my first day? I thought we'd be starting next week. Alice bit her lip and sighed. I'm sorry. I must have forgotten to mention to you. We usually don't go to school when the sun is out, for obvious reasons. The fact is, Esme called the school and told them that we were adopting a new family member and, well, tomorrow isn't going to be sunny, so tomorrow I start high school with you guys, I breathed. She nodded sheepishly. Holy shit. I do not think I'm ready for this yet. It's been so long since I've been in school. Oh, wait. 4 months. I guess it hasn't been that long. But it's felt like ages. I mean shit, I didn't have a family back then and now I do. This is a new place, new faces. Alice touched my shoulder, breaking me from my thoughts. Bella, relax. It's okay. I'll be with you in every class, so don't worry so much. We'll talk more about it after you've eaten something and cleaned up. Like I said, you don't stink or anything, but I know how you love taking showers and all. I rolled my eyes at her, though I still felt a sense of dread about the idea of going to school. Breakfast and the shower were the same as always, which is to say, awesome. Esme made a combination of different things that all tasted fantastic, coupled together with Alice's usual remarks and cute facial expressions. I bid everyone good morning after I'd finished eating and jumped into the shower, which helped wake me up all the way. After that, I slipped into some of the new clothes Alice had bought me. A pair of comfy designer blue jeans coupled with a long, short-sleeved blue shirt made of lace. Looking good, Alice purred, giving me a once-over when I'd exited the bathroom. I blushed slightly. Thanks. I glanced down and realized that several of the bite marks I'd received from Victoria were showing. What am I going to do about these? Alice frowned, a surge of hate in her eyes as she looked over my scarred arm. You can wear a long-sleeved shirt or a jacket if you'd like. I can understand if they'd make you uncomfortable. I have to say, though, I don't think they're that noticeable. We see them because our eyes are incredibly powerful and you can see them well since it's your skin. But I don't think a normal human would be able to notice them unless they were really paying attention. If you say so, I murmured. She pulled me into a hug and kissed my cheek. I did and I do. Now cheer up, we need to get your picture taken for your license. She chirped, lifting me up slightly. She danced down the stairs with me slung over her shoulder before plopping me gently down on the couch. Esme was there with that damn camera in her hands, smiling warmly. This won't take too long, alright dear. Now smile. Alice stuck her tongue out at me from my left, instantly making my face light up with a goofy grin. Esme snapped the photo and grinned before disappearing up the stairs. When she reappeared, she had something in her hands, which she handed to me. It was another present. I never gave you my gift, so here it is, Esme sang delightedly. I hope you like it. I smiled appreciatively at her and slowly undid the wrapping. It was a photo album. I want you to be able to keep all your memories in it, Esme said, touching the soft fabric of the cover slightly. That way, you'll be able to remind yourself of all the good times you've shared as a member of our family. I've already placed a few in, actually. Thank you, Esme. I shouted, wrapping her into a hug. She smiled warmly and hugged me back. I couldn't have asked for a better mother. Her eyes widened for a moment before she tightened the hug ever so slightly, pouring her love into it. Eventually she pulled apart, gave me a kiss on the cheek and handed the camera off to Jasper, who had ghosted into the room from up the stairs seconds earlier. I'll be back in an hour or so with your license, Bella, he said, smiling. Thanks Jasper, I replied. He nodded before departing out the door. He seemed pretty happy. He was reflecting the love that you and Esme were feeling, Alice explained, sitting next to me and idly tracing the cover of the photo album with her fingertips. I think it's a great idea for a gift, actually. Plus, it'll be full in no time with the way Esme's been taking pictures. I laughed and rested my head on her granite shoulder. After a minute of silence, I turned my head slightly to better face her. Alice. She looked at me expectantly. Yes, I'm sorry for killing the mood and all, but have you had any visions about that newborn? I asked. I couldn't hide the fact that I was worried. Worried that the newborn was in league with James and Victoria and that they would attack when we least expected it. Alice's eyes darkened slightly, but they lightened back up as she leaned over and pecked me on the lips. Her left hand started to stroke the back of my head, her fingers lightly running through my hair soothingly. You're worried, aren't you? She asked. I can see it in your eyes, Bella. The fear, the concern, I can see it all. Listen, Bella, I know you're scared. I am too, to be honest. But you don't have to worry about a thing. I will protect you. I vow that on my life that I will do everything in my power, no matter what happens to me, to protect you. I promise you that." Both her eyes and her words smoldered with love and sincerity, the strength enough to bring dampness to my eyes. "Okay?" she asked, capturing my lips again. I nodded. "Okay. Good. So what do you want to do now? Didn't you say we had a lot to do today?" I asked. She smiled innocently at me. "I kinda just said that so you'd get out of bed," she admitted. I gaped at her. You little jerk." I pulled away from her, crossing my arms and huffing dramatically. I tried to glare at her, but that adorable pout and those gleaming puppy dog eyes that she donned on her face was far too much. I ended up cuddling further into her, nuzzling into her neck. She key at the top of my head lovingly, laughing quietly as she did. "You're too easy," she giggled. "And you're a horrible actress." "Shut up," I groaned. She giggled even more as she key at my neck. I sighed and leaned further into her, resting my hand on her knee. Our growing tender moment was quickly interrupted, though. "My God, you guys are so incredibly cheesy sometimes," snickered Amara as she glided into the room, holding onto my laptop. She grinned at my questioning expression as she sat next to me, setting the laptop down on my, lap. "I wanted you to use it. I figure if anything you could put those gift card things Edward got you to use, you know. That way you'll have something to drown out Alice's bantering when you need it." Now I was the one giggling as Alice glared at her sister, unamused with her attempted humor. Amara, on the other hand, was clearly amused by her reaction, leaning away from Alice with a smug grin on her face as Alice tried to swat her. "I do not banter," Alice hissed. Amara laughed, ignoring her sister, and opened up the laptop. "Come on, try it out already." I did as she asked and turned on my new laptop. A few seconds later, the screen flashed and I was welcomed by a picture of Alice in a bikini. My face turned 10 shades of red as I gaped at the photo of Alice in a yellow two-piece, smiling rather impishly at the camera. Next to me, Alice's eyes bulged, apparently not knowing that her picture would be being used as a background. "Amara," Alice shouted, hiding her face in her hands. "I can't believe that's the picture you used." She looked like she'd be blushing like I was, were she able to. I still couldn't believe what I was seeing, blinking several times as I memorized every detail of Alice's amazingly sultry body. My God, she was hot. "Wow," I breathed, too astonished to care about Amara's laughter or Alice's obvious embarrassment. What the hell did she have to be embarrassed about? This was the whyest thing I'd ever laid eyes on. I mean, damn. Alice snatched the laptop out of my hands and closed it. "Hey!" Amara and I both shouted. Alice ignored me and glared at Amara. "Why'd you have to choose that picture?" she demanded. "Did you see my hair? And that bikini? It was atrocious. Give me that," I shouted, snatching the laptop right back. "But Bella," I hugged it into my body. "No, mine. By the way, what you said was bullshit. Your hair looked amazing like it always does, and that bikini was not atrocious. Alice, do you not realize how jaw-droppingly cutie you look? I mean, seriously, I'd kill to have a body like yours." Amara looked like she was trying hard not to burst into laughter while Alice merely gawked at me. I quickly realized what I'd just said and blushed slightly, turning even redder when I heard Emmett's booming laughter and Edward's velvety chuckle upstairs. I swore I even heard Rosalie laughing. "You think I look cutie?" Alice asked, cocking her head to the side. There was a hint of amusement in her eyes as she spoke, but there was also genuine curiosity. "Yes," I squeaked. She keyed me on my hot cheek. "Thanks. You see, Alice, I told you we'd pick a good picture," Amara said, grinning. Alice crinkled her nose and stuck out her tongue. "Yeah, well, you could have at least told me. It wasn't fair that you kept changing your mind so I wouldn't see." "Where's the fun in that?" Amara asked, rolling her eyes. "Anyways, Bella, Edward already got your little music account set up for you, so you can start getting music whenever you feel like it. I'd suggest doing it soon, since you'll need it tomorrow." I grimaced. "School?" Amara noticed my expression and nodded. "Yeah, tell me about it. I mean, sometimes it ain't too bad, but there are other times where I dread it. We go because we need to keep up personal appearances, since it'd be weird if we didn't otherwise." It's a pain, though, because whenever we move we always have to re-establish ourselves. I think, if anything, the first few weeks will be a tad difficult for you. What do you mean? I asked, becoming a bit concerned. Alice answered for her. She means that you'll probably be the hottest gossip topic at the school for a while. You'll likely be stared at every minute you're there and you'll probably be approached by a dozen people asking questions. She shot our sister a reproving look as the worry continued to build. Hey, don't give me that look, Amara grumbled. She has a right to know what's in store for her. Doesn't she? Would you rather the poor girl have a heart attack? Alice's eyes widened in sheer horror. Exactly my point, Alice. It's better that she know. Know what? I asked confusedly. Why would people care so much? Because by now the entire town knows that the elusive Cullen family has adopted a new daughter, one who will be starting Forks High School tomorrow. Word travels fast in small towns, and because of our reputation, you'll be, well, popular. Not popular in the sense that you may think, but popular to gossip about. I tried to push away the fear growing inside me. What reputation? We're not known for taking an interest in other people, Alice explained. We rarely speak to anyone at school, too. I mean, it's not like we're super rude or anything, we use manners and we're always polite to people, we just don't have any friends and stuff like that. So people will find it odd for us to suddenly adopt someone. I frowned, not liking the sound of being the center of attention. I didn't mind it if it were a couple of people, but an entire school. No. No. That scared me. I could only imagine being surrounded by curious students, all piling in to ask me questions that I didn't want to answer. I shuddered at the thought. Alice noticed this and wrapped an arm around me. Don't worry, Bella. I'll keep you safe, she said softly. She wasn't joking, either. I smiled, feeling a little reassured, but not by much. Amara chuckled next to me. I feel sorry for any human dumb enough to try and hit on you. Alice's eyes both narrowed and darkened significantly as she bared her teeth venomously. They'd better not if they know what's good for them, she growled. She's my Bella. I glared at Amara for upsetting Alice and touched her shoulder. It's okay, Alice. I know I'm yours and you know I'm yours. You don't have to be jealous, okay? I lifted up the necklace around my neck and showed it to her. Remember, Alice. She narrowed her eyes and studied the necklace before the gold slowly started to return. I do, she replied, sounding calmer. And you remember promising you'd try and work on your jealousy. She frowned. I remember. It's just hard. I can't promise you I won't do anything, but in the worst case scenario, the others will stop me if things get too bad. I'll try as hard as I can, though, I promise I will. Just, please understand that it's hard not to act on my instincts, Bella. This is all so new to me, you know. Her golden eyes pleaded with me for understanding, which I did. I know, Allie. I know. I'll help any way I can, I promise, I said, running my hand through her silky hair. She closed her eyes and smiled, enjoying the feeling. Alice looked at me endearingly, her eyes glistening. You called me Allie, she murmured. She leaned in and pressed her lips to mine, smiling against them as she did. Does that mean I get to call you Bells? I smiled and shrugged. If you'd like, then sure. She smiled wider at that and at me again. Oh how I loved the feeling of her lips. And the smell of her breath, phenomenal. It was like her scent, only more concentrated. My mouth was watering as I breathed it in and at her. You two are something else, Amara chuckled. We both broke away, smiling at each other, before I turned and faced Amara, crossing my arms. You know, you got Alice all upset. What about you and Jasper? Have you two ever had jealousy problems before? I asked, quirking an eyebrow. Amara blinked, caught off guard by my question. After a moment though, she shrugged and leaned into the couch, looking up at the ceiling as she mulled over her answer. I guess that's fair, she mused. Truth be told, it hasn't been that big of an issue for us. Jasper's got a pretty good handle on his emotions thanks to his gift, so when guys try and flirt with me or look at me or something like that, he doesn't jump up and start growling or threatening them. He merely remains calm as I turn them down. There have been a few times, like once when a guy tried to grab my ass, where Jasper has gotten in their face over it. He doesn't even need his gift since he can scare the crap out of you on his own, though that's only when he's upset. It generally takes a lot to upset him, though there are certain things that get him angry quick. The main things I've noticed are when someone insults one of us or when someone treats a woman poorly. He's very gentlemanly and believes in treating women with respect and as equals, so you can guess that he hates men who don't do that. As for me, I've been able to keep my jealousy curbed, though most of that is thanks to being around Jasper. I used to get miffed whenever random girls would fawn over him, but he would always use his gift to calm me down before kindly turning them down. He's a sweetheart, though. He's never rude to them and he always uses his gift to show his sincerity. He's the kind of person who's nice to everyone, boy or girl, as long as they're respectful of him and his family. I'm quite lucky to have him as mine. That's sweet, I said. Alice nodded her head in agreement. I kind of have to say, Amara, that was pretty corny in itself. Amara rolled her eyes. Yeah, okay, you got me there. But, if you want real jealousy problems, look no further than Emmett and Rosalie. I heard Edward snort upstairs while Emmett and Rosalie both grunted rather loudly. It's true. Alice agreed with a giggle. All it takes is a glance for Rosalie to get jealous. And a jealous Rosalie is never a good thing. Emmett is the same way, though he's nowhere near as frightening as Rosalie is. They try and deny it, but they're way worse than I am, trust me. Amara stood up and patted my head. Just be sure to use this thing as much as possible, okay? Of course I will. Thanks Amara. She smiled at us before blurring out the door, leaving us alone. Well, alone in the same room. Hey Alice, where's Carlisle? I asked, remembering that I wanted to talk with him. He's at work. He'll be there all day, I'm afraid, she replied. I frowned, but shrugged it off. I could always talk to him another time. I'm sure if you wanted to call and talk to him, he'd be all right with that, Alice suggested. I shook my head. No, I don't want to bother him while he's working. I can wait, don't worry. I just wanted to ask him something is all. Like what? She asked curiously. I bit my lip. I didn't want to worry her. Just, stuff. It's nothing, Alice, I swear. She frowned. You're lying, Alice. She pulled me into her and rested her cool forehead against mine, staring into my eyes. Bella, I know that you're lying. But I won't push you into something you don't want. Just know that I'm here for you at all times. No matter what, you can always talk to me, Bella. You are my world. If you're not happy, then I'm not happy. Okay. I nodded. I understand, Alice. And I appreciate it. I just don't want you worrying about me, I explained. Alice sighed and pressed her lips to mine. Bella, when will you learn that I will always worry about you? I care about you so much, I want you to be happy. Honestly, though, I think you worry more about other people than you do yourself. That's not healthy, Bella. Being a little selfish is a good thing, you know. I laughed at that. I can't imagine you being selfish, Alice. She grinned. I'm selfish when it comes to you, that's for sure. And fashion, too. You just haven't noticed because you're too busy staring at my body or dotting me. Hey, I do more than just stare at you, thank you very much. Like fantasizing what I look like without clothes on, I bet, she teased. My face turned bright red as I tried to move away, but her arms pinned me in place as she grinned wider. I saw the spark in your eyes when you saw that picture of me. You've been dying to see what's under these clothes, Bella. I don't need Edward's gift to know that. No, that's not true, I stammered feebly. Her eyes gleamed with delight as her smile broadened. Oh, are you sure? I wouldn't mean showing you one of these days, she trailed off and winked at me, making my face heat up like a volcano. She leaned towards my left ear, her lips brushing against the lobe, her voice a quiet whisper. After all, I've already seen you BPD. I nearly fell out of her lap at those words, my face as red as the sun. Alice laughed her amazing wind chime laughter as she caught me and pulled me back up, dotting each cheek. I could hear Emmett and Edward's laughter ringing from upstairs, too. Oh, Bella, you are too cute sometimes, she giggled, rubbing her nose against mine. Are you serious? I asked, gaping at her. You were spying on me. She looked mock offended. What? Me? Spying? Oh come now, Bella. I would never stoop so low as to spy on you while you take a shower or undress. That, if anything, is Emmett's thing, not mine. I heard Emmett shout a, hey, from upstairs, but Alice ignored it. Now, on the other hand, I may have, looked into the future once or twice. Out of curiosity, of course. I stared at her, awestruck that she had actually done that. I mean, sure, I'd thought that she might have, but I didn't think she actually, well, did. Alice hung her head, looking at me sheepishly. I'm sorry, Bella. I know it was wrong of me. It's just, I couldn't help myself. I promise you'll get your chance eventually. Maybe this weekend we could go, I dunno, swimming or something. She looked up, hope in her eyes. Even though I was slightly annoyed with her, I couldn't be mad. Hell, if I had her gift, I'd watch her too. Not in a creepy way, of course. But then again, with a body like that, who wouldn't want to? I sighed and nodded, which brought a big smile to her face. I couldn't help smiling myself. Happiness was contagious when I was around Alice. One of the many things I loved about her. We spent the next hour talking with each other, mostly about potential things we could do together at some point. Going to the movies, swimming, where there were no people, obviously, and of course, more shopping. Jasper returned shortly after we'd finished and gave me my new license, which looked authentic in every way. It was strange, the idea that I would be driving with a license that I didn't technically earn. Then again, the idea that I would be driving period was strange to me. Alice said that she wanted me to give the car a test spin later on, which I agreed to. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't excited, especially considering how awesome my car was. I had to give Rosalie credit, she knew her cars pretty damn well. I'd have to get her something in return someday, when she liked me more. Edward, Emmett, Rosalie and Esme all came downstairs from their rooms and decided to go hunting. Jasper joined them, leaving the house to just Alice and I. When I asked if she needed to hunt, she said that she didn't need to because she'd hunted earlier in the morning before waking me up. I decided to start buying music for myself on my laptop, while Alice wrapped an arm around me and started talking again. We chatted about our different tastes in music, our guilty pleasures and what the others liked listening to. I nearly fell off the couch laughing when she told me that sweet, loving Esme secretly listened to heavy metal. Not only that, but she King had banged to it too. And I did fall off the couch when Alice told me that Emmett liked to listen to pop songs while Rosalie had a stash of country CDs hidden in her room. The others apparently didn't have anything like that Alice knew of. Carlisle preferred classical music and songs popular in the 60s, while Edward was more into instrumental songs than anything. Jasper was mostly a country fan, though some soft rock he did like, whereas Amara was more into hard rock and metal. When I asked Alice about her tastes, she told me she liked some of everything, though her favorites were dance, electronic and pop songs, especially anything she could sing along with. I had to stop her at that point. I didn't know you liked to sing, I said, looking at her intently. She shrugged. It's not something I brag about, but yes, I do enjoy it. I thought I told you. I must have forgotten, sorry. No worries, she replied, leaning in to peck me on the lips. Would you sing for me? I asked. She thought about it for a moment before smiling. Tonight, I promise. I hated having to wait, but it did give me something to look forward to tonight, I suppose. I went back to buying songs on my iTunes account, nowhere near reaching my limit thanks to the amount of money Edward had put into it. I was up to 50 songs by now and itching to get some more, but I decided I'd do that later. I smiled at Alice before running up the stairs, in need of a human moment, before returning. Alice was waiting by the door, jingling my car keys in her hand. She had already seen what I wanted to do next and looked rather excited. Ready to try out your new car? She asked. Hell yes, I said, grinning. She laughed and wrapped an arm around me as we walked outside to my midnight blue Ferrari, which looked utterly gorgeous as it lay stretched out on the driveway, just waiting for me to climb inside. Like a good gentlewoman, Alice opened my door for me, beckoning me inside. Your ride, my dear, she said with a suave voice. I laughed and kissed her cheek. Thank you, kind lady. She giggled and danced over to her door as I stepped inside. Wow, the car was fantastic. The seats were incredibly soft and comfy, that much I noticed right off the bat. Not only that, but the entire car smelled amazing. It was the same scent as Alice, just as sweet and potent as my Pixie was. I also saw that the steering wheel had a B and an A engraved into it, representing our first initials. To top it all off, there was a little bobblehead on the center console that looked identical to Alice. I laughed when I saw that. Alice rolled her eyes, knowing exactly what I was laughing at. They insisted that they put that wretched thing in here. I was against it, but it was 1 against 5, so I lost. I hate losing, she grumbled, pouting adorably as she crossed her arms. The pout was gone seconds later as she appraised me, a look of curiosity on her face. How do you like it? I love it, I told her, smiling. And it smells like you. Alice laughed. Yes, I'd hope so. I spent quite a bit of time rolling around in here, so it did. Really? Of course. I know how much you love the way I smell, so I figured I'd make the car smell like me. Thanks, Alice, I murmured, blushing. You're so good to me. Alice's lips were against mine in an instant. She kissed me softly and passionately, cupping my cheeks and pressing my lips further against hers. I deepened the kiss, and we stayed that way for about 2 minutes, though it felt like a century. We broke apart smiling at each other. Like I said before, you deserve every last bit of it, she stated, firmly yet lovingly. Now let's get this baby started, shall we? I smirked and put the key in before slowly revving up my car. It purred to life nice and easy, reminding me a lot like Alice. Now that I thought about it, a lot of this car reminded me like Alice. I wondered if it was just as graceful and fast as her, too. Well, I was about to find out. In seconds I was speeding down the driveway. I was amazed by how quickly this car picked up speed, but at the same time, I relished in it. Before I'd been uneasy about driving fast, yet for some reason, all that fear was gone. I had a feeling that Alice being by my side was the main reason behind it. I opened the window up, allowing the wind to blow my hair as I sped down the dirt road, smiling like a fool as I did. Now I saw why the Cullens drove fast. It was so much fun. I couldn't help it, I let out a loud, yee-haw. As I drove, Alice laughing beautifully next to me as I did. You see why driving fast is so much fun? She asked. Yes, I shouted back. In truth, I didn't know where I was driving to. I didn't care, though. I was enjoying myself too much. A part of my subconscious worried about getting into an accident, but with Alice by my side, I felt safe, knowing she would alert me to any danger. Alice seemed content watching me, smiling endearingly at me as I drove. We drove all around, even going into town. I had to slow down when we got to town, of course, since I was paranoid about hitting someone or crashing, despite Alice's insistence that nothing bad would happen. I then proceeded to drive out of town, no particular destination, before I noticed Alice looking out the window, a scathing glare on her face. I became instantly worried, not knowing whether to slow down or speed up. Alice, what's wrong? I asked. Her lip curled back as a low growl rumbled from her chest. Her eyes never left the window. I snuck a glance and caught sight of something in the thicket of trees. I only saw it for a split second, but whatever it was had been big. It was gone in a flash, causing Alice's growling to stop. She turned towards me, taking in my worried look, and softened immediately. Sorry. It's nothing, Bells. Don't worry, it isn't a vampire. I just thought I saw something is all. She smiled at me, trying to convey her truthfulness, but her eyes said otherwise. I knew she was lying, but I knew that she didn't want to worry me. Oddly enough, it was a switch from earlier on. I sighed and nodded my head, deciding now was a good time to go back home. To my utter shock, it was already 8 o'clock. Where the hell did the time go? It was 8:20 by the time we returned to the Cullen house. I had to slow down my speed since there were more cars out. Not only that, but I passed a police officer on the way, furthering my growing paranoia. Alice was silent, but her left hand ghosted onto my shoulder to tenderly rub it, easing me a bit. When I pulled into the driveway and stopped the car, I noticed Alice looking at me intently. What? I asked. Did I have something on my face? She smiled and kissed me. You know, you look amazingly cutie the way you drive, she cooed. I blushed. I do. She nodded and kissed me again. Incredibly cutie. I love how your hair whips in the wind, and that gleam in your eyes, damn, Bella. It was something, I'll say that. I hadn't even gotten a chance to blink by the time she'd blurred over to my side and opened my door for me. I thanked her and got out, noticing Emmett and Rosalie on the porch. Emmett was grinning amusedly while Rosalie scanned over the car, likely looking for any dents or scratches. "So what do you think about her?" Emmett asked. "She's King awesome," I replied. "Language, dear," Esme shouted from inside. I grimaced and ran a hand through my hair while Emmett snickered. "You didn't scratch it," Rosalie mused. "Amazing. Well, I knew what I was doing and all." Rosalie shrugged and walked into the house. Emmett laughed and followed after her. "Bella, dinner is ready," Esme shouted. I blinked and realized the time. Alice looped her left arm around my right and the two of us walked inside together smiling. I ate dinner, a medium-well hamburger with French fries, at the table with Alice like always, watching her crinkle her nose in that same adorable way and ignoring the playful remarks of my siblings as they made fun of the food I was eating. Afterwards, Carlisle returned from work, happy about a successful operation with a young patient. "Ah, Bella, I do apologize for not giving you your gift earlier, but it isn't quite ready yet." "I'm terribly sorry," he said, looking sad. "It's okay," I replied, smiling at him. "I appreciate the thought, though. You don't have to worry, either." He nodded in understanding before walking up to his office, though I could tell he still felt a little bad. I wasn't worried since I was more than satisfied with my presence. Edward's laughter interrupted my thoughts. "You'll love this one," he snickered. I cocked my head to the side, confused as to what he meant. He held up a finger for me to wait, zoomed up the stairs, then reappeared holding a backpack in his hand. "This is your other present from me." I stared at it for a moment, registering his meaning. King school, ah. Edward laughed even harder, amused by my obvious hatred for having to go to school. I looked at Alice pleadingly. She giggled and rolled her eyes before swatting her brother on the shoulder. "Hey," he whined playfully. "Stop teasing her," Alice stated. He held his hands up in surrender, smiling crookedly as he did. All right, I give. "Honestly, Bella, it's only school," Esme said, shaking her head as she cleaned my plate. "I don't see what the big deal is. I'd have thought you'd be excited for your first day with your family." "I hate school," I groaned. "Same here," Amara agreed. Rosalie and Emmett both nodded too. Esme smiled and shook her head. "You kids are something else." Amara snorted. "You know, I'm technically older than you are, Esme. You were born in 1895, I was born in 1875. Therefore, even though I'm still 19 in body, I'm technically 20 years older than you are, making me 111 altogether." I gawked in surprise at the new information while Esme merely rolled her eyes. "You're going to start feeling tired soon," Alice said, touching my shoulder. "And you'll need your rest. Tomorrow's a big day for you, my sweet little human. Must you keep reminding me?" I groaned. She was right though, since seconds later I yawned. "Bedtime for the human?" Alice asked, mirth glowing in her eyes. I sighed and nodded as she giggled and pulled me into her. I exchanged goodnights with everyone, save for Rosalie who merely absently nodded in my direction, before Alice carried me upstairs. I ran into the bathroom in order to change into my pajamas and wash up first, then jumped into bed. Alice was soon next to me, dotting my forehead. I curled into her, breathing in her delicious scent as she silently stroked the back of my head. "Will you sing to me now?" I asked. She rested her head against mine and seconds later started to sing. I was blown away. Her singing voice was like nothing I'd ever heard before. I couldn't even mentally describe it. It was every bit as beautiful as her natural voice, yet even more so in ways that didn't even make sense to me. Her voice was ethereal in a way, entrancing and perfect, like listening to a choir of angels all singing perfectly at once. Her tone was drenched with emotion, with love and passion, warming me to the core and at the same time, wrapping around me. It was so strange, these feelings, yet they were welcomed. Eventually her tone softened, becoming soothing and tender, as my eyelids became heavy. I smiled and slowly embraced slumber, not wanting to think about what lay in wait for me. Tomorrow was going to be a trying day. I knew that much. Morning came faster than I'd wanted it to. Then again, I guess I kind of didn't want it to come. Today was the day, my first day of high school as a part of the Cullen family. I really wasn't looking forward to it. Not one bit. I had woken up to Alice's lovely face in my view, something I still had yet to get used to. Every time I saw her, I was always surprised by how amazingly beautiful she truly was. It seemed that she felt the same way, since she often had the same expression on her face as I did. We exchanged a loving kiss for a moment before she scooped me into her arms and whisked me downstairs, where I already had breakfast waiting. Yet another thing I had yet to get used to, having such mouth-wateringly good food every day. Esme was an amazing cook. I could definitely see her topping chefs around the world and told her as such. She smiled warmly and dismissed the idea, though I could tell the compliment helped boost her ego a bit. Once I'd finished eating, it was off to take a shower. I mentally told Edward to prevent Alice from doing any peeking. I mean, I was actually pretty flattered, and a little excited, I'll admit, that she had in fact done that, but I didn't want her to be doing it without my knowing. That, and I enjoyed the idea of messing with her visions. Just a little bit, of course. My shower was a quick one, since I didn't want to be a bother and make everyone late. Of course, that was stupid of me to think, since they all moved at super speed and drove like maniacs. There was no way they could be late, unless I slept in or something. Even then, I doubt it would have mattered much to any of them, considering that they had all graduated high school numerous times in their eternal lives. Once I'd finished, I dried myself off and slipped into my underwear. I glanced at myself in the mirror, frowning slightly. I didn't really see how Alice thought I was so amazingly beautiful. I mean, I didn't think I was ugly. No way. I found that I was relatively pretty, maybe. But compared to Alice, to Rosalie, Amara and Esme, I didn't see how I could be compared to them in any way, shape or form. They were goddesses. I was, well, me. Then there were the bite marks on my arm, which only made me cringe when I saw them. They were permanent reminders of the past, nightmares that not even Alice could take away. I could only hope that my pursuers would be gone soon and I wouldn't have to worry anymore. Are you dressed like that for my benefit? I spun around to see Alice leaning against the door, wide-eyed as she stared at me. Her eyes trailed up and down my body several times, causing me to turn 10 shades of red. Alice, what are you doing here? I stammered. In a flash she was standing in front of me, her eyes wandering up and down once more before meeting mine and staring into them. My God, Bella. You are so incredibly beautiful, she breathed, capturing my lips. I was still blushing, not knowing what to say. Why are you? She took a step back and ran a hand through her spiky hair. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you or intrude. I honestly didn't think to see if you were dressed, since Edward told me that you wanted some privacy. I thought you had gotten dressed and I just wanted to, She looked surprisingly abashed. Apparently she hadn't meant to see me like this. My blushing was toned down a bit, but I was still embarrassed. I mean, I hadn't expected this. It's not that. I'm uncomfortable being around Alice, I just wasn't used to this kind of thing yet. It's fine, Alice. I'm just a bit surprised to see you, is all. Sorry, she repeated. I wanted to ask if you would let me do your hair. Oh, sure thing. Can I, get dressed first? She bit her lip and nodded her head and turned towards the door. I meant what I said, though, Bella. You're incredibly beautiful, far more than I or any other being on this earth. I couldn't help scoffing at that. She spun around abruptly and frowned at me. Sorry, Alice, it's just I don't see myself like that. I can't mentally compare myself to the likes of you or your sisters or Esme. You're all 10 times more attractive than I am. We've been over this before, Bella. You're too negative. You need to be more positive, to learn and appreciate your body. You have an amazing body, Bella, let me tell you. Forgive me for sounding perverted, but everything about you is perfect in my eyes. You have a great chest, an amazingly curvy waist, an adorable belly button, very nice legs, gorgeous eyes and, she paused for a moment and glanced downwards, cocking her head to the side. A very cute butt, may I say. My face felt like it was on fire as I struggled to, think at this point. Alice's eyes darkened minutely as she took a step back, clenching her jaw. I'm sorry. I'll let you get dressed, Bella. I'm sorry. But you are beautiful. Don't doubt that, okay. She gave me a slightly strained smile before exiting the bathroom, giving me my privacy once again. It took me a moment to compose myself before I hurriedly slipped into my clothes. Alice had, of course, been the one to choose my wardrobe. I didn't mind it too much, really. My entire outfit was more or less designer clothes similar to what she and Rosalie wore, only it was far less fancy than Rosalie's usual attires, something I preferred. I was already going to be getting loads of attention anyways. On cue, I heard Alice's knocking on the door. "Come in," I called, calmer now. I wasn't upset with Alice. I was just a tiny bit embarrassed. Alice danced into the bathroom and gave me an apologetic look. "You aren't upset, are you?" I shook my head. I didn't expect you to, pop in right then." "I understand. I promise I won't do that again. Now go ahead and sit so I can do your hair." I did as she told me and seated myself into the chair near the mirror. I'd noticed it before, but it never crossed my mind what it was used for. Apparently, I now knew. Alice twirled over to me, a broad smile on her face. We spent the next 10 minutes fixing my hair up. And when I say fixing, I mean everything possible: brushing, curling, kneading, spraying, the works. Of course, I didn't mind it. I actually enjoyed it, truth be told. Alice was incredibly nimble and gentle in her movements and would sparingly massage my head with one hand while working with the other, switching hands from time to time until she had finished. "Done," she chirped, spinning the chair so I could see. "What do you think?" I stared back at my reflection, surprised by the detail that gone into my hair. For once, it actually didn't look too bad. I was amazed, really, at how well Alice had styled it. Then again, this was Alice. She could do anything and succeed. "I love it," I breathed, running a hand through it. "Thank you," she squealed delightedly before pecking me on the cheek. "Ooh, I'm so glad you like it. Now hurry up and get ready." I groaned and begrudgingly finished preparing myself. Once my teeth were brushed, I took one last look in the mirror. Everything seemed to be in order. I was thankful Alice wasn't making me wear makeup, since I'd probably just sweat it all off from nervousness. I was already started to perspire, which I doubted was a good thing. For a moment, I considered punching the mirror just so I could avoid going to school for the day. "We'll drag you if we have to," shouted Edward from downstairs. Edward. "No thanks." He laughed. Grinding my teeth in frustration, I trudged out of the bathroom and down the stairs. The others were all waiting, most with amused expressions, Edward especially. Alice was bouncing excitedly with my backpack in her hands, which she presented to me. I took it reluctantly, forever sealing my fate. "Must you complain so much?" Edward asked teasingly. "It's not like we're asking you to cut your arms off or anything like that." "Gives me a few ideas," chuckled Emmett. "Emmett," Alice warned, glaring at him. Kidding. Sheesh," he shouted, holding his hands up. Rosalie smacked him on the arm before leading him outside. Jasper and Amara both snickered and followed, then Edward. Alice hovered near the door while I mentally prepared myself. "Come now, dear, it won't be so bad. Have a positive attitude," Esme stated, hugging me. "I'll try, Esme," I murmured, hugging her as tight as I could. She let go too soon in my opinion, but before I could protest Alice had me in her arms and dragged me outside. Eventually I gave up trying to escape and walked with her over near the garage. My car was gone. "Your car is in the garage," Alice stated, knowing what I was about to ask. "We usually only take one car, but since there's more of us, we'll be taking two. Today you and I are going to be driving with Jasper and Amara." And just like that, the garage doors opened and out drove Amara in her Thunderbird. Rosalie's red BMW peeled out of the garage and zipped past us, Emmett and Edward waving to us it passed by. It was gone in a matter of seconds. "Let's go," Amara shouted from her car. Alice giggled and bounced over to the back door, opening it and inclining her head for me to get in. I nodded to her and got in, Alice following suit on the opposite side. Once I had buckled up, since none of them needed seatbelts, the jerks, Amara stepped on the gas. I had thought Alice drove like crazy. Amara drove even faster than she did. I didn't mind it too much, since I had gotten used to being in a fast car. It was just surprising. I felt Alice squeeze my hand and turned to look at her. "It's okay, Bella. I'll be with you in a few of your classes," she said softly. I sighed. "I know you will. I'm just nervous." She nodded in understanding and squeezed my hand again. "Is there anything in here?" I lifted my backpack up. It felt rather empty. Just a binder with some paper and pens is all. You'll get your books in class, Alice replied with a smile. Speaking of which, we're here. I looked out the window and sure enough, we were here. Forks High School. Oh joy. Rosalie, Emmett and Edward were already out of the car, waiting for us. Alice zipped over to my side and opened my door for me again. I always thought it was so sweet of her, too. Does Bella have her classes, yet? Jasper asked Alice. Alice frowned. No, I never got around to getting them. She turned to me. Bella, could you go grab your class schedule? The office is right over there. Just say your name and you'll get them. I'll be waiting right here for you, don't worry. I frowned, but decided against arguing and followed her instructions. The parking lot was actually, well, empty save for us and a few people who, as I had expected, all looked at me as I walked towards the office, backpack slung over my shoulder. I ignored any wandering eyes as I entered the office, looking around for someone to talk with. Sitting at the front desk was a rather heavy-set woman with short, dark red hair. She paid me no mind as I entered and only looked up after I cleared my throat. May I help you? She asked, squinting at me through her beady glasses. Yeah, I'm here to pick up my schedule. She frowned. Name please. Bella S.W. Cullen. Wow, I had yet to vocally say my new name. It sounded weird, but at the same time, it sounded so right. The pudgy woman gaped at me like I had 5 heads. She even dropped the stack of papers she had been holding, causing them to fly around the room. I swear I had heard some people chatting in the room behind the desk, but now everything was silent. Awkward. Could you repeat that? She asked. I groaned inwardly. Bella Cullen, I repeated, both louder and firmer. It took about a minute for the woman to process what I'd said. She still didn't look like she believed me, but she shook her head and thumbed through another stack of papers before pulling out a sheet with, guess what, my name on it. Here you are, dear, she stuttered as she handed it to me. She handed me 2 papers, one my schedule, the other one I didn't know what to do with. Have that signed by your teachers and come back with it later. Thanks, I muttered, grabbing the sheets and walking out of the office. More cars were parked in the lot and more students walking about. Some glanced at me curiously as I walked back towards Amara's car. Alice was the only one there, waiting rather anxiously for me. I smiled. She was always so adorable when she was like that, bouncing on her feet with a big grin on that angelic face of hers. Have you looked over the classes? She asked when I had gotten over to her. I opened my mouth to reply, but closed it when I realized I hadn't. So I glanced down at the sheet of paper in my hands and looked over my classes. Math. Shit. English. I guess so. Biology. Boring. Spanish. As if I'll ever need it. PE. My eyes bulged at the last one. PE. Oh God. I felt Alice nudge my shoulder. What's wrong? I looked up at her. PE, I replied. She furrowed her brow in confusion before a look of understanding came onto her face. You don't like PE. No. I hate PE. I've always hated PE. How come? I gawked at her. Did she really need to ask? Alice, I stink at everything when it comes to PE. Not to mention the fact that, as you should know by now, I can't walk across a flat surface for very long without falling. Bella, I got kicked out of my gym class at my last school. Whenever I tried to do any sort of sport, my king crappy luck always got the better of me and I always ended up hurting myself and everyone around me. Eventually they just kicked me out of the class. Plus, all the kids used to make fun of me for it. I cringed when I remembered all the teasing and bullying I'd been forced to put up with at my old school. I felt Alice's hand grasp my shoulder. They won't make fun of you here, she stated. How do you? I won't let them, she growled. She had that look in her eyes. She meant what she said. I guess we should get to class, I suggested, trying to change the subject. She blinked and nodded. Yes, that would be wise. The quicker we're there, the less gawking we have to deal with. Come along then. She looped her arm around mine and together we walked towards the school. By now, the parking lot was mostly full. And nearly every student's eyes were on us as we walked together. Alice seemed utterly oblivious, humming to herself rather happily as she skipped along with me to our first destination. Having so many eyes watching me was unnerving, so I tried to concentrate on just Alice. Eventually we made it to our first class, which was, of course, math. Alice opened the door for me before following inside, swerving over to her desk. The class was mostly empty, save for a few students. Two of them looked like they were asleep, one was on her phone and the only other one was staring at me wide-eyed. I looked at Alice like I was a lost puppy, uncertain of what to do. She gestured towards the teacher and pointed to her hand. I frowned even more before I remembered that I needed the teacher to sign the other slip. The teacher, a balding man, had a similar reaction when I told him who I was. Thankfully, he didn't introduce me in front of the class when class started, he merely sent me off to sit next to Alice. Neither of us really paid attention during class and instead passed each other notes, which I absolutely loved. What I didn't love was the number of students staring at me throughout the class, even despite my location at the back of the room. Alice told me just to ignore them. Easy for her to say, she was used to it. Better yet, she probably didn't think about trivial things like being stared at the way I did. Then again, I did notice her eyes darken slightly. She even shot a glare at a few people, forcing them to turn their gaze elsewhere. After feeling like decades, the bell finally rang, thankfully. That wasn't too bad, Alice said as we walked together out of class. You weren't bothered by all the staring? I asked. She shook her head. Well, not really. I mean, I didn't like that they didn't stop staring at you, but I suppose you'll get used to it. We walked a ways to my second class, at which point she stopped. You don't have this class? I asked. No, she grumbled, hanging her head sadly. I'm sorry. I was becoming worried. When will I see you again? Alice bit her lip, looking even more ashamed. Lunch. I cringed. Oh, but we have the same classes with each other afterwards. Biology and PE, she said, trying to cheer me up. I guess I'll see you at lunch then. I asked. I wanted to stall her as long as I could, dreading having to go into class without her. No such luck. She nodded and leaned in to peck my cheek before reluctantly dancing off. I sighed and crept into the room, speedily moving over to the teacher. Half of the class watched me curiously as I handed the teacher, an older man with a beard, the slip. He had the same reaction as the first teacher, but again, he merely signed it and sent me off to a free desk. You must be the new girl, I heard a male voice say next to me. I turned to see a boy with tan skin, greasy black hair and a nerdy yet friendly smile on his face. I nodded. I'm Eric Yorkie. You're Isabella. Bella, I corrected. Even as quiet as it was, my voice was loud enough to grab the attention of nearly everyone in the class. Eric raised an eyebrow. Bella. I sighed. Bella Cullen. That, in turn, got everyone's attention. I could already hear the whispers starting as Eric looked at me surprisedly. Whoa. I could hear whispers. When did that happen? So she's the new Cullen, a boy whispered to his friend. She doesn't look like one of them, remarked a girl several desks in front of me. Two of her friends nodded their heads in agreement, shooting me a jeering look. Excuse me, PFF'd. She ain't as hot as the other girls, grunted another boy. Yeah, man, especially that Alice. She's a babe, replied the boy next to him. I twitched. Did he just? Have you tried asking her out yet? His friend asked. The boy frowned. Yeah, but she keeps turning me down. I'm certain she's into me, though. She just won't admit it yet. I'll get her eventually. The you will, asshole. She's mine. I glared scathingly at the douchebag who dared to think he could have Alice. He caught sight of it and shuddered, shrinking back into his seat. I memorized what he looked like: short, blonde hair gelled into spikes, a goofy, baby-like face, and thin blue eyes, because if I ever saw him near Alice, there would be hell to pay. What's her problem? The asshole's friend asked. The boy shook his head, not verbally answering. Smart move. You okay, Bella? Eric asked next to me. I blinked and realized that he had been watching me this whole time. Yeah, fine, I muttered. He frowned, but he didn't pursue the topic anymore. The rest of class was droning. I spent most of it listening to the side conversations the students around me were having, all of which were centered on me. You think she's single? A darker-skinned boy asked the girl next to him. Ew. Yeah, why wouldn't she be? I mean, look at her. She's so pale, it's like she's albino or something, she replied. I ground my teeth together when I heard that. Memories of being teased in years past for my pale complexion, among other things, like my chronic clumsiness, flashed before my eyes. It further reminded me of why I loathed school so much. Once the bell rang, I brushed past most of the students and up to the teacher. He gave me my respective math book and wished me well with the rest of the year. Yeah, whatever. As I exited the class, Eric tapped my shoulder. Hey, it was nice meeting you, Bella. Maybe I'll catch you around sometime, huh? He seemed genuinely nice, unlike most of the other kids I'd seen so far. I gave him a brisk nod. Yeah, sure, later. He smiled and walked off. He seemed nice enough, I suppose. Who was that? I recognized that voice dead away and turned to see Alice leaning against the wall, looking fantastic as always. I swear she looked like a goddess in my eyes. Like one of the Greek goddesses. Which one was it? Aphrodite. Yeah, that one. That's who Alice reminded me of. Just some guy from my class, I replied as I walked over to her. She crinkled her brow and stared after him for a moment, her gold eyes swirling darkly, before sighing and returning her gaze to me. We stared into one another's eyes for a minute or so, enjoying the feelings that came with it. I loved her eyes. They were far more beautiful than anything I'd ever seen before. Of course, it felt like every moment we had together had to be ruined in some way. Hey Alice, greeted a male voice. I knew that voice too. It was the same A.S. from my class. He walked over to us, hesitantly glancing at me, before smiling at Alice. I clenched my fists together. How dare he look at her like that? Hello Mike, she deadpanned, clearly not interested in speaking with him. So I was wondering. I sharply cut him off. Excuse me, but we were having a conversation, I hissed. He seemed taken aback by my tone. Sorry, it didn't look like. Well, we were Mike. And it's rude to interrupt, Alice stated firmly. Mike scowled and muttered something under his breath. Sorry, he grumbled before trudging off in a different direction. Asshole, I growled. I glared after him, seething. I'll teach him to look at my Alice like that. Bella. Alice's voice jarred me from my thoughts, forcing me to look at her. Her gold eyes were smoldering with concern as she appraised me. Are you all right? I took in a deep breath, then released it. Yeah, I'm fine. I just didn't like the way he was looking at you, I responded. Alice frowned and pulled me into a hug. It's okay, Bells. I'm yours, she cooed into my ear. I know, I murmured. I think it's the same thing you feel from time to time. That protective jealousy, you know. Alice cocked her head to the side. Bella, that usually only happens for vampires. I shrugged. I think being your mate is just rubbing off on me. Alice frowned, her beautiful eyebrows tilting downwards so far that her forehead started to crease. She looked so statuesque as she placed her hands on her hips, lost in thought over what I'd said. Apparently something wasn't adding up in her mind. Then again, I hadn't told her about my other odd moments. I wasn't sure if I would yet, truthfully. You should get to class, she murmured, looking up at me. I'll save you a seat at lunch, okay? I nodded. Okay, see you then. She smiled and pecked my cheek again before dancing off down the hall. Unfortunately, I had no idea where my next class was. I dug into my pocket and pulled out my schedule, studying where my next class was. I hated being caught with the stupid schedule in front of my face, since I felt like a total idiot gawking at it in the middle of a hallway. Are you lost? I looked up from my schedule to see a rather tall girl with long black hair and glasses giving me a placid look. Her eyes, a light shade of green, held sincerity in them. Yeah, I admitted sheepishly. She smiled. What's your next class? Spanish with Mrs. Nova, I replied. What a weird name for a teacher. Oh, I have that class next. Would you like me to show you the way? She offered. Sure. We started walking together towards our next class. So you must be the newest member of the Cullen family? She asked. I nodded. That's really cool. You're lucky. Dr. Cullen is a great doctor and a really nice man. I haven't met Mrs. Cullen, but I hear she's just as nice. They're terrific, I said. I can't imagine having better parents than them. That's good, she said, smiling. Oh, I didn't get your name. I'm Bella. It's nice to meet you. I'm Angela. Angela Weber. The two of us talked a little as we walked to class, even when we went inside the classroom. Angela was really nice, if not a bit shy. She was actually friends with Eric, the boy from my English class, who happened to also be in Spanish with us. After I handed the teacher the slip to be signed, I sat down next to her. Class didn't start for another few minutes, so we continued talking together. She asked if I knew anyone else, to which I replied no, only meeting someone I didn't like. May I ask who? She was clearly the type who wouldn't push someone into anything. I liked that, and a part of me felt that Angela and I may become good friends. Some guy named Mike, I said, scowling when I thought of him. She nodded in understanding. I bet it's Mike Newton you mean. Yeah, he's a bit of a jerk sometimes. He usually hangs out with other jocks and acts like he's the most popular guy in all of Washington. Do you know about his crush on Alice? I gritted my teeth. Unfortunately, I grunted. I take it you two are together. That surprised me. What are you? She giggled softly. I saw you two in the hall. I saw the way you looked at each other. I could tell you two were a couple. I think it's cute, actually. I'm glad Alice finally found someone. I was speechless. You don't think it's gross or anything like that? Angela shook her head. No, I don't think that gender should matter when it comes to love. If you love someone, it shouldn't matter what color their skin is or how tall they are or whether or not they're the same gender. Love is love. More students started filing in. Eric saw us and grinned, walking towards our table. What's up, ladies? I see you met my girl Angela, Bella, he said, seating himself next to me. Angela rolled her eyes playfully. I'm not your girl, Eric. You already have a girlfriend and I already have a boyfriend, remember? Eric shrugged. So, Katie's my girl and Ben's my boy, too. No big deal. The three of us continued talking, even after class started. I was really starting to like Angela and Eric. They were both really nice and they seemed genuinely interested in being friends with me. I wondered if Alice would be jealous of that. I guess I'd have to ask her later on, after class. So it must be different for you, Eric stated, playing around with a pencil. Huh, being adopted by the Cullens after what you went through and all. I furrowed my brow. What I went through? What was he talking about? You know, how your parents abused you and you ran away from home and how the Cullens found you in the woods near death and took you in, Eric explained. It dawned on me then that they must have made up a story as to how I came into the family. Oh, yeah, I said, trying to sound like I knew what he was talking about. I wish Alice would have mentioned that earlier. I felt incredibly awkward. Both Angela and Eric looked at me confusedly for a moment, but they both shrugged it off as the teacher droned on. Thankfully, my body was actually able to save me. I raised my hand and was excused to run to the bathroom, which I took in stride. After I'd finished and exited the stall to wash my hands, I noticed I wasn't alone. There was another girl, equal to my height with pale blonde hair and green eyes. There was something about the way her face was that just screamed by CH to me, which was confirmed when her fishy eyes narrowed at me. Who are you? She demanded. Her voice was high-pitched and nasally sounding. Bella Cullen, I replied instantly. I'd gotten a bit more comfortable saying it by now. Her eyes bulged and her mouth made a large O, which I swear made her look like AF. Kingfish. I tried hard not to laugh at the hilarious expression on her face, which darkened as she studied me, scowling as she did. You're lying, she sneered. Excuse me, she scoffed. There's no way that you're a Cullen. You don't look anything like they do and I doubt they'd adopt someone as unattractive as you into their family. Look, I don't have time, Bella, whatever, I have other things to do. She breezed past me, nearly knocking me over, before storming out of the bathroom. Once I'd steadied myself, I glared after her. Who the F, K does she think she is? Bye. CH, I hissed, slamming my hand downwards. That might not have been the best course of action, since I was slamming it on the sink counter. A sharp pain shot through the knuckles of my left hand as I retrieved it, cursing myself for being stupid. When I looked at the spot where I'd slammed my fist, I was stunned. There was a small dent where my hand had been. I didn't have much of a chance to look, though, since I needed to hurry back to class, bruised knuckles and all. But damn was I pissed. I stuffed my hands into my pocket as I trudged back to class, abruptly seating myself. My irritation must have shown well because both Eric and Angela noticed it. You okay? Eric asked, clearly concerned. I gritted my teeth. Not really. He took that as a hint and thankfully dropped the subject altogether. The rest of class went on painstakingly slow, but as it did, I was able to calm myself down. I was actually feeling concerned about why I was so angry and why my temper was lasting so long. Normally, yeah, I was a hothead, but even then I usually lost steam after a short period of time, unlike today for some reason. Maybe that was another mate thing, too. A few minutes before the bell was going to ring, I had calmed myself completely. Then the bell rang and I walked with Eric and Angela out of class. As we exited, I caught sight of the ch from the bathroom and glared at her. She stuck her nose in the air and glared right back. "Who's that?" I growled under my breath. Eric glanced over his shoulder. "That's Lauren Mallory. She's one of the most popular girls here at Forks. I'm not too fond of her, personally, and she doesn't much like me either. She only hangs out with certain people, namely her boyfriend. A couple girls like her. Don't pay attention to them, they ain't that important." "She's not very nice," Angela agreed. "She treats everyone who isn't her friend like garbage and she gets jealous real easily. She's not very fond of the Cullens, truthfully." Eric snorted. "Well, I gotta go meet up with Katie. You should meet her, Bella, she's a cool girl and I bet you'd get along. See you at lunch." With that he took off in another direction. "I like him," I said. "He's nice. A bit dorky, but nice." Angela giggled. "Yeah, that's Eric for you. But he's right, Katie's real niece. So is my boyfriend Ben. Speaking of which, I'm going to go meet up with him too. We all sit at the same table, so if you feel like it, you can sit with us. You could always invite Alice too, you know. It's up to you, though. Bye Bella." "See ya, Angela." She smiled at me before departing in the same direction Eric had gone. She was really nice. I liked her too. I sighed and trudged towards the cafeteria. At least I'd be able to be with Alice and the others. I stared down at the floor as I walked past people, some ignoring me, others staring at me. I could hear several whispering about me being the new Cullen, something that the whole school was apparently aware of by now. It was a little unnerving, but I did the best I could to ignore both the feeling and the gawkers. Unfortunately, my ignorance prevented me from noticing someone in front of me, causing me to bump into them. The brief collision caught me by surprise and caused me to fall over, bashing my right knee on the floor. I could hear snickering and laughing from the hallway as students passed me by. I groaned and rubbed my knee with my non-sore hand. Seriously, today was full of a lot of ups and downs. Damn it. "Oh, sorry about that." I groaned again, though this time it was inwardly, and glanced up to see none other than Mike Newton, the boy who had a crush on my girlfriend. Okay, he didn't know she was my girlfriend, but the fact of that matter was that she was mine. He offered me a hand to help me up, but I ignored it and stood up on my own. Stubbornness was also stupidity, since my legs nearly buckled and I almost fell again. He caught me, which irritated me at the same time as it helped me. I muttered a thanks, and collected myself, rubbing my knee to ease the pain. Since when did that ever work, though? Seriously, how stupid am I? Wait, don't answer that. "Sorry about that," Mike repeated, looking at least somewhat sincere. "I didn't see you coming." "It's fine," I mumbled. "Look, I'm real sorry about earlier too. I think we got off on the wrong foot. My name's Mike Newton. You know mine already," I stated. "Bella Cullen, right? Yup. Jackass. Cool. Well hey, maybe sometime you could sit with me and my friends?" he asked. He tried to give me some sort of puppy dog eyes, but God did he fail. Only Alice could pull that off on me. "Sorry, but I think I'll sit with my family today. And the next day, too," I replied. "And the rest of the year, away from you." He frowned. Wait, why was he looking at me like that? The F.K. Oh God. Don't tell me. He was looking at me in a really creepy way. The same way he'd looked at Alice when he first walked up to us. Worse still, he was checking me out. I was in no mood for that, so I turned and started limping off. Maybe if I ignored him, he'd leave me alone. Then again, I got the distinctive feeling that he was staring at my ass. I wasn't about to turn around to double check, since I didn't want him getting the wrong idea. Ew. Hey, wait, he called. Seriously, why can't he just? My thought process was interrupted when I felt a hand touching my butt. This wasn't the, "Oops, I was reaching for you and missed," touch, this was on purpose. I quietly yelped when he actually grabbed my ass. Oh no, he did not. I spun around on my good leg, fists clenched and teeth bared, about ready to punch this dude's lights out. You son of a. I stopped dead in my tracks when I caught sight of something moving quickly towards the two of us. And I recognized it right away. A very, very livid Alice. Alice was, to put it bluntly, infuriated, livid, pissed off and angry. I know they all mean the same damn thing, but with the murderous look in her eyes, I think I have a right to use them all at once. Her eyes were black as black could be, glaring scathingly at Mike Newton. I was amazed that his head hadn't exploded yet from her glare. What amazed me even more, though, was how oblivious he was. There is no King way in hell he can't feel a gigantic hole being burned into his skull. I mean, I'm not the target and I can feel it. Of course, I'm glad he can't feel it yet, because it'll make it even more so fun to watch Alice tear him apart. Did I just seriously imagine that? Wow. Mike was just looking at me, a mock look of shame on his face. Whoa, I'm sorry about that, Bella. Are you okay? He asked, taking a step towards me. I stepped back on reflex and, thanks to my knee pain, toppled back down, falling on my ass. Mike reached his right arm out, likely offer and help me up, but before it could come anywhere near me, Alice's left hand came from nowhere and grabbed his wrist. The sound of bones cracking reached my ears instantly as Alice's hand tightened around his wrist. Ow, he grumbled. What the hell? You will not touch her. Alice pronounced each word firmly and full of enough venom to melt the faces off every student at this school. Mike looked utterly terrified. He tried to form words, but Alice increased the strength of her hold. The strength of her grip was enough to bring Mike to his knees, even though she was only using one hand. Her right hand was balled into a tight fist at her side, clenched so tightly I could see the veins bulging. It was quivering too. Alice's entire body was shaking with fury. Her eyes bore into Mike like daggers into a heart. She was seething so badly I could practically see the waves of anger pouring off of her. I wasn't sure what to do. Part of me wanted to watch Mike suffer, part of me was worried about Alice. I cringed when I pictured Alice's rage getting the better of her, which would likely result in Mike losing an arm. Or worse. As much as I felt he deserved punishment, I didn't want him to die and I sure as hell didn't want anything to affect Alice's consciousness. Alice, I spoke quietly, hoping it would reach her. No such luck. Her grip only tightened as she bared her teeth, a low, rumbling growl emanating from her chest. Mike was wincing in pain, trying to break free from her grip. His mouth was moving, but no words forming, lost under Alice's wrathful gaze. I remembered Esme explaining to me the whole maternal instinct thing. I needed for that to kick in so she would snap out of her rage. How, though? Alice, I said again, louder. There was still no answer, no signs that she had even heard me. I got an idea, then. I didn't like it, but it would do the trick. I tried to move, to stand up, but did so abruptly, punching the floor with my left hand as I did. That got the effect I desired. Both my hand and my knee surged with pain, enough to make me whimper out loud. I winced at the pain, having not meant to hurt myself worse. My whimpering did the trick, though. Alice's coal eyes shot over to me. She saw that I was in pain, which forced her maternal instincts to kick in. And thankfully, her maternal needs overpowered her need to rip off Mike Newton's arm. She released his arm in an instant and was by my side seconds later. I watched as Mike's arm fell to his side limply. He clutched it, his face full of agony and pain as he started rubbing his sore wrist. Alice paid no attention to him, her eyes focused solely on me. Her right hand gently cupped my left as her left slid under my pant leg and started to tenderly rub my knee. She knew exactly where I was hurting, amazingly enough, and was doing anything she could to ease the pain. I looked into her eyes. They were still ink black, but they were smoldering with emotion. I saw love, concern and warmth pouring out of them, but something more. Something animalistic. It wasn't the bad kind of animalistic, though. It was, I couldn't describe it. It was like her entire world was suddenly revolving around me, that my needs were her needs. Maybe I was imagining it, but the way she was acting now seemed to justify my thoughts. Her motions were tender and soothing, easing away the pain I felt, the worry and fear along with it. I practically forgot that Mike Newton was there. Hell, I almost forgot that we were at school. Nikkei, shouted a loud, female voice. That snapped me from my thoughts and forced me to peel my eyes away from Alice. I watched as a blonde, preppy-looking girl ran towards the injured jock, who looked like he didn't know what the hell had just happened. "Mikey, are you okay?" she asked, clearly concerned. He idly glanced over at us. No, boy, you'd better not. I shot him a glare that told him he owed me for getting Alice to stop, which, amazingly enough, his peanut-sized brain seemed to acknowledge. He quickly turned to the loud girl and nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine. I just fell and hurt my arm is all," he said, wincing slightly. She pouted. "Would you like me to key it and make it go away?" "Oh dear God." He stood up and shook his head, forcing a smile. "Nope, I'm fine. Let's go to lunch." She shrugged and nodded her head, only to notice Alice and I on the floor. Alice hadn't budged or stopped what she was doing. She was still zoned into doing nothing but helping me. Her black eyes were trained to my hand and nothing more. "Who are you?" the girl asked in a snobby voice. "This is Bella Cullen," Mike answered for me. That startled me, but I paid it no mind. Her jaw would have become unhinged if physically possible. "What? You're the new Cullen?" she asked, bewildered. She looked like she didn't believe me, taking a similar expression to that other girl, Lauren. "Yes," I replied. She narrowed her eyes. "What the hell are you doing?" I was about to answer, but Mike cut in. "I ran into her by mistake and she fell and hurt herself too. Alice is just there helping her out. Come on, Jess, let's go. Tyler and Lauren are probably waiting for us." Lauren. So he was friends with that ch. Why am I not surprised? He shot me an odd look before clutching his arm and sauntering off with the Jess girl, who scowled at me once more before turning her attention back to Mike. At last, I was given the chance I needed to talk with Alice. "Alice." She didn't move or respond. I tried again. "Alice, I'm okay now. Thank you." That seemed to snap her out of her maternal process as she blinked several times before looking into my eyes. Bella. Are you?" She blinked again, apparently registering what had just happened. My God, I can't believe I almost. I touched her shoulder. "You didn't. It's okay, Alice. Thank you for helping me. I could have taken him, though." Her face darkened as another rumbling growl came from her chest. "He touched you. He will never touch you again, I swear it," she hissed. "Thanks, Alice. I think we should get to the cafeteria now. The others are probably worried." She nodded her head in agreement and slowly stood, helping me up as she did. "Is your hand okay?" she asked, glancing down at it concernedly. I nodded. "How'd you hurt it? And your knee, too?" "I'll tell you in the cafeteria, okay?" I offered. She bit her lip, but reluctantly nodded. We walked off with each other towards the cafeteria. I drew attention to myself simply by being near Alice, but right now, after what had just happened, I wasn't about to let it get to me. My knee was feeling better now, as was my hand. The sad part was that I hadn't intended to actually hurt myself, I merely had wanted to act in order to grab her attention. Either way, it worked. It didn't take long for us to get to the cafeteria. It was huge and full of most of the entire student body. I searched around and found the rest of my family sitting by the side wall, 2 vacant seats waiting for Alice and I. "Hey, Bella!" shouted Eric. Alice and I both saw him, Angela and 2 people I didn't know, likely Katie and Ben, sitting near the entrance of the cafeteria. I waved back at him and smiled. Alice frowned. "He's the boy from before." "Yeah, he's nice," I said. "Don't worry, Alice. He has a girlfriend. And the girl with the glasses, Angela, she has a boyfriend." That eased her a bit, at least. "You're going to say hi to them. Is that okay?" "Of course," she replied. "I'll be with the others." She smiled and danced off over to our family's table. I caught a few of their glances as I turned and walked towards the table where Eric and Angela were at. "Hey Bella, this is Katie, my girlfriend," Eric introduced, indicating the girl next to him. She had short red hair, several freckles and light blue eyes. Something about the way she smiled reminded me a bit of Amara. "Nice to meet you," she said, extending her hand. I smiled in turn and shook it. I swore I could feel Alice glaring from where she was sitting, idly glancing over to see I was indeed correct. Her eyes were narrowed and focused on Katie's hand, which I released once the handshake was complete. She smiled and seated herself next to Eric. "And I'm Ben, Angela's boyfriend," the other boy said. He had short black hair, dark brown eyes and was surprisingly shorter than Angela was. Now I knew why she mentioned height when she had talked with me earlier. I shook his hand as well, again feeling Alice's glare, not on me, but on his hand. It faded once I returned my hand. I swear, she really needs to work on that jealousy thing. So, are you sitting with us, Bella? Katie asked. I smiled politely and shook my head. No, sorry. I'll be sitting with my family. She cocked her head to the side confusedly. Eric frowned. Didn't I mention that she was the new Cullen? Her eyes widened. Oh, well damn, lucky you. Maybe someday you could sit with us, but I won't force you. Nice meeting you, Bella. I nodded and, after hearing my stomach growl, turned to walk towards the table with my family. Once again, however, my poor luck got the better of me. No sooner had I turned and started walking did I careen into someone yet again, causing me to fall backwards. I was really starting to get sick of falling all the damn time. Watch where you're going, bye, hissed the person I'd bumped into. Shit, it had to be Lauren. The blonde-haired had fallen as well and was on her feet, looking at me with disgust and irritation. I noticed Alice storming over towards out of the corner of my eye and stood up, only to be pushed back down again by Lauren. I heard clattering behind me from Eric and Angela's table and whispers and gasps all around me. I glared at Lauren, who glared right back. Alice was there in an instant, letting out a brisk snarl that made Lauren jump backwards. You bye. All, before Alice could finish, Jasper walked up and placed a hand on her shoulder, releasing a powerful wave of calm into her. Lauren started walking away, only to be stopped by Amara, who grabbed onto her shoulder and forced her to turn around. Apologize to my sister, she commanded, pointing Lauren at me. Now, sorry, Lauren muttered, looking like she was about to wet herself. Amara didn't look too convinced, but Jasper caught her eye. She scowled, but released Lauren, who scurried off. Amara took Alice while Jasper came over and helped me up, dusting me off once I was standing. Thanks, I murmured. Any time, he replied. Now then, let's sit you down. The four of us walked at a rather brisk pace over to our table, sitting down just as fast. All eyes in the cafeteria were upon us, some with fear, some confused, some annoyed, some worried and others intrigued. The whole cafeteria was silent, though, save for the noises of our chairs. I sighed and lowered my head, just staring at the empty spot in front of me. Eventually people start chattering and eating again, which, along with Jasper's gift, helped ease my growing anxiety. I glanced to my left and saw Alice hanging her head ashamedly, pouting as she stared at her lap. I gently placed my hand on top of hers, stroking the top of it with my thumb. That registered a small smile from my beautiful pixie, which made me happy. I couldn't stand seeing her upset or sad, after all. I did it again, she sighed, shaking her head. I let my instincts control me and almost lost it. I almost exposed us, too. I'm sorry. I squeezed her hand. Alice, it's okay. You can't help it. No, Bella, that's not an excuse. I try to, I really do. I just can't. It's like this urge I have to protect you. To guard you from anything and everything around that can hurt you in some way. I can't stand seeing you hurt, so I let my instincts take over. It's hard, though, to control them, she explained, running a hand through her hair. Bella's right, Alice. It's not your fault, Jasper said softly. We've gone through it before, remember? Amara pointed out. Emmett chuckled. Besides, did you see the look on that girl's face? Priceless. Besides, she deserved it anyways. No one messes with one of us and gets away with it, right Rose? Rosalie snorted. I hate that little anyways. She thinks she's the most popular and most beautiful girl here in Washington. She is sadly mistaken in that theory, since we as a whole surpass her in beauty. As far as popularity, that doesn't matter to me. It's unimportant. Well, we've officially drawn the attention of the entire school, Edward mused, gold eyes full of mirth. It certainly beats having another dull lunch hour, that much is certain. I don't see how it's funny, Edward, Alice grumbled. She looked like she was about to wet herself, I said, snickering slightly. Edward, Emmett, Jasper and Amara all laughed in unison, their musical laughter filling the cafeteria like an angelic symphony. Even Rosalie cracked a small smile. Alice too, for that matter, smiled a little. I was happy for that much. My stomach growled again, louder this time, which made them all laugh harder and me blush. Alice smacked her forehead and shook her head before pushing her tray of food in front of me, smiling at me. "Here, this is for you," she said. "Thanks," I replied. For about 5 minutes, I ate in silence, listening to the amusing banter my siblings were partaking in around me. Emmett was talking about an incident that happened during his gym class when someone's pants dropped while running, which he found hilarious. Amara and Jasper talked about having fun with several of meaner students in their art class, combing Jasper's gift with Amara's dirty tactics. Edward let us in on some of the thoughts of the students in the cafeteria, which didn't sit too well with Alice or I. He scowled and inclined his head to the right before sighing. "You'd better watch out, Bella. It looks like there are a few boys here who are already interested on getting to know you better. I can hear them running plans through their heads on how they can talk with you, ultimately so they can't ask you out." I blanched. Seriously. They don't even know me and already they're going after me. Edward sighed and nodded. They think that since you're new in our family that you're available. Plus, they want to be known for dating one of the elusive Cullen family for themselves. There's barely any attraction, it's just mindless entertainment and pointless social standpoints that they care about. It's sickening. Men these days, Jasper growled, shaking his head. They have no sense of etiquette. I heard an odd, snapping noise and saw Alice crushing a fork. It didn't look like a fork anymore, though, but more like a bendy straw. Her eyes were a violent black as she curled her lip back, hissing angrily. Edward's eyes widened. "Oh no," he breathed. What's wrong?" Emmett asked. "Alice." She was up in an instant, whirling around. "Alice." Jasper Whisper yelled, trying to send calming waves toward her. "Alice, what's wrong?" I asked, reaching out to her. She didn't answer. "Edward." He grimaced. "She had a vision. They touched you," she hissed. "They're going to try and take you away from me." I stood up and cupped her cheeks, forcing her to look at me. "Alice, I'm yours, remember. No one will take me from you, understand? Calm down. Don't let your instincts control you, Alice, okay? I know you can do it. Just calm down a bit, okay?" I asked, speaking as softly and tenderly as I could manage. Her face softened for a moment, but it evaporated quickly. "Yes, you're mine. But they don't know that." I didn't have a chance to ask what she was getting at or ponder her meaning. Seconds later, her lips crashed against mine. Her cool, soft lips moved against mine with the same amount of love and passion as they always did, but there was something else behind it too, something I couldn't quite put a finger on. Desire. Not lustful desire, no. A different kind. I couldn't think on it, however, because of how amazing it felt to have her guiding me the way she was. It was intense, yet so loving and sweet, which surprised me considering her mood. Ned softly as she pressed my back to the wall, her icy lips remaining at the same pace. I could feel every eye of every student on us, but there was a part inside of me that told me to ignore them. Alice was what mattered, not them. Making Alice happy. This made her happy, so I needed to focus on this. Her dotting increased in both speed and passion as she pressed me against the wall. My mind was everywhere at once, trying to absorb the pleasure and yet trying to listen to the gasps and whispers all around me at the same time. Then she did something that surprised me. I hadn't even been able to grasp what was happening when her tongue thrust into my mouth, moving about at a slow pace. Her tongue was as cold as she was, causing me to shudder, but it was so soft. I was going insane, my heart pounding in my chest and my face turning red. This was the most intense she'd ever at me before. What amazed me, though, was that there wasn't any lust in her dotting. There was just love and tenderness. At a very fast pace. Part of me loved this, the other part didn't know what to think. I was distinctively aware that our siblings were watching with wide eyes, trying to figure out what to do. Well, Edward and Jasper were. Emmett was enjoying the show, Rosalie had her nose crinkled, and was looking elsewhere, and Amara was just trying not to laugh. Eventually my need to breathe became more and more prominent. I couldn't break away from her, though. And she wasn't stopping. "Alice," I whimpered against her lips. She stopped for a moment, which was her siblings had been waiting for. Edward was on his feet, pulling her away from me while Jasper was sending out waves of calm from where he sat. Emmett, Amara and Rosalie sat, tensed and looking around. I quietly gasped for air, too dazed to move or think after that intense key-ing. I mean, damn, where did that even come from? Everyone in the cafeteria was stunned, gaping at the scene with wide eyes. Disgust, horror, attraction. I could see it all on the faces of the students as my face became redder and redder in embarrassment. Alice hissed at her brother, trying to break free from his grip. Alice, stop this, he commanded softly. Do you realize what you're doing? You need to do what Bella told you. Calm down and think, Alice. You're letting your instincts control you. Stop and think for a moment. Alice actually listened to her brother's words and stopped. I could see the gears turning in her head as the realization sank in. Her eyes widened and gazed at me. Oh God, she breathed. I'm so sorry. She looked at Edward, who released her, then sped off at a slightly too fast human speed out of the cafeteria. I was about to follow after her, but Edward stopped me. She'll be okay, Bella. She just needs to calm herself down is all. Go ahead and sit. You can leave in a few minutes. Damn it. I grumbled, but sat back down, hiding my face in my hands. That was hot, Emmett snickered, only to be smacked by Rosalie. What? It was. Emmett, Edward warned. Leave it alone. She's embarrassed enough as it is, Emmett, Jasper agreed. Emmett groaned. All right, sheesh. He held his hands up defensively for a moment before turning to face me. I'm sorry, Bella, he said apologetically. I didn't respond, I just closed my eyes and sighed quietly. I could hear the whispers around the cafeteria, some louder than others. Oh my God, did you see that? Dude, that shit was hot, man. Gross. I so knew that Alice was a lesbian. Aren't they, like, sisters? Ew. That's just wrong. I ground my teeth together and pushed away the violent thoughts popping into my head. I didn't want to hear any more of this garbage. They had no right to insult us. They didn't understand the bond we had. Stupid, close-minded assholes, the whole lot of them. F.K. them. F.K. them all. I stood up and grabbed my backpack. I'm going to see Alice, I whispered. The others nodded. See ya, Amara stated. Later, Emmett added. Feel free to punch someone in the face, if you'd like, Rosalie snorted. Oh, I will. I speedily walked out of the cafeteria, doing the best I could to ignore the plethora of looks I received from the entire student body. Oddly, though, I did glance over at the table where Eric, Angela, Ben and Katie sat. Part of me hoped that they wouldn't be disgusted or glaring. And to my surprise, they weren't. In fact, all four of them waved at me. I gave a brief wave before walking out the door. I spent a few good minutes finding my next class, which was biology. I had the class with Alice, and I was hoping that she'd be there. I wanted to talk with her. Talking with her always made me feel better, and right now, that was what I needed most. Just being with her would be enough. After a minute and a half of searching, I found the room and walked inside, happy to find that the room was vacant, save for one person, Alice. She was sitting in a desk near the window, staring outside with a somber look on her face. It killed me to see someone so beautiful look so damn sad. I wanted that look gone. I walked over to the desk and plopped my backpack on the floor before sitting next to her. Alice, I murmured softly, touching her shoulder. She sighed. I'm sorry, Bella. I'm really, really sorry. I've made a fool of myself and I've embarrassed you. She hung her head, looking both sad and ashamed, literally breaking my heart. Alice looked like a broken angel. And I hated it. Alice, she held up a hand to stop me. Please, let me finish first. You can say your part in a moment, I promise. I need to get this off my chest. I want you to understand, Bella, so that you're not upset with me for what I've done. Okay. I tried to speak again, but she shook her head. Can you just answer me first? I bit my lip and nodded. Okay. Thank you, Bella. Alice leaned back in her seat and stared at the ceiling for a moment before starting. Bella, I want you to understand the reason why I do the things I do. It's not that I'm trying to embarrass you or make us a public spectacle. Truthfully, I had wanted for us to make ourselves known, but I never intended it to be like this. I wanted to take it in steps, you know. But then I had a vision of people flirting with you, trying to ask you out. When I saw that, I became jealous. But it wasn't just jealousy. I felt a need to guard you from them, to show that you were my mate and that they couldn't take you away from me. I hated it. I hated feeling like everyone around me was out to take you from me. I tried to fight it, but the urge to protect you was too strong. I needed to protect you, Bella. That's why I keyed you. My mind told me that showing some form of public affection would show them that you were mine and that they couldn't have you. Part of, I'll admit, wanted more, but I was able to fight that off. It got a little out of hand, I'll admit. I hadn't meant to make it such a display, but I couldn't stop. You just have that effect on me, Bella. I can't help myself sometimes. Esme explained to you a bit about maternal instinct, right? She asked. A bit, yes, I replied. Alice sighed. Most of what happened was based on my instinct. We have a constant need to protect our mate, and that's what I was doing. I understand that you might think me keying you was an odd way to protect you, but in my mind, I registered that as the only way I could keep you safe. Like I said, though, I'm really sorry it got out of hand. I'm not used to these feelings. I've never felt such an overwhelming desire to protect anyone like this before, nor have I ever felt the desire to blatantly make out with anyone in front of a mass of people. She looked down back at me, her eyes smoldering with truth. Alice, I'm not mad at you, I stated. Her eyes widened. You aren't. But, I cut her off by pressing a fingertip to her cold lips. Alice, stop. You don't have to apologize for anything. I'm just a little dazed, I guess. I didn't expect to have my back against a wall and you French key-dotting me like that is all. She cocked her head to the side. French key-dotting. Yeah, when you did that thing with your tongue, I shuddered as I remembered the pleasurable feelings it gave. I have to say, though, you're a damn amazing Alice. I can't believe you were holding out on me this whole time until today. Alice shrugged rather sheepishly. Sorry. I don't want to accidentally bite you or something that would cause you pain. Today was an accident, though. I'm just glad it was stopped before things got worse, she murmured, running a hand through her hair again. Worse? I asked, confused. Well, there was this one time with Emmett and Rosalie and she paused for a moment and sighed. They ended up having say, in front of the entire student body one year. It wasn't here, thankfully, but we did have to move rather quickly after that display. Jasper and Amara had a similar incident, which was only made worse by Jasper's gift. Let's just say that I had to leave the area for a while until they were finished. We ended up moving because of that, too. Edward hasn't had that experience, lucky for him. He's always known ahead of time what's about to happen and usually leaves beforehand. I don't think I understand, I said, furrowing my brow. How is that related to the whole mate thing, exactly? Alice actually smiled a little. Mating is a very important part of our lifestyles, she explained. It helps establish our physical bond together as well as a connection, I guess you could say. I don't fully understand it myself, honestly, since my past experiences have been, well, of a different variety. From what Carlisle and Esme have told me, though, when we mate, we give each other our full self, physically and spiritually. It's supposedly one of the greatest experiences we can undergo, not just in the sense of pleasure, but in the way that we can, grow closer to one another. It isn't just say, don't let what Emmett or Amara say make you think that. There's more to it than that. I was curious about what she meant about her past experiences. Had what Amara told me not been as much of a joke as I had thought? Had Alice been with someone before? No, she said that I was her first mate. Then again, say, is a natural part of our maternal instincts, Bella. Not only that, it's a natural part of our lives as much as it is a part of the lives of you humans. The difference is, as I said before, there's more depth to mating for vampires. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Like I told you, I'm sorry that I got so out of hand. It wasn't the first time I've let my instincts get the better of me in that way. I just hope it will be the last for a while. I don't want to cause us to move again, that's for certain. We've only been here for a year so far, and moving is such a bother. I blinked. What do you mean it wasn't the first time? You've had similar experiences? I asked, curious. Alice bit her lip. She looked like she'd be blushing if she could as she fidgeted nervously with her fingers. Well, never any say, no. But, there was this one incident. And, I urged. I was curious. Alice bit her lip, making an adorable embarrassed face. I got caught, Pleasuring myself one time at school, she admitted sheepishly, her voice growing quieter with each word until I almost couldn't hear her. Almost. My jaw dropped. You what? Had I heard her right? You heard me, she mumbled. I tried very hard not to laugh. I had no right to it, but I couldn't help letting out a small giggle. Then I full out laughed, despite my best attempts not to. She glared at me for it, which helped calm me down a bit. Still, though, how can I not laugh at that? It's not funny, she huffed, crossing her arms. I'm sorry, Alice, I snorted. I just can't believe that would happen to you of all people. I mean, didn't you see what would happen? And why were you doing that in a public place of all things? I could see Emmett, but you. I'm not speaking to you, she grumbled, turning her head elsewhere. I calmed myself down fully. Ah, please. She shook her head furiously, not looking at me. I rested my chin on her shoulder and gave her my best puppy dog eyes. If she could do it, then so could I. Alice tried hard not to look at me, clenching her jaw as tight as possible. But I could see the resolve in her eyes fading as I continued to stare at her. She squirmed around for a moment before her eyes painstakingly looked at me. The moment she saw my face, her resolve was gone. Ah, she cooed, dotting my pouting lip. I smiled against her lips, pleased. Damn it. So you'll tell me. Fine, but you owe me, she grunted. I smirked. Really, Bella, it isn't that much of a story. I was just, bored one day while I was in the library, and I, found some interesting images. She bit her lip again, the embarrassment written all over her face. I was trying not to laugh anymore. It wasn't easy. It was becoming painful not to laugh, but I managed to stifle my giggling. Alice noticed this and harumphed. Look, I was too preoccupied and I got caught. It was incredibly embarrassing and my whole family gave me crap for it. I wasn't in trouble or anything, but they all teased me for about a year. That's when Emmett and Rosalie had their incident, so I was able to get my revenge for all the teasing. She smiled at the last part, a glint in her eyes as she spoke. I couldn't handle it anymore. I burst into laughter. It was too much. Finding out that Alice, my graceful, future-seeing vampire, had gotten caught doing something like that in a public place was hilarious. That, her adorable facial expressions and the way she looked when she said she had gotten her revenge, was too much. My sides were hurting from all my laughter, but that didn't bother me. It was way too damn funny. Alice scowled at me at first, but eventually she joined me, her sweet, musical laughter filling up the room as we sat together. It was still lunchtime, though it was nearing the end. A few more minutes and students would start piling into the class. That didn't matter, though. Our laughter slowly died down before we both gazed into one another's eyes, smiling. So you forgive me? She asked, resting her forehead against mine. Forgive you. For being an amazing Sorry, Alice, but I don't think I can ever forgive you for that, I teased. She rolled her eyes. You know what I mean, Bella. I've pretty much ruined your chance at having a reputation here. I live with a family of freaky vampires, I pointed out. She stuck her tongue out at me, which made me giggle. I don't give a shit about reputation. I don't care if the entire student body makes fun of me, either. I care about you, Alice. And I care about my family. If people have a problem with us being a couple, they can F.K. off. That's how I see it. She smiled warmly at me. I think you've been around Amara for too long, she giggled. But okay, if you're sure you're comfortable. With what? Making out with you. Alice, if you me like that from now on, I don't care if we're in front of the King President, I'll be comfortable. Just, give me a bit of a warning so I know when it's coming, okay? I asked. Okay, she replied, laughing. I smiled, reveling in the sound of her laughter. She cupped my cheeks and pulled me into a loving which we held for a minute and a half. The lunch bell rang, then, and I knew it wouldn't be long before class started. I noticed Alice had a very evil smile on her face as seemed to ponder something. What? I asked. What are you thinking? Well, I was just thinking that, since you hate PE and all, we can make it a little more entertaining, she said, smirking wider with each word. I was confused. How so? It's PE. Not necessarily the class itself. But we can have some fun with each other. She leaned in closer to me. You want to make out with each other in the locker room. I blinked several times before laughing. Are you serious? Alice cocked her head to the side, looking at me like I was asking something stupid. Oh, she was serious. I thought about it for a moment. Why not? Besides, it might be entertaining. She beamed when she saw my decision and looped her arm around me. The students started to pace in, their eyes a mixture of things when they saw us, sitting together with big grins on our faces. I blushed slightly at all the attention, but with Alice, I felt naturally safe. My guardian, huh? She giggled. Something like that. Biology was, for the most part, boring. The only saving grace was of course sitting next to Alice and getting the chance to goof off with her. So far, my first day had been a mixture of good things, meeting a few people who were nice and finding out that I shared 3 classes with my graceful pixie, plus the key, dotting, and some bad things. The bad things, of course, seemed to outweigh the number of good things. Everyone was staring at us. They knew that I was the newest addition to the Cullen family and that Alice and I were together. Most of the girls in my class looked disgusted, obviously offended by the fact that we were lesbians. Some of them didn't look disgusted though, more so disgruntled or annoyed. Only one girl didn't seem too bothered by it. The boys, on the other hand, all looked like a stereotypical high school boy did, turned on. That irritated me more than the glares the girls were giving me. It irritated Alice too. Throughout class, between holding hands with Alice under the table and half listening to the teacher, I spent a good portion glaring at anyone, boy or girl, who looked in our direction. Alice did as well, which, combined with my glare, was amazingly enough to cut the stares in half. One boy even looked like he was about to start crying as he turned his attention to the teacher. Alice was out of her seat seconds before the bell rang, holding a hand out to me. I smiled and accepted it, intertwining my fingers with hers as we walked off together, ignoring the glaring and gawking we received as we left the class. That was kind of fun, I admitted. The class was boring, though. She sighed. Class has no meaning to me with you around, Bella. Truthfully, I hated not being with you in my earlier classes. All I could do was think about you the entire time. I'm glad I have my gift and a supremely good memory. What other classes do you take? I inquired. Art and dance, she replied. I love them both because they're my favorite subjects, but paying attention was hard when I had you on my mind. I almost got in trouble in art for drawing a picture of you, actually, but I was able to put it away. You drew a picture of me. Can I see? She winked. When we get home, sure. We turned a corner, idly passing by a group of who I'm guessing were seniors. They had the same exact looks on their faces that everyone else had. One of the boys even looked upset, jealous even. I smiled to myself at the thought when something else came to mind. Alice's earlier suggestion of us making out with each other. I thought more on it and realized that I wasn't as comfortable with it as I had originally thought. In fact, I was worried we'd get into trouble because of it. I don't want to get into trouble on my first day, and I sure as hell don't want Alice to get into trouble. That would make me feel even worse. I can already imagine Esme and Carlisle not being fully pleased about what had happened earlier. Bella, what are you worrying about? Alice asked, breaking me from my thoughts. I can see that you want to talk with me about something, but you haven't made a decision yet. What's wrong? You know you can ask me anything. I was just thinking about, what we talked about earlier. I'm not sure if. You aren't sure if you want us to key. In the locker room, she finished, stopping dead in her tracks. I grimaced, fearing I'd upset her. She didn't look upset, though, or hurt. Alice cupped my cheeks and forced me to look into her eyes. Bella, that's okay. I'm not mad at you. I would never want to force you into doing something that you weren't comfortable with, alright? It's no big deal. Besides, I think we've brought enough attention to ourselves. Or rather, I have. She frowned, a bit of frustration flickering in her eyes. What's wrong? I asked, touching her shoulders. Oh, I just got a vision that one of the students went to the principal about what happened earlier, she sighed. Carlisle and Esme are going to be called about it later this evening, and the principal is going to request that we meet with her sometime this week. I can't see when, since she hasn't made a decision on the day, but I know that it will happen. Oh joy, I grumbled. You're not going to get into trouble, are you? Not with Carlisle and Esme, no, she laughed. They would never be upset over something so trivial. Now, had I actually ripped off Mike Newton's arm, then, Yes, I would most likely be in a heap of trouble. I cringed when I remembered the earlier incident with Mike Newton. Alice noticed this and nodded her head sheepishly. Yes, I did screw up with that, I'll admit. I was just so angry. I saw him groping you and I just blew up. I'm lucky you were able to get my attention, otherwise I may have very well dismembered him for touching you like that. Hopefully, he'll learn his lesson and stay away. But if he doesn't, I don't know if I can keep myself under control, she growled, shaking her head at the memory of Mike Newton. No doubt. You will, I said softly. You won't lose yourself, Alice. You've proven that time and time again. Besides, you aren't the only one who wanted to rip someone into pieces today. She seemed puzzled by that as she appraised me. What do you mean? Oh, that that ran into me in the cafeteria, Lauren or whatever her name is. I met her in the bathroom earlier and she insulted me by saying that I couldn't be in your family because I wasn't attractive enough, I started. I was about to continue when Alice's face darkened ominously. She what? Alice hissed, eyes suddenly darkening. I nearly smacked my forehead, forgetting the whole mate protection thing. I clutched her shoulders as tight as I could without hurting myself. Alice, calm down, it's okay. It was nothing. She shook her head, hissing quietly as she bared her teeth. Bella, her insulting you isn't nothing. How dare she say that you? That little Alice, remember what happened earlier. What you said earlier. I reminded her. That seemed to register in her brain as she closed her eyes and sighed. You're right. I'm getting worked up again. I'm sorry. But I'm not dropping this, she warned. Nobody insults my Bella and gets away with it, that's for damn sure. I nodded in understanding, not wanting to speak of the subject anymore, and pulled her along towards our final class of the day. PE. I dreaded PE, but at least with Alice there it wouldn't be as shitty. I hoped. When we walked into the locker room, we received the reception I knew we would. Grunts of disgust, glares and a load of whispering echoed throughout the entire room as we walked to the teacher's office. Alice hissed and glared at anyone who was close, but otherwise kept her mouth shut and her hand firmly, yet gently, laced around mine as she guided me into the office. PE beeped. Plain and simple. The sport we were currently playing was volleyball, which I loathed. I was reminded of the multiple injuries I had sustained while trying to play it in the past, not to mention the injuries I had caused. Only 4 times had I been able to magically play without hurting myself or anyone else. I even managed to win once. Other than that, however, my time with the sport was spent trying to avoid the ball at all costs. Thank God for Alice. She sweet-talked the teacher into letting us be on the same team, which I was eternally grateful for. She played for the both of us, impressing me with how graceful she was. Truthfully, I spent more time watching her move, the way she glided across the floor was stunning to watch, than I did the ball. Not once was I hit, even though the team we played against attempted to do just that. One boy even tried throwing the ball at me, but Alice was there, snatching it in midair and throwing it right back at him, nailing him in the groin. I laughed as she downright sneered at him, clearly pleased with herself. When the bell rang, Alice wrapped an arm around me protectively and led me downstairs amidst the group of disgruntled girls. Her arm never left me save for the few seconds it took for us to change. Once we were done, the two of us left as fast as we could. I was ready to be done with school forever, but I knew that this was just day one. The joy that I felt when I saw my siblings outside surprised even me. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed them until I saw them again. Being with Alice was the greatest ever, but it just wasn't complete without the rest of my family, even if Rosalie didn't like me too much. I missed Carlisle and Esme too, so I was glad I'd be home soon. Home, I was looking forward to. As we neared the cars, though, I noticed that the others didn't look to be in the best of moods. Then again, Rosalie was never in the best of moods, but she seemed to be a bit more flustered than usual. And that's saying something. Alice's face darkened as we neared them. I gulped, knowing something must be up. But what? Alice, Edward greeted. Edward, she greeted back. Let's cut to the chase, Rosalie grunted. We heard about what happened with that Newton boy, Alice. Would you kindly tell us why he was sent to the hospital with a fractured arm? Alice and I both grimaced in unison. I was confused, though. Hadn't she told them? No, she didn't, Edward replied. I heard several students thinking about it. Apparently Mike Newton had gone to the nurse because of his arm. Then they called the hospital because of how badly injured it was. He told them that he had fallen on it the wrong way, which they believed thankfully. I'm rather surprised he hasn't said anything about what really happened, honestly. Alice sighed. It was an accident, Edward. I was really upset and I sort of lost control. Bella was able to help snap me out of it before I could do worse damage, at least. I know what I did was wrong, but damn it, he groped her. What was I supposed to do? Edward's eyes widened. He did. He looked at me. I remembered what had transpired, which made Edward's eyes darken. That does change things a bit. And I can see that your maternal instincts were telling you to defend your mate. You should have punched the dude's lights out, Emmett snorted. I'd have done worse than that, Amara growled. Just like that ch from the cafeteria. Jasper sighed and sent out a wave of calm to all of us. It was a much-needed calmness that I welcomed as I recounted today's events in my head, forgetting that Edward could read my mind for the moment. It had been a crazy day, to say the least. When I looked up, I noticed Edward giving me a thoughtful look. What? I asked. He shook his head. Nothing. I was just thinking about something you thought. Don't worry about it, it's no big deal, he said, glancing at my left hand for a moment. Is your hand feeling better, by the way? I glanced down at it myself as Alice laced our fingers together. Yeah, actually, it is. Why? He shrugged. No reason. We'd best be going, then. Alice nodded. Esme is going to get that call I mentioned in 1 minute and 32 seconds. Oh, alright then, let's go. We all got into the vehicles we had gotten in, Alice and I jumping into the back of Amara's car while Emmett and Edward got back into Rosalie's. This time Amara took off before Rosalie, smiling in the mirror as she stuck her arm out the window and flipped her off. Jasper, Alice and I all laughed at the face Rosalie made as she sped up, turning our drive home into a race. Amara won the race, of course, despite Rosalie's attempts at passing us. She was beaming as we drove into the garage and got out, Alice, like always, opening my door for me. Inside the house, an eager Esme was bouncing on her feet as she waited for all of us to clamber into the house, clearly wanting to know how my day went. How was your first day, Bella? Esme asked excitedly. It was, I mulled over an appropriate word to sum it up. Interesting. Lame, yes, but I couldn't think of anything else. Esme frowned. Come now, dear, you have to tell me more than that. Did you make any friends? Yeah, I did, I replied. She smiled at that, urging me to continue. Well, I met this boy named Eric, he's a bit nerdy, but he's nice. And I met a girl named Angela. She's shy, but she's also really nice too. They introduced me to their respective partners during lunch, too. That's wonderful, Bella, Esme said delightedly, hugging me. I hugged her back until I felt Alice tense next to me. I don't like it, she growled. I don't want them trying to take you from me. Alice, don't be ridiculous. They both have someone already, I pointed out. She bit her lip and shook her head furiously. But they can still try and take you. Alice, that's enough, Esme said. Her tone was motherly, but gentle. No one is going to try and take Bella away from you. But you must remember, dear, that it is her choice whether or not she wishes to stay with you as much as it is her choice whether or not she has friends. You cannot force her to do something against her will, Alice, and I certainly don't want you to keep her from having other friends. Alice crossed her arms and pouted. Besides, young lady, I believe you have some explaining to do. I recently received a call from the principal about an incident at lunch. And Carlisle called and mentioned that a boy from your school was sent to the hospital earlier today with his arm nearly in two. Alice's eyes narrowed for a moment before she pulled me into her arms. He touched my Bella, she shouted angrily. He groped her, Esme. What was I supposed to do, let him defile her that way? And he was trying to ask her out, to take her from me. Esme gasped and looked at me. He touched you inappropriately, she asked. I nodded. She narrowed her eyes and let out a low growl. Perhaps it is best that he was punished the way he was, then. However, I do want you to try and control yourself, Alice. We don't need any accidents. Am I understood? Alice hesitated for a moment. I wrapped my arms around her and hugged her as tight as I could manage, dotting her shoulder. Alice's body finally relaxed as she embraced me warmly and rested her head on my left shoulder. Yes, Esme. I'm sorry I let it get out of hand. Esme's face softened up as she smiled. Thank you, honey. I just worry about you is all. She paused for a moment and blinked. Oh, what is the story about the call I received from the principal? She said that several students came in and complained about you and Bella showing some inappropriate behavior in the cafeteria. I was surprised to hear a bit of mirth in her voice as she asked. What was she implying? Alice scoffed. It wasn't inappropriate. I just, ed Bella is all. Ed her. You two were making out against the wall, for crying out loud. Amara snickered. I blushed into her shoulder as Alice sighed. I heard Esme giggle, which confused me. Ought to be young again, Esme joked. I turned slightly and looked at her, utterly lost now. Esme chuckled at my expression and waved it off. It's no big deal, Bella. I'm sure Alice has told you that the others have had far more embarrassing instances in the past. I don't see a problem with the two of you showing each other your affection in public. That doesn't bother me. I do, however, hope that Alice can learn to control her jealousy problems and that temper of hers. You will work on that, right Alice? Alice nodded sheepishly. Yes, ma'am. Esme rolled her eyes. Oh, stop that. You know I could never be mad at you, Alice. She walked over and gently at Alice's forehead. I felt a surge of something at the sight. Anger. Jealousy. Wait, why was I jealous? Esme, Alice's mother, my mother. All she was doing was giving her a light motherly peck on the forehead. There's no problem with that. Is there? For some reason, I felt the urge to growl at her. Alice was my mate. No one else can touch her but me. But Esme is the alpha female, the mother. My mother. She only means well. She touched my Alice. Touched her. That isn't right. I closed my eyes and told the voice in my head to shut the F.K. up. I was sick and tired of constantly getting these weird, uncontrollable thoughts. Like with today and my desire to rip off Mike Newton's head. Then again, he probably deserved it. Arg. Esme looked at me and frowned. Are you okay, Bella? She asked. Was I okay? I don't think so. Bella. Alice asked, gently nudging me. I'm fine, I murmured. My face felt hot. Everything around me started to blur. Okay, maybe I'm not fine. Bella. Alice shouted. But it was a distant shout as everything faded to black. The last thing I remember was slumping into Alice's arms as I fell into unconsciousness. I'm not sure how long I was unconscious. I really don't. I do, however, remember hearing my name being called, again and again. What the F.K. Ow. I feel really weird. I slowly opened my eyes and saw that I was in a room that both looked and smelled familiar. Oh, wait. This is Carlisle's office. I recognize the dark walls, the various paintings, that distinctive smell that fits on Carlisle. It's very old-fashioned, but very comfortable in here, both by the way it looks and especially the way it smells. Why am I in his office? And what the hell am I laying on, exactly? I blinked several times until my eyes were better adjusted to the room before stirring, finding that I was lying on a bed of some kind, my head propped up by a rather comfy pillow. I looked around and saw that I was in the center of the room, a clipboard with some notes sitting on the desk, which was to my left. Where in the world? Bella. I knew that voice instantly and turned a little too quickly to my right, causing a slight pain to shoot through my neck. I cringed as I felt Alice next to me in seconds, wrapping her arms around my neck and pressing her forehead next to mine. I could see her beautiful honey-colored eyes boring into mine with concern and love, making me forget where I was and what happened. It was odd. I felt like I hadn't seen her in ages. I wrapped my arms around her waist and pulled her closer to me, pressing my lips to hers. We ed for a good minute or so before she pulled back, rubbing her nose against mine. God, I was so worried, she murmured, dotting me again. Are you okay? I gazed into her eyes without responding for a few seconds before sighing. I think so. What happened? Alice sighed. You blacked out, Bella. Out of nowhere, she explained. You scared the crap out of me. I don't know what happened or why. I was so worried. I cupped her cheeks with my palms and ed her softly. I'm okay, Alice. I'm okay, I murmured, rubbing her cool cheeks. How long was I out for? 2 hours, she replied. I gaped at her. 2 hours. Damn. Alice sat up and pulled me up with her so that I was sitting on her lap. I nuzzled into her cool shoulder as I curled into her. Cold and hard she may be, but damn if she wasn't the most comfortable thing in the world. She held me for a few minutes before I heard a quiet throat clearing. I peered over her shoulder to see Carlisle standing in the doorway, looking on with light-hearted amusement. "May I come in?" he asked. "Or am I disturbing you?" Alice grumbled at first, but eventually nodded. Carlisle smiled and walked towards us, stopping at his desk to read over the notes on his clipboard for a moment, his eyes alight with thoughtfulness and curiosity. He turned towards me. "How are you feeling, Bella?" he asked, concern etched into his voice. I ran a hand through my hair. "Fine, I guess. I don't even remember what happened." "What do you remember?" "Well, I was listening to Alice and Esme talk, then everything just got blurry and I fell unconscious. I can't remember anything other than that." Carlisle nodded in understanding. "I see. Alice, tell Bella what you told me, would you?" Alice cringed. "Well, Bella, you were writhing around a lot. You looked like you were in intense pain and your heart was beating really fast. The others had to leave because of it. I did too, since I couldn't control myself fully." "Did you feel any pain at all?" I cocked my head to the side and thought about it. "Not really, no." Alice looked worriedly at me while Carlisle stroked his chin. That's interesting, if I may so say. It is a tad strange, but perhaps you felt nothing because you were unconscious. That reminds me. Bella, Edward tells me you've been experiencing odd behavior lately. Is that true?" I bit my lip and nodded sheepishly. Alice frowned. "Wait, what do you mean?" she asked. "It's, a long story," I murmured. She put her hands on her hips and scowled. "Bella, I do wish you wouldn't keep things from me. I told you that you can talk with me about anything, remember?" I nodded. I know, Alice. It's nothing to worry about, I promise. I've just been feeling a little weird lately is all, you know. I figured it was just the whole mate thing rubbing off on me." "Would you explain?" Carlisle asked, appraising me with placid eyes. I could tell he was curious, too. "At school today I got extremely angry when that Mike Newton guy talked about Alice in class, and then afterwards when he tried talking to her, because I knew he was going to ask her out. That really upset me and it made me want to hurt him badly. Then there was an incident in the bathroom with this girl, Lauren. She made me mad too. I've just had some jealousy and anger problems, but not to the same extent as Alice's." He nodded again, absorbing what I'd told him. "There's more, isn't there, Bella? There's something you aren't saying, for one reason or another." My eyes widened. "How did he?" Carlisle noticed my expression and chuckled softly. "Bella, I've been around for over 300 years. I've learned how to read people very well, even without having the gifts of my children. I can tell by your eyes that there are things you've kept secret. I'm not pressuring you into telling me. It's your choice whether you do or not. I just wish to be able to help you in any way I can. You are my daughter and as such, your health and welfare are important to me." I turned to look at Alice, who rested her forehead against mine, eyes smoldering. "Bella, I love you. I want you to be comfortable talking with me about anything." Did I want to tell them? It might be best. Maybe Carlisle knows what's wrong with me. "All right," I murmured. I moved my hands forward, Alice automatically lacing her fingers around mine. For starters, I looked up at Carlisle. "Do you remember the other day when we went to see that Jenks guy? And he cut himself?" "Yes," he replied, sitting down as he listened intently. My lips twitched. I can't believe I'm going to admit this. I feel so weird. I could smell his blood. Carlisle nodded, urging me to continue. I liked it." Alice's eyes widened as Carlisle's narrowed. "Go on," he softly urged. "I like the smell of blood. That's not normal for me, Carlisle. I used to hate it. It always made me nauseous when I was younger. Yet when he cut himself and I smelled it, I actually liked it. And then there was that time in the forest yesterday." I turned and faced Alice. "It was the same thing. I didn't smell it at first until the wind blew, but when I did, and then I tasted it and I liked the taste too. At first, anyways. Then it made me sick." I trailed off and looked down at my hands, uncertain who to look at or what to say next. It was silent for a moment. I chanced a glance to look at Alice first. She looked stunned. Her eyes were wide and her mouth open in a small, "oh," as she studied me, confused, concerned and intrigued in the same. Carlisle looked lost in thought, his brow furrowed as he seemed to stare off into the distance. Then he moved behind his desk in a flash and scribbled something down on a piece of paper. "Bella, I'd like to ask you something," he said as he blurred back in front of me. "Sure," I mumbled. "I would like to, if you'll allow it, take a sample of your blood. I have a theory, but I'd like to test it out first." "It's your choice, of course, and I don't want you assuming it's something you need to do." "Okay?" he asked, his eyes warm and compassionate. I nodded. "Good. I'll give you some time to think it over. Remember, it's your choice." "I will," I told him as I swung my legs over the bed. I wasn't sure what I wanted right now. I left Carlisle's office, Alice following after me. I walked into her room, not thinking or caring, and plopped face down into her bed. My head was spinning with worry and thoughts. What was wrong with me? Why did all of this stuff suddenly start happening? It made no sense. All the shit that's been going on with me lately. The fact that I liked the taste and smell of blood, the snarling and hissing, the mood swings, the violent thoughts, the fact that I could hear better, the random fatigue. It was almost vampiric. What did that mean? I buried my head into Alice's pillow and breathed in and out several times. Her smell always helped relax me. It was so rich and sweet, it did wonders for me. I felt the bed sink and a pair of arms wrap around me as Alice pulled me into her. I turned and buried my face into her chest, nuzzling into her and holding her tight. She didn't speak, she merely held me as tight as she could without causing me pain. I felt her rest her head on top of mine as I nuzzled into her, kneading my fingers into her back. Then I felt moisture. It took me a moment to realize that I was crying. And I didn't know why. I was so lost, so f***ing confused. I didn't know what to think or do. I hated it. I hated feeling this way. I just cried. That was all I could do. I cried on Alice as she hugged me, her love radiating off of her as she rubbed my back soothingly with one hand and my head with her other. She whispered, "I love you," into my ear again and again, but otherwise remained silent save for her soft cooing. I'm not sure how long we lay there together. She started to rock me gently as I cried, which further soothed me. Eventually, I ended up falling asleep in her arms. Even with all the shit running through my head and all the problems I'd faced today and the problems I feared would come, I felt safe in her arms. They were my haven. As I slept, I dreamt. It was a peaceful dream of just the two of us together. Nothing more, nothing less. Just us. When I awakened, Alice was gone, but I was still in her room, tucked into her bed. I slowly sat up and yawned, stretching my arms out. I heard a knocking on the door before Alice danced in, twirling several times before plopping on the bed next to me. "Morning, sleepyhead," she cooed, leaning into me. My jaw nearly unhinged. "Morning. It's the morning already." She nodded. "Yup. You slept rather soundly throughout the whole night." Her face grew sad, then as she rested her forehead against mine, gazing into my eyes. "I'm sorry I wasn't here when you woke up. I wanted to be, but I needed to hunt." "Sorry." I blinked. It's okay," I murmured. I can't believe I slept for so long." Alice looked at me concernedly. "You've been sleeping a lot lately, longer than you say you're supposed to. Do you think it has something to do with the other things that have been going on with you?" she asked. I shrugged. I hadn't thought much on the whole thing. Too much thinking is bad for Bella. Bella. Alice looked so sad. I could tell it hurt her that I was hurting and that in her mind, there was nothing she could do about it. That wasn't true. I reached over and squeezed her hands. "Alice, it's okay. As long as I've got you with me, I'll be fine. Try not to look so sad, okay? I hate seeing you sad. It makes me sad. And then you get sadder and it just doesn't turn out good." She thought about that for a moment before dotting me. "All right, I will," she murmured against my lips before dotting me again. "Good," I said, standing up as she bounced off the bed. "Oh, that reminds me." Alice disappeared for a few seconds before blurring back in, a folder in each hand. "Choose a hand." I furrowed my brow in confusion, but shrugged again and chose the one in her right hand. She lowered her left hand and handed it to me. I opened it up and saw several pieces of paper, all with my name at the top. I didn't remember writing all of this, though. "What the hell? It's your homework," Alice chirped, as if reading my mind. "Whoa, I completely forgot about school. Arg. Wait, Did you do all of this? I asked, scanning the sheets over. The writing looked exactly like mine did. She beamed. Yes ma'am, that I did. It was easy, actually. All I had to do was copy your style, which wasn't all that hard. And for the homework itself, it was all basic stuff. I do suggest that you try and study a little, since you'll need to learn something before the year ends, she teased. Alice, I whined. You didn't have to do all of this for me. She scoffed and put her hands on her hips. Well, I wasn't going to wake you up to do it, now was I. It's no big deal, Bella. It only took a few seconds. Honest, I already knew half of it by heart anyways from doing the same thing in the past. I tried to protest, but she cut me off with a finger to my lips. No more. I won't argue with you over this, Bella. Taking care of you is my main priority, regardless if it's doing your homework, writing your notes or tucking you in at night. I don't want to hear complaints, because I'm going to do it whether you want me to or not. Her voice was firm, yet gentle as she spoke. I clamped my mouth shut as she handed me the other folder and took the one with my homework in it from me. I opened it and gaped when I saw it was a beautifully drawn picture of the two of us, holding hands and sitting under a tree. Everything was perfectly illustrated and detailed, from the flowers in the grass below our feet to the lines in my hair. It was amazing. I swear, this alone put the Mona Lisa to shame, big time. It's wonderful, I breathed. Alice beamed and pulled me into a hug. Thank you, she whispered into my ear. I can't help it if I have amazing inspiration. I blushed into her shoulder as I heard several groans and chuckles downstairs. Alice keyed my shoulder before pulling apart. Now off with you to go get ready, silly human. I was the one groaning now. More school. Alice laughed at my expression before capturing my lips once more and dancing off. I sighed and collected myself before trudging downstairs for breakfast. I devoured the bacon and eggs that Esme made, loving every second of them, before darting upstairs to shower. Once I was finished, I quickly dressed and got back downstairs. Alice hadn't offered to do my hair this morning. Was she still embarrassed over what happened last time? I hope not. When I saw her, though, she seemed relatively excited. I also noticed Carlisle was still here. He smiled at me and beckoned me over. Ah, Bella, I apologize for not giving this to you before, but I never had a chance to. Here is your gift from me. He stretched his hand out and handed me a small box, neatly wrapped as the others had been. I opened it and gasped when I saw that it was my own cell phone. Alice giggled. We all have one for ourselves, so we only thought it right to give you one. Thanks, Carlisle, I said, hugging him. He happily hugged me back for a moment before I pulled away. I'll be off, then. Feel free to call me if you need anything, he said while looking at me. I nodded at him. He smiled, keyed Esme on the cheek and blurred out the door. I heard his car rev up before watching him drive off seconds later. Alice snatched my phone from my hands and speedily began doing something to it. I frowned as I watched her blurry fingers pressing buttons for about a minute or so before she grinned and handed it back to me. There, you now have all of our cell numbers, she said. I blinked. Oh, thanks. She smiled at me as I smiled back. We stood there, staring into one another's eyes, just enjoying the warmth. Hey, quit that stuff, we gotta go. Emmett boomed. We glared at him in unison, causing him to laugh. Hey, don't be like that. It's hot and all, but we don't wanna be late for school, now do we? He asked, smirking. Alice and I both growled at him, which only made him laugh harder. Behave, Rosalie grunted, lightly swatting his arm. He pouted playfully at her in response. All of you be good now, Esme said, smiling at each of us. And I think it's wonderful that you've made some friends, Bella. You should see if you can get together with them sometime. Alice looked horrified. What? Esme sighed. I think she should experience friendship with others, Alice. It would be good for her. That doesn't mean you can't experience it with her. She considered that for a moment, though I could tell she still didn't like the idea. Jealous, I giggled. You're one to talk, Edward snickered. Shut up. At least I have a girlfriend. Everyone, save for Edward, who grumbled something under his breath, laughed at that as we all said our goodbyes to Esme and walked outside. Alice and I carpooled with Jasper and Amara again, while Edward and Emmett jumped into Rosalie's car. The two vixens glared at one another as they reignited the race from before and took off at the same time. I didn't think too much on it. I merely rested my head on Alice's shoulder and held her hand, trying to think about school. The first day is usually always the worst, right? Well, I could definitely tell that today would be worse, especially now that everyone was aware of who I was. And that Alice and I were together. We arrived at school early as we had yesterday, Amara and Rosalie tying in their race, neither of them being too happy about it. We weren't the first ones there, amazingly enough. More students had arrived early today, for some reason. Not that I really cared. I did, however, notice some familiar faces. Mike Newton, for one thing, was here. He was sporting a cast on his right arm, which he lugged around with a pathetic look on his face, clearly trying to garner sympathy. Walking by his side like a faithful golden retriever was that shrill-voiced blonde girl from the day before, who looked like her puppy had been stolen. Surrounding them was a small mob of 4 other students, one I recognized as that by Ch. Lauren. I didn't know the others, though. No sooner had Alice and I stepped out of the car did that whole group turn and look at us. Lauren and that Jess girl glared at us, Jess especially. Mike had a half-glare, half-wary look. The others, all boys, hooted and hollered amongst themselves. I crinkled my nose in disgust and was tempted to flip them off. I decided against it, though. Not yet, at least. To further piss them off, I laced my fingers around Alice's, who seemed more than happy to. We walked with the others surrounding us, all of them actually glaring back at anyone who shot us a look. I smiled, feeling rather safe surrounded by Alice and my siblings. It was a good feeling, really. I knew it wouldn't last, but for the moment, I was enjoying it. Second day, here we go. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what-if stories.